Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 3 of Wrong Way of Using Healing Magic. I was in the center of a large, dark, and ominous room. Below my feet was an expensive-looking carpet. Above me were beautiful chandeliers that didn't fit the atmosphere of this room. But upon closer inspection, everything around me was broken and crumbling. It was pitch black and I couldn't find anything resembling a window. I didn't bother questioning why I was in a room like this. I only focused on the current situation and tried to face what was ahead of me. I was able to confirm that Usato and Arksan were both in this room as well. However, Arksan looked worn out and held his sword while facing Usato. As for Usato, his back was facing me and he was talking to someone. You're truly an idiot. If you regret it, then why didn't you notice it earlier? The thing that you desired was already in your hands. But of all things, you were the one to let it go from your own hands. Regardless of your intentions. I wonder who he was talking to. I couldn't see who was in front of Usato from my position. Although I couldn't see that person's face, I could tell that they were injured. That person was leaning against the wall. Looking closely, Usato's clothes were tattered. They didn't tear as he was wearing that special rescue squad uniform. But it was awfully dirty. I could also see dried blood on the temple of his forehead. It looked like the aftermath of an intense fight. The person in front of Usato said something to him. Afterwards, that person drew closer to Usato and squatted. At that instant, I could see the appearance of that person for a few moments. It was really only for just an instant. It was hard to tell in the darkness, but I felt like I saw that person's mouth distort into a crescent moon shape. Once I saw those sharp fangs, my vision greatly shook. Usato! Avoid it! I jumped out and screamed. At the same time, that person suddenly pulled out a dagger and thrust it at Usato. I couldn't tell whether it pierced Usato or not as I couldn't see the front. However, I ended up seeing blood drip down from Usato's legs. My vision became blurred. It felt like a scene from a dream. I couldn't reach my hand out towards it. It felt like it was going somewhere far away. I want to know what would happen next. What happens to Usato? Is he injured? Is he okay? He's alive, right? Am I going to be all alone again? I couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenarios in my head. I was scared. It was always like this for me. The essential things and the important things. They always end for me. Regardless of my will, the scenes I want to see the most never come. I won't be able to see past those parts. I always feel vexed at myself when I wake up after seeing them. It was frustrating that I couldn't do anything. Was Kao-san always holding such a heavy burden? I had to face against a reality and future that couldn't be opposed. The thing called fate was really absurd. You saw a dream where someone stabbed me. Yet. After hearing Amako's dream from her, I grimaced. It had been a few days since we left Luquis. We hadn't encountered any bandits or monsters. Our journey was smooth so far. But Amako had just told me of her premonition, leading me to believe that things won't be as easy from now on. Amako's prediction of the future will definitely come true. Unless she tries to do something about it, the future will absolutely not change. Lingle would have already fallen were it not for Amako urging me back then. Is that really true, Amako-dono? I don't know exactly when it'll come, but I can somehow tell that it'll be in the near future. Amako nodded and replied to Arksan, who was riding on the horse. Where was I stabbed? I don't know. I think around your stomach area. Stomach area? Hey. Sounds painful. Yeah. That's it. I mean. I wasn't really afraid of something like being stabbed in the stomach at this point. I think my battle against that snake was much more painful. Besides, I would only be stabbed by a little knife. As long as it doesn't hit one of my vitals, I can immediately counterattack. Honestly, I was more afraid of leader's fists. Did you know, Amako? Once a person continuously receives blows that far exceed their limit, they won't feel anything anymore at some point. No, what if the knife is coated with deadly poison or something? I'll use healing magic to cure myself. If it's poison, I have experience with that against the snake too. It should be no problem. You were also bleeding. How much? Just a bit. Just a scratch then. It's something I can manage. No problem then. Wait a moment. Stop looking at me with those eyes. It's like she didn't understand what I was saying and thought I was something beyond human. Why am I being treated like a monster just because I have resistance to poison and damage? Actually. If I thought about it, I did sound like a monster. But I'm sure there are even more incredible monsters out there. But perhaps we ought to be careful. If we take into consideration what Amako-dono has said, we'll definitely be involved in a troublesome situation in the near future. That's true. Well, we know what will happen but we can't do much. Amako, is it possible to change this future like at that time with Lingle? Amako shook her head. In that case, it looks like I'll be stabbed by a knife no matter what. Should I start tempering my abdominal muscles right away? No, how about I start fighting before I get stabbed? Actually, wouldn't it faster to beat the hell of the person stabbing me with a knife? What do you think, Amako? You already know it's going to happen, so why are you trying to overturn it? Well, yet. Still, if I know something is going to happen, I would obviously try to do something to quickly resolve it. It's better to do something than not doing anything and regretting it. For the time being, I should do some training. Blurin, you want to train too? Gwaha. I see, I see. You want to do it too. As expected of my partner. It seemed Blurin was really happy as he kept beating on my legs. While laughing, I looked at Amako. I thought this before, but Amako is a little thin. If I consider our journey ahead, it might be a good idea to forge her body a bit. How about you, Amako? You can build some muscle. It might come in handy. Definitely not. I didn't think she would reject so strongly. I was shocked as Amako gave a clear refusal and distanced herself from me. Blurin was also still beating on my legs. Arksan, who had seen this exchange, gave a heartfelt laugh. The three of us, plus one horse, continued our journey with a favorable atmosphere like this. Arksan, have we still not arrived at Samariel yet? Night time. We stopped near the path we were on and set up a campfire. We would be here till morning. It was dark and the only source of light came from the moon. The monsters were also more active during the night. With that being the case, Arksan and I would take turns watching over the fire. Amako had already fallen asleep and was lying on Blurin. It was still a little early for bed, so I decided to ask Arksan about this journey while tossing some dry wood into the fire. We still have quite a bit of distance to travel. Our next destination, Samariel, was still far away. Well, there weren't any cars or trains in this world. It was obvious it would take time to travel to distant countries. I understood that, but there was another problem. It was necessary to have food and water while traveling. We could obtain water from rivers, but our food supply was gradually diminishing. We had to think of a way to procure some more. I wonder if there were any good methods. Our food supply is running a bit short. Any idea where we could procure some more? Let's see. There should be a village not far from here. Let's obtain some food from there. Arksan obtained a map from his leather satchel. After looking at it for a moment, he nodded. Approaching a village. It really feels like an RPG. I'm excited. Well, if we're really in need of food, Blurin and I could do some fishing or hunt for some animals. Gwaha. Don't growl like that. It's like you're saying it's a pain in the ass. You're the one who eats the most here. Ha ha ha, how reliable. I lightly smacked Blurin on the head. Seriously, you're the one who eats the most. You should be more like a wild monster and go hunt. However, Arksan looked at the map once more. What's wrong? There are some strange rumors in the surroundings of this village. Strange rumors? Not the village itself but the surroundings? I wonder what kind of rumors they are. Just as I thought about asking, Arksan had a mysterious expression and started talking. I've heard that skilled knights, adventurers and bandits have suddenly disappeared in this area. They haven't contacted anyone either. I don't think that's a strange rumor. Rather, doesn't that sound like a dangerous one? Completely disappearing all of a sudden is quite disturbing. In my world, I guess it would be called spirited away? It was like how we were summoned into another world from our original world, but to disappear from this world, I could think of several causes. Like being captured by bandits, getting attacked by monsters, or falling off a cliff. No, I say they have gone missing, but they show up again after a while. The shortest is around a few months while the longest is several years. What's with that? Are those people fine? It was certainly strange. No, if I had to word it better, it was eerie. If the people who disappeared returned after a while and they were fine. I wonder what happened to them during the time they were gone. I don't know much either, this is just what I've heard. It seems like the people who have returned after their disappearance lost their memory of the time while they were gone. Lost their memory. There are various guesses. It could be that the people are overwhelmed at their own situation because they have crossed over time. It's also possible someone stole their memories. Yes, it's possible that it could be some kind of rare magic at work here. In my former world, this case would be labeled as something like the mysterious disappearances event. But magic existed in this world and it was commonplace. A possibility like this certainly existed. Honestly, I wasn't good with topics like this. In fact, I wasn't good with ghost stories or the horror genre in general. If a ghost appeared in front of me, I would be scared. I mean, it's not like I could punch it. Seeing that my face looked a little pale, Arksan gently smiled. He then folded his arms and spoke reassuringly to me. Well, there haven't been any rumors of anyone going missing in these past few years. I think it should be okay. Just think of it as an interesting story I've heard from traders. Is that so? I'm glad. There hasn't been anything in these few years. In that case, it'll be fine. I imagined a scenario where we would be caught in this spirited away rumor as we walked on this path to the village. But it looks like I don't need to be afraid of that anymore. A fantasy world like this didn't need something like the horror genre. Merging the two together is a big no. Besides, something like a ghost doesn't. Gyoha. Blurin, who was drowsily sleeping just a moment ago, suddenly gave a small growl towards a bush. Arksan. I exchanged looks with Arksan. He picked up the sword beside him and stood up. Something had entered Blurin's view just now in that bush. Whether it was a monster or someone lying in ambush. In either case, the fact that the other party was concealing themselves means that they didn't come with friendly intentions. I'll leave Amako, who was still sleeping, to Blurin. Arksan and I both drew closer to the bush. Once I see them, I guess I'll knock them out hard with a healing punch, for the time being. If it isn't an enemy, I'll apologize afterwards. If it's a monster, I'll knock them unconscious without any reservations. If it's a ghost, I'll carry everyone and run away. I advanced while coating my fist with healing magic. I placed my hands on the bush and spread it apart. Hower. Ho hower. Yuaha. At that moment, a black figure jumped out. While I was surprised, I lowered my fist. I took a closer look at what had just flown away. An owl. It had large wings and a round silhouette. It gave an awfully high-pitched hoot before disappearing within the forest. Arksan saw the owl as well and laid down his sword. He smiled in relief and said. It looks like we were a bit too tense. Ha ha ha. Seems to be the case. I probably still wasn't used to traveling on a journey like this yet. It was just Arksan said, I was too tense. It might be a better idea to relax a little. If I'm on guard all the time, I might overstrain myself and not be able to react in time when something does happen. I sat back down where I was previously sitting and quieted my thoughts. As I did so, something about what just happened attracted my curiosity. Wait. Do owls hoot like that? And why was it in a bush? I'm pretty sure it started flying from the ground too. I didn't know if that was how a real owl was supposed to sound, but it just felt bizarre to me for some reason. I blankly stared at the gloomy forest where the owl disappeared. The next day, we headed towards the nearby village to procure food. Arksan was walking a bit behind us as he led the horse along. At the head of the group was Blurin, Amako, and me. We would continue our journey like this without any problems as usual. At least that's what I thought. But it was a little different today. Amako Dano. What's wrong? Amako suddenly held her ears. Did she perceive something humans couldn't? Now curious, I tried listening with my ears. Me. A woman. No, a young girl's voice? I stopped walking and listened more carefully. As I did so, the surrounding trees rustled and a shriek resounded. Someone save me. Yusato. I know. I began to run once I heard the girl's cry for help. I don't know what the situation is like, but it's definitely an emergency. If I waited for everyone else, it might be too late to save her. I decided to go ahead of them since my legs are faster. Amako and the rest can just come afterwards. I climbed up the shallow slope that was encircled by trees. Beyond the slope, I could make out several figures in the distance. I had to strain my eyes to see due to how far they were. I could see a girl around the same age as me in tattered clothes, and she was being surrounded by a group. There. It looks like she hasn't been met with any danger yet. But from the looks of it, the group surrounding her didn't look like an honest bunch with good intentions. Their eyes looked devoid of life and they had pale skin. I need to hurry and save her, I don't know what they'll do. Get down. The girl noticed me running towards her as I yelled out. I also created a magic orb and threw it with as much strength as I could. My magic orb flew straight towards the guys surrounding the girl and blew two of them away. I arrived at the gap I created from sending the two guys tumbling and immediately carried the girl away. Using this moment, I checked to see if the girl was safe. Are you okay? Are you injured? What was that just now? The girl's pupils shrunk into dots and looked up at me. She had long light brown hair that reached her shoulders and beautiful amber-colored eyes. Maybe I was scared that something happened to the girl, as I stared intently at her and met the gaze of her moist eyes. I involuntarily gulped. Somehow, I ended up being charmed by her. I'm not the type to fall in love at first sight with a girl I just met, right? Is it because I've only been around females with weird personalities? As a result of that, I don't have any resistance towards normal girls? While shaking off my evil thoughts, I lowered the girl onto the ground. Stay behind me. My friends will come in a moment. Leave these guys to me. Why yes. I had to deal with this group first. From their attire, they didn't look like bandits. They aren't a type of monster either. They wore torn clothes like a vagrant and their arms were hanging languidly. In the slight gap formed by their bangs, their lifeless eyes stared at me. I see, they're perverts. No matter what world it is, there will always be people like this. Why are you all trying to assault this girl? Despite trying to start a conversation with them, I was ignored. The two guys that I knocked away with my healing magic a moment ago stood back up like nothing happened and faced me. I'll try threatening them. These guys are. I don't know what you're all trying to accomplish by assaulting this girl, but if you come any closer, I'll pluck out one of your arms, for the time being. If you don't want that, then tell me the reason you're targeting this girl. For the guys that are planning on trying something funny, prepare yourselves for the worst, you shitty bastards. Were you saying something just now? It's nothing at all. The girl looked paler than before and turned her head away while her body was shaking. It looks like I ended up frightening the girl behind me instead of the group in front of me. It looked like the other side wasn't threatened at all. In fact, they were coming closer. Ha! As I sighed, I quietly coded healing magic over my fist and let the girl behind me retreat back. Okay, I guess there's no choice. Don't think poorly of me. You should get back. Yes. One of the perverts gave an ominous cry and rushed at me. I tightly squeezed my fist coated with healing magic and launched a punch with all my strength at the approaching target's stomach. I knocked him about 5 meters away and lightly shook my fist. Once his body hit the ground, he rolled for a bit before stopping. How's that? It's a punch without holding back. It should be more than enough to knock you unconscious. What is going on? The girl behind me was awfully confused, but she was probably just surprised by the power of my fist. While feeling a little sad that I was used to this kind of reaction by now, I looked at the man I knocked away. However, it felt too solid. Was he hiding an iron plate or something behind his clothes? While phrasing it like this was in poor taste. It didn't feel like the sensation of punching a person. As I felt something out of place, I turned my attention to the remaining guys, but the man I knocked away got up, which astonished me. You got up? You sure are tough. Wait. His abdomen caved in? Why? There shouldn't have been that much power. Additionally, my healing magic should have healed it. No, before all that. Why was he able to stand up like that? While I didn't fully understand this strange situation, several of them commenced their attack. I coated my fist with healing magic, still bewildered, and swung at all of them. They all felt strangely hard, and brittle. It felt like I was punching at the trunk of a tree. Was magic not effective against these guys? Were they not human? Either way, my healing punch isn't effective. As I used a healing punch and knocked away one of them, I felt shocked. To think that my technique would be nullified like this. Healing magic wasn't effective. This was an enemy that I couldn't knock unconscious. I used a roundhouse kick against 2 guys and blew them away. Another one tried to grab me from the side, but I caught his arm and threw him onto the ground. Just what should I do? I formed a magic orb with the hand I had just used to throw, and fired it behind me, right into the assailant's face. New technique, healing blind. Form an orb of magic and gently blind the opponent, obstructing their vision. The attacker that had tried to punch me ended up punching a nearby tree instead. Looks like healing magic really isn't effective, hey. All of them started getting back up again. Seeing this, I sighed for the second time today. Healing punch. No, any attack with healing magic is easily defeated. Just what on earth are these guys? Is it a special race or something? At any rate, it doesn't change the fact that it's creepy. Wouldn't it be fine to just beat them up normally? Are you an idiot, Yusato? No, that's true, but you see. As I knocked another one to the ground, I replied to Amako, who had appeared and shouted at me. It's not like I had to use my healing punch, I had plenty of other ways to fight as well. In the end, the healing punch was a punch that would keep my opponent safe to a certain extent. If I couldn't use it and I didn't want to hurt my opponent, I just had to knock them down or pin them down. You sure are doing things in a flashy manner again. Yusato Dano. Yes. Ha. Arc-san sounded troubled as he looked at what was happening in front of him. I breathed out in relief. I realized it as I fought, but while these guys have a lot of physical strength, their speed is unexpectedly slow. It was different from the demons or humans. They groan, act violently, and only go for the prey that's right in front of them like wild animals. Just what are these guys? Yusato's healing magic doesn't work on them and their bodies look like this. It's my first time seeing them, but I suspect they are. They couldn't be injured nor bleed. They kept getting up no matter. I focused my gaze on Arksan and he blurted out a name that fulfilled these conditions. Zombies. That name was, in a certain sense, a famous name of a monster back in my original world. Zombies, is it? They are deceased that continue to move as corpses. No matter what kind of wounds they suffer, they will stand right back up. Although they are sluggish, they've surpassed the human limits for physical strength. They are that kind of monster. They weren't humans, but monsters. I knew a bit about the zombies in this world. It was only from what I've read, but the monsters known as zombies are a specific type of monster that derived from humans that have died. They are reanimated and manipulated like puppets. It wasn't an infection or anything. Of course, you won't become a zombie if you get bitten. Then, if these guys are zombies like you said, there should be someone manipulating them somewhere, right? I believe so. In any case, I now knew why my healing magic didn't work against them. Zombies were dead humans, in other words, undead. Healing magic only has an effect on the living. I released the healing magic that was coating my limbs. It wasn't necessary to use any more healing magic. I had no choice but to punch them like sacks of meat and finish this. Attacks that are effective against them would be something like Kazuki-sama's light magic which possesses the holy element. Also, Arksan stepped forward and unsheathed his sword. When he did so, flames traveled from the edge of his sword to the zombies, and vigorously burned them. Fire magic. Infusing fire magic into his sword and releasing it at the same time of his draw. So cool. How should I say it? It looked so stylish when he drew his sword like that. While I secretly admired Arksan's technique, his flames were enveloping the expressionless zombies and burning them. They shook in fear and cried out. Gya, ah! Ah! They are weak to fire. Please leave the rest to me. Then I'll gladly accept your kind intentions. The zombies became agitated before Arksan's flames and started scattering in every direction. Zombies are weak to fire, hey. Well, they did feel like dry wood when I was punching them. I guess it makes sense that they easily burn? Well, anyhow. Amako, is that girl okay? Yeah. I don't think she's hurt anywhere. Gwaha. I turned around and confirmed that the girl was safe beside Amako and Blurin. And Amako. You're wearing your hood again. It looks like you still wear it except when only we're around. Well, it was probably a good idea in this current situation. You saved me when I was in danger. Ah, I'm called Ni. ERM. Thank you very much. Why yet? It seems like her fear has faded since the zombies were now gone. The girl, Ni-san, gave a radiant smile and bowed her head. Her smile was far too dazzling, I couldn't help but turn my head away. You live in the nearby village? Yes. The girl who was assaulted by the group of zombies, Ni-san, replied. She was one of the inhabitants of the village and came here in order to look for medicinal plants. She then encountered the zombies but luckily met us and was saved. Currently, she wanted to thank us and was guiding us to the village. The unexpected part was that it seemed she wasn't particularly afraid of Blurin. Despite how the students in Luquis would be shaking the moment Blurin entered their line of sight, Ni-san wasn't afraid at all and would even smile. She did travel all the way from the village on her own. Maybe she had more guts than you would expect. Yusato-san, you sure possess an amazing magic. Yeah? Amazing magic. You could easily knock those zombies away and could fire a magic orb with such speed. I've never seen someone fire a magic orb that fast before. Is it some kind of magic that strengthens the body? Or are you using wind magic to accelerate it? No, don't tell me it's actually the rare gravity magic. I wonder if this is how it felt to be indirectly treated as an otherworldly being. Puh. Amako, you just laughed, right? I glared at Amako, who was quivering and hiding under her hood. Then I gave an awkward smile to Ni-san who was looking at me with sparkling eyes. Her innocent smile was far too dazzling for someone with a corrupted mind like me. And no. I'm a healing magician, you see. Huh? Healing, magician. But aren't healing magicians only capable of healing others? Like I said, I was just fighting normally just a moment ago, I didn't use much magic. Ni-san's eyes opened wide. She probably didn't think that the magic I had was actually healing magic of all things. A magic that could only heal. In other words. Just now. It was all hand-to-hand combat without any magic. I don't blame you for being surprised. After all, Yusato is a healing magician that's all brawn. Hold it in. You can do it, me. Ni-san is still here. Amako's punishment will be dealt afterwards. Ha ha ha, it's just as Amako Dano said. He has an unconventional way of using magic. But thanks to that, it's also true that he was able to save many lives. Arksan gave an exquisitely good follow-up and brought Ni-san back to her senses. It seems like she thought her behavior just now was rude. She suddenly turned to face me and said. No. I was just surprised. I was absolutely not thinking of anything rude about Usada-san. Why yet? I don't really mind it so. I replied to Nisan, who was drawing closer to me with a frantic expression. I thought this before, but I couldn't make eye contact with this girl for some reason. She wasn't like Inyakamai-senpai, who desired the attention and was brimming with curiosity. She wasn't like Aluru-san, who was lively and cheerful either. If I had to choose something, she reminded me more of a puppy. In a good sense, I felt a desire to protect her. In a bad sense, she was pushy. Wait, too close, too close. Sorry. Upon noticing that she had gotten too close to my personal space, Nisan's face turned bright red and took 3 steps back. In addition, I felt like she was directing a passionate gaze towards me. Hey, hey. Don't tell me this is low. Humph. Tokiwa? Amako, what are you doing all of a sudden? Usato, you'll be deceived by a woman in the future. Definitely. Ha. What's with that remark? If it were anyone else, I would think they're just being jealous. But when you're the one saying it, I can't help but feel anxious, you know. Amako had abruptly kicked me in the shin and suddenly given me that warning. I couldn't conceal my fear once I heard them. You're being too dear. I can't bear to watch this. Be quiet. Leaving that aside, what you said just now, is it a premonition or something? Why are you being silent now? Seeing the exchange between me and Amako, Nisan had calmed down. She then gave a stiff smile and said. It's been a while since I've seen people outside from the village. I might have been a little too excited. It's been a while, you say. Does that mean there aren't a lot of people stopping by your village? Nisan's expression darkened once she heard Arksan's question. After a brief period of silence, Nisan opened her mouth and spoke with sorrow. That's right. Zombies have been frequently appearing. Because of that, it has been causing a lot of trouble for us. I can certainly say that if those ominous zombies are loitering around the village, not many people would want to approach. In that case, traders won't come. The village's livelihood would suffer as a result and life would be more difficult for everyone. If I thought about it carefully, just the fact that this ordinary girl without any power was gathering herbs all the way here should have been enough for me to guess their circumstances. She was well aware of how reckless it was to gather herbs here. Do you know the reason why the zombies have appeared? No, we don't have the slightest idea. It seems they didn't know the reason. If we knew the origin for the outbreak of zombies, there would be plenty of ways to resolve it. We've arrived. I returned from my musings once I heard Nisan's words. From what I could see in front, there was an entrance. Inside, there were houses lined up and they looked a bit old. It was a small village. Although it was small, it was bigger than I expected. It felt like the farm villages in the countryside back in my original world. That's where I was born and raised, the village of Iyava. Nisan looked relieved. It was probably because she was able to safely return to the village. Looking closely at the village's surroundings, the outer walls were different from Lingle and Luquis. They were made with simplicity in mind. They didn't provide much protection and were made out of wood. The outer walls were just there to mark what territory the village covered. The houses weren't sturdily built either, they were just wooden buildings that had aged. Ni. A woman called out to Nisan from the village and started running over here. It was probably someone Nisan knew, as she also started to run towards the woman. Tetra-san. I'm glad. You didn't say anything and headed outside the village, I was very worried. The old woman gently embraced Nisan. I'm sorry, but we didn't have enough herbs. If it's medicine, we're still okay. It's almost time for the village to send the young men out to gather some. At any rate, I'm just glad you've safely returned. And, who are these people behind you? They are the ones who saved me when zombies were attacking me. Everyone, this is Tetra-san. She's someone like my parent. After separating from the woman's embrace, Nisan faced us and gave introductions. Tetra-san didn't completely understand what was going on for a moment, but once she heard that we saved Nisan, she immediately gave a bow and tenderly smiled. I'm truly grateful to you all for saving this girl. She's really a girl with far too much courage. It's quite troublesome. I really don't know how I can thank you. Wait a moment, Tetra-san. We're in front of guests, please don't advance the conversation without me. Nisan's cheeks were bright red as she tried to stop Tetra-san, who was lamenting. I was a little curious when Nisan said someone like my parent, but once I saw how these two interacted, I felt like there was no need to mind it. No, we just did what anyone should have done. Ah, that felt really normal for me to say. Actually, I was surprised. I was able to say such a phrase so normally despite my plain existence. Let's head into the village for now. We'll talk after that. That's true. 3 people. A horse, and a blue grizzly cub, right? There's a stable where you can put these two. You should probably do that first. We stepped into the village with Tetra-san and Ni-san. Other than these two, there were a lot of other villagers. They were all tilling the fields, or taking care of the horses and cows. Activities along those lines. Just as Ni-san had said, it looked like it was an unusual sight for people outside the village to stop by, as we were attracting a lot of attention from the villagers. We're on a journey. If possible, we would like to receive some food, but you don't need to hold back. It looks like you are all tired and have been traveling for a while. How about staying here for one day? No, we're in quite a hurry for this journey. We're happy just for the thought. Besides, we can't inconvenience you. Tetra-san slowly shook her head at Arc-san's words. We had an obligation to deliver the letters to other countries. Even if it was to thank us, we couldn't stay here for a day and cause trouble for them. It was just like Arc-san said, their feelings were enough. You should properly rest when given the time to. Don't you have a small child with you in your group? What will you do if you collapse during a critical moment? It would be better to get some sufficient rest now and be at your best condition before continuing on your journey. But besides, I'm just an old woman who doesn't have much time left. It would be best to accept my good favor. Tetra-san gave a light-hearted laugh while Arc-san seemed to be on the verge of giving up. Ni-san, who was beside her, also gave a wry smile. It looked the wisdom of age was powerful no matter which world you were in. Small child. Small child. But I'm 14 years old. Amako was whispering in shock. Well, you had such a small build, and if you looked from the side, there was no way you looked like 14. Kukiku. Yusato, did you just laugh? No, I'm not laughing at all. I felt joy as Amako started drumming her fists on my back in silence. I never forget the humiliation I receive, no matter what it is. Mostly. And if I can return the favor, you bet I will. As long as it's an opponent I can return it to. As I was laughing and ridiculing her in my mind, Arc-san approached me and said. Yusato Dono, it's just as she says. I think we've become quite fatigued from traveling. Let's accept their kindness and trouble them for one day. Although I can restore my stamina with my healing magic, I can't heal mental fatigue. I was used to sleeping on the bare earth by now, but it's not like I didn't have any stress accumulated. I felt a little guilty, but I'll take advantage of Tetra-san and Ni-san's kindness. Tetra-san nodded in satisfaction after seeing that we accepted. Good, good. First of all, I'll lead you to where the horse and the blue grizzly will sleep. I've heard the saying that, if you pile enough good deeds, you will receive just as much as you've done. But it might not necessarily be wrong. That's what I thought as I saw Tetra-san gently smiling. After bringing Blurin and the horse to the stables, we were invited to where Nia-san and Tetra-san lived. Their wooden house was a little big with 2 stories tall. I thought it looked quite spacious, and once we were led inside, there was enough space for the 3 of us to each have individual rooms. This place looks far too big for just 2 people to live. When I said that to Nia-san, she gave an awkward smile and looked a little lonely. After giving us a small tour, we were led into our own rooms. Once the sky was dark, Ni-san informed us that dinner was ready. I went down the stairs with Arc-san and Amako. Tetra-san and Ni-san were sitting in a table that could fit 6 people. There was warm cooking lined up as well. Arc-san, I, and Amako took turns to sit down. Tetra-san tilted her head to the side as she looked at Amako. She directed a question at Amako, who had been wearing her hood this entire time. Oh my, why do you always have that hood on, little girl? Ah, That's... We've been together this whole time and I've already forgotten the fact that Amako is a beastkin. Ni-san and Tetra-san looked at us suspiciously. Arc-san and I stiffened under their gazes. However, Amako took off her hood without saying anything. Wait, Amako, you... Amako exposed her fox ears that were on top of her glossy blonde hair. I was astonished, but she shook her head as if to indicate that there was no need to worry. These people are fine. I've looked. Her foresight? While I was still flustered, I turned to face Tetra-san and Ni-san. Tetra-san's eyes slightly widened. Ni-san used both her hands to cover her mouth and her eyes were wide open. She was at a loss for words. If a girl with beast ears suddenly popped out in front of you, anyone would be surprised. In addition, you're... Ha 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 ha. Well, this is really surprising. I didn't think you would be hiding such a lovely child. I unintentionally said so when I heard Tetra-san's cheerful laugh. Human and beastkin are the same, it's really just a difference of one tail. I'm not such a narrow-minded human to find fault with such little things, and I'm not someone who doesn't know how to show gratitude to people whom I'm indebted to. But Tetra-san followed with a few more words right after. However, you shouldn't show these in front of anyone else. Not everyone is eccentric like me. I nodded. This person was really bold, in various ways. Was this what they called an easygoing person? Either way, it looks like we didn't need to worry too much for Amako's secret here. I really didn't think Amako-san would be a beastkin. I'm really astonished. Nisan looked at Amako and voiced in wonder. There was no ill will, she was just genuinely curious. When we were making our way to the village, I thought that Usato-san and Amako-san got along really well with each other, but now that I look at it, it's really a mysterious relationship. After all, it's not often you hear a human and a beastkin moving together like this. Well, I'm aware it's an unusual thing. I was told this many times during my stay in Luquis. But from how I see it, both of your reactions are unusual too. I haven't personally seen a human who didn't like non-humans up close, so I didn't have a good idea how much they hated them, but I know they wouldn't act friendly like you two. We can talk about this later, why don't we have dinner first? We went through the trouble of making it, so we should eat it before it gets cold. That's true too. Here. Please go ahead and eat to your heart's content. I reached out to the food as the two of them recommended. All I've been eating these days were cold, dried meat and fruit. This hot soup is very delicious in comparison. Tetra-san said Nisan made this soup as well. I see. She'll become a good wife in the future. Wait, what am I saying? Am I an old man or something? Thanks for the food. It was really delicious. No, you're exaggerating. After finishing the meal, I gave my praise to Nisan. It looked like she wasn't used to given praise like this as her cheeks became red and she hung her head down. How should I say this? I'm not used to it. Whether it be her reactions or anything else. She was completely different from the females I've come across so far. Is it because they were all strong, whether mentally or physically? Like Rose and Kiriha. Carla-san too. They were all strong in a sense, even though they were different. About those zombies. Do you know when they started appearing frequently around here? As Tetra-san was in the middle of cleaning the tableware, Arc-san asked Nisan. Was there something about the zombies that caught his interest? Zombies aren't monsters that just occur naturally. They are monsters created by another's hand. We might be able to determine the identity of the creator. Arc-san. Nisan sunk into silence as she was speaking and Arc-san pressed her again. I didn't know what Arc-san was trying to say, but I knew he wasn't someone who didn't know how to hold back, especially when the other person was a girl like this. I should leave this to him while carefully watching over the situation. Do you really not know? Perhaps, this village has some sort of guess as to who created these zombies. Nisan, I understand your feelings that you don't want us to get involved, but could you tell us? Nisan's body trembled once she heard Arc-san's words. From that, I understood something. At first, when I asked about the zombies, she replied we don't know. But that was just a lie she made up because she was worried about us. In reality, she probably knew who the creator was, or even the place where these zombies were being made. Before I realized it, Nisan started speaking in broken fragments. I suspect that once we knew the truth about the zombies, we'll probably want to defeat the creator. No, knowing myself, I know I would definitely go. Nisan didn't want that, that's why. The village, everyone here. Please save us. The figure of the girl, who was full of tears and that desired to be saved, overlapped with Amako who was next to her. Author, the enemy that Usato's healing magic isn't effective against are the zombies. And it will rather be more dangerous by preventing the use of healing magic. Because of the high endurance of the zombies, if Usato keeps punch them endlessly, he'll become someone like Biscuit Oliva by the end. Shudder. The dark night sky was now dyed vermilion by the sunrise. The sun in this world wasn't any different from the one in my previous world. It was one of the few things that the two worlds had in common with each other. I was outside of Ni's house and looking at the scenery. As I did so, I got ready to start today's training. As for why I was training so early in the morning, I just got into the habit of doing so, and because it was the most convenient time for me to train while we were traveling. Alright. After finishing my warm-up exercises, I turned my attention to a nearby tree that was about 3 meters tall. I lightly struck it with my fist, to confirm that it was sturdy. Yup, seems fine. Phew. I kicked off from the trunk of the tree to elevate myself and caught onto a large branch. I inverted myself and hooked my legs over the branch. From there, I started doing sit-ups. Due to Amako's premonition, I felt it was necessary for me to strengthen my abdominal muscles. That's why I'm training like this, but I don't really know if it would be effective. But it's not meaningless. Furthermore, even without Amako's warning, I now had another reason to train hard. Please. Save us. Hey. As I continued to do sit-ups, I thought about what happened last night. We heard directly from her about the state of affairs. As for our decision and how we would deal with this problem. The village, everyone here. Please save us. Upon seeing the girl tearfully plead us, I was initially perplexed, but I felt an unpleasant feeling overtake me shortly after. However, I wasn't astonished because of the village's dire circumstances. For someone living here to plead like this just shows that they were at their wits' end. It was more in the sense of whether or not it was really alright for me to easily take responsibility and accept her words. Save us. We weren't exactly going on this journey to save people on the way. We were on a mission to save a country, and all the people living on this continent. If we saved everyone we met without exception, and we don't achieve our initial object, it would be fine if I'm the only one who has to take responsibility for it. As someone who has been entrusted with these letters, I must refuse this girl's plea to save everyone here. But as someone from the rescue squad, it was part of my duty to save the lives of other people. I must save her and the villagers here. Why don't you tell us everything first? So that we can understand and think about what to do from here. In response to my suggestion, Nisan wiped her eyes and nodded. The zombies suddenly made an appearance about 2 years ago. They emerged from a cemetery in the outskirts of the village. The villagers that were buried there had suddenly revived as zombies. And the revived zombies. They caused a lot of harm, threw the village into disorder. Lots of villagers were injured and some have left the village as well. If they showed up about 2 years ago, then that should be around the time that the Demon King revived. It might be something related to the awakening of the Demon King. In addition, the zombies were people who were once a part of this village. It was poor taste. Even if they needed corpses to reanimate, did they have to specifically choose the dead villagers and cause so much chaos to the same village? They have continued to indiscriminately attack traders and travelers who pass by. As a result, almost no one stops by here anymore. Also, no one in the village smiles anymore. Not knowing when the zombies will attack next has replaced happiness with fear. I wonder how these zombies are made to move. I'm not sure about that. Nisan shook her head in response to Arksan's pondering. But after pausing for a few moments, she said however. And looked at a specific spot outside the window. I know that the person controlling these zombies lives in a fancy-looking house not too far from here. The place she was looking at was shrouded in darkness. I suspect that the house was beyond that. But there are zombies roaming around that house day and night. Moreover, we can't defeat him. The person controlling these zombies was a male? Nisan looked at the three of us for a moment and gathered her resolve to say. Necromancer. The ruler of the dead. The monster that controls corpses and lives in that house. Necromancer. Also known as a specialist in undead magic, it's the monster closest to a human being. They are resurrected from the dead and had the ability to manipulate other undead as long as they had corpses around them to control. They were a dangerous monster. There were a lot of characteristics describing necromancers. One of them is their large amount of magic power to control the undead at will. Arksan sighed for the nth time today as he finished summarizing the explanation in his own head and spoke. If you have a necromancer here, then it's obvious that the villagers would be having a hard time. The necromancer could easily command all those loitering zombies to attack us if we were to charge in. It's a very annoying and troublesome opponent. Arksan, just about how strong is a necromancer by itself? If you were to face its real body, it's not very strong. But the strong point of necromancers is their ability to command hordes. These zombies, so to speak, will be under its control until their very limits with the exception of someone who has excellent physical ability like you, Yusato Dono. It's a difficult enemy for most. Even for someone like me that uses fire magic, I don't have an infinite source of magic power. If the fight is drawn out, we would certainly be at a disadvantage. To put it simply, the necromancer would be the king in shogi, and the zombies that won't go down would be the pawns. What an annoying opponent. We didn't know how many zombies there are either. If it were just some bandits, I would be more enthusiastic. But I didn't think that I would be up against a dangerous entity like a necromancer. The main point was our limited amount of time in a fight against the zombies. If we defeated zombies little by little to reach the necromancer, we wouldn't last for very long. It was probably impossible to settle it immediately too. Nisan spoke, breaking the silence. It's fine. Fine. We're fine. I've been saved by you already. Despite that, I'm shamelessly asking for you to save me again. That's why. It's fine already. Seeing the sorrow on her face and how she spoke in broken sentences, I realized that my cheeks had become tense. There's no way I could neglect this. If you show me a face full of despair, wouldn't I be crushed by the guilt and immediately answer yes, of course I'll help? Just as I looked toward Arksan, he spoke, answering the question I was about to ask. I will leave the decision to you. I will abide by your choice. You're leaving it up to me. I guess it was to be expected since Arksan was accompanying me as a guard, but this was difficult. Do we have any chance of succeeding? More or less. But it'll be essential for you and Amako Dano to play an active part. Amako and me? I didn't know what was up with this strange pairing, but perhaps there was some sort of plan to raise our chances of success. But before that, I had to confirm what Amako wanted to do. Amako, what do you think is the best thing to do? I'll follow along with what you decide, Yusato. But personally, I want to save them. Despite saying you would follow along with what I'll decide, you smoothly added that you want to save them. You are just. While the two of them looked expectantly at me from both sides, I sighed. In front of me, Nisan was looking at me with uneasy eyes. It was impossible to choose the option of abandoning her. In fact, it felt like I would regret this decision for the rest of my life when I look at her like this. Nisan, are physical attacks effective against that necromancer? It does have a real body, so it should be effective. I think. My sole concern disappeared. I made eye contact with Nisan. I raised my hand towards my chest and grasped tightly. It'll be settled if I just knock him out. I should quickly beat up this necromancer that's causing a nuisance to everyone in the village so that it can be peaceful again. It made me feel sick to think that there was someone who would control the dead villagers to cause trouble for the same village. Nisan held her hand against her mouth once she heard my words. The village's situation must be really bad. I was looking at her in concern because she was deeply moved, to the point that her body was trembling. Thank you, very much. I was, always anxious. Afraid. Don't cry, don't cry. It's fine if you are delighted, but please spare me from the tears. Nisan held both of her hands against her face to conceal her tears. Then, an unexpected voice greeted us. I've heard everything. Tetra-san. Tetra-san wiped her hands as she entered the room. Nisan, whose eyes were now a little red, looked astonished at Tetra-san who sat next to her. It looks like you've talked quite a bit during the time I wasn't present. But I have a good grasp of the contents. Thank you. Whether it is this child or the strangers in this village you would save. However, we just can't leave everything to your group. In other words, I thought it would just be me and Arc-san, along with Amako and Blurin for support. But it looks like Tetra-san won't just make us do everything. As I asked, Tetra-san lifted her head and gave a gentle smile. I'll talk with the village chief tomorrow. Maybe get some young men to accompany your group and take down the monster dwelling in that dark mansion. It's probably better to have more people, right? Yes. It would actually be better to have more numbers for this plan to succeed. Arc-san replied. Nevertheless. Zombies and a necromancer, hey. For an event that we happened to come across in a village, it was a fairly dangerous one. Afterwards, we all went into our respective rooms to rest. It's been a while since I've slept on a soft bed, so a lot of the fatigue I've accumulated is now gone. With Amako's identity as a beastkin, it was difficult to find a safe place to rest. It might have been the correct choice to receive Nisan and Tetra-san's kindness. I continued with my training, feeling grateful for the two of them. As I'm up against a necromancer, I should do whatever I can and make the proper preparations. For the time being, it's muscle training. Diligently forging my muscles like this, only training won't betray me. To achieve the results I desired, I continued to train my own body. Wait, aren't I immersing myself a little too much into training? Well, there was no point in questioning it now. Without taking any breaks, I did sit UPS, then healed myself for about 30 minutes. My body felt warmed up now, so I carefully descended from the tree. Yet, it's gotten a lot brighter now. Before I noticed it, my surroundings were much brighter and I could observe the village in greater detail. From the appearance alone, it looks like a peaceful village, but if I didn't know anything, I would think it's just an ordinary village. But someone was disturbing the peace and putting this village in danger. This wasn't good. I shouldn't think too much about this, or more violent emotions might overcome me. Anyways, I guess I should start again. After taking a deep breath, I jumped and grabbed the large branch again. I was going to do chin-ups with one arm this time, or that was my intention, but I noticed someone's silhouette behind the door and dropped back to the ground again. Who would be up this early? I tilted my head to the side and faced the door. It looked like the other party realized that I had noticed them and opened the door with reservation. Nisan. I'm sorry. The person who appeared was Nisan. Why was she up at this time? Sorry. Did I wake you up? That's not it. I always wake up at this time, so I noticed that you weren't in your room, Yusato-san. Because of that. Ha ha ha, calm down. I understand. So that's why she realized? From her personality, she was probably hesitating and didn't know when it would be a good time to step out from the door to greet me. She took slow breaths and calmed down. Then she looked at me with eyes full of curiosity. Do you always train? Yup. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but Yusato-san, you operate your healing magic as you move your body, right? That's a little off. When I first started, that was certainly the case. But recently, it's been different. It was right after the battle against the Demon King's army that I wanted to change how I used healing magic. It's a good thing that healing magic can heal my fatigue, which causes me to not feel tired, but there's a big problem with using my healing magic all the time. It's just not efficient. Furthermore, it's not effective to train like that. In that case, how do you train? How I would normally train is, I would push my body to its very limits and use healing magic. Then continue to endlessly repeat this process. A continuous cycle of destruction and restoration. Something like that? That sounds a little too cool though. I push myself to my very limits and use healing magic. Then I push my healing magic itself to its very limit, until I can no longer use it. I repeat this over and over. I didn't think you could use healing magic like that. No wonder you're superhuman. Hearing her uneasy voice, I asked if something was wrong. But she just waved her hands in panic and told me it was nothing. I felt like I heard a voice from her I shouldn't have. Don't tell me, that was bloodlust? She looked like a quiet and obedient girl, but maybe her real personality was harsher. I shouldn't think about it too much. I made sure to not show the disturbance I felt in my gut, and pretended to be calm. That reminds me, what country are you from, Yusato-san? What country I'm from? I'm from another world. No way I could say that. Unlike Kiriha and the others who I trusted to a certain extent from our time together, it was probably a better idea not to involve a girl I had only met yesterday and tell her I was from another world. The kingdom of Lingle. It's quite a distance away from here. But why are you traveling? Since you are going past this village, I understand that the place you are heading to is Samariel, but you don't look like traitors. Yet. Just how much could I tell her? It probably isn't necessary to tell her about Amako's foresight and how I'm on a journey to save her mother. It's enough for me to talk about how I'm a journey to deliver these letters to inform about the danger of the Demon King's army. I gave a simple explanation to her about the fight with the Demon King's army, the letters, and my time in Luquis. Of course, I omitted some parts. It seems like a difficult journey. That's right. Even so, we have to do it. At any rate, the entire continent might be at risk due to the Demon King if nothing is done. The Demon King, an existence that was defeated by a hero long before I was born. Before she was born. It was several hundred years ago, so obviously she wasn't born yet. However, I really wonder what the previous hero, before Senpai and Kazuki, was like. I didn't know anything except for the fact that they're a legendary person who took down the Demon King. I wonder just how strong they are. In the present, they were like someone from a fairy tale, so there was probably no real way of knowing. In addition, thinking that the demons will come and attack in large numbers. It's frightening. The Demon King aren't as scary as you imagine them to be, you know? At the very least, the demon we're looking after is a sore loser and useless. Which reminds me, I wonder how she'll react when she meets Nak. She might abuse her senpai status and tease him. Nak was Nak, he had an oddly serious personality. He might overwork himself. I could also imagine him crumbling under Rose's intimidation. I wryly smiled as I dwelled on these thoughts. It's not a beastkin like Amako, it's another acquaintance of yours? It might be rude of me to say this, but I really think that's unusual. I'm aware of it. Leader, or the person who taught me, had already told me at that time that I'm a peculiar person. It's a little sad for me to say it myself. What do you mean, peculiar person? But I'm envious. Envious? It seemed she secretly felt down on the inside, as she looked troubled, and her gaze wandered off into the distance. The weather looked like it might change. The clouds were covering the sky. From the time I was born, I lived here all my life. It's gotten to a point where I'm tired of seeing the same scenery. I even remember all the faces of the few villagers that live here. That's why I can only learn about new things from people I don't know. I have a thirst for knowledge and want to satisfy my curiosity. Tetra-san didn't teach you anything. That person looked like she had plenty of life experience. She lost her smile when she heard my careless words. Her eyes were no longer bright as she looked at me, and she spoke without any expression. Since I became old enough to understand what was happening around me, Tetra-san, who had picked me up, had taught me countless, valuable things. However, there's a limit. The thing known as knowledge is continuously flowing throughout the world. Since you're bearing an important mission, you're allowed to freely visit other worlds. That's why, I'm envious of you. Age heavy. After Nak, this time it was Nissan. I'm not a counselor, so why do I keep getting acquainted with people that have problems? I mean, she was born without knowing who her parents are, and she was actually envious of me. Is this how the youngsters felt in the rural areas? Just what do you want me to do? Healing magic won't heal the pain in your heart, you know? I'm sorry for saying something weird. You didn't do anything wrong, Yusato-san. No, I was too insensitive. Sorry. It seemed like she had come to her senses as her face went pale and she bowed her head to apologize. This was really unpleasant. This was all that necromancer's fault. It was possible that he and the zombies he was controlling was the cause for the mysterious disappearances. Well then, I'm going to continue training. Why yes. It seemed like she needs to prepare breakfast since she bowed again and quickly retreated back into the house. Knowledge, hey. Because of her, those words slipped from my mouth. There certainly wasn't a good place to study properly in this village. She could probably only gather information about the world outside from the gossip of traders and travelers. She couldn't just easily say, "Can I go outside?" either. She was a girl that wasn't too far apart from me in age. It was too much to ask for an ordinary girl like this to travel. She could encounter bandits and monsters along the way. For the time being, I should focus on the problem of the necromancer. As I murmured to myself, I grabbed the large branch once more and resumed my training. During lunchtime, Arc-san and I were invited by Tetra-san to head over and talk with the village chief. I didn't want to make Amako wear her hood every time we go out, so she was staying at the house with Ni-san. The talk began with 5 people: me, Arc-san, Tetra-san, the village chief, and a young man. It seemed like Tetra-san had already mentioned that we had intended to defeat the necromancer since the village chief didn't explain anything, but... We are all very grateful for your intentions, but... Honestly, it's very difficult for me to agree to fight that monster. The chief stroked his grand beard and spoke harshly. Why is that the case? We don't want to carelessly invoke the necromancer's anger. It's possible for this village to be destroyed. But more importantly, we don't know how strong all of you are. In other words, they didn't want to make the situation any worse. What should we do, Arc-san? I glanced at Arc-san who was beside me. It seemed like he had expected this response from the chief and started to speak in a gentle tone. We have someone capable of using fire magic in our group, which is something the zombies are weak to. In addition, Yusato Dono, the person beside me, can single-handedly crush a group of zombies underfoot. In terms of fighting strength, you can think of him as a very dexterous magician. Those zombies. This young man can single-handedly defeat those zombies. Arc-san. I don't think it's a good idea to use a term like crush underfoot. It's very easy to misunderstand. Look, the chief and the person behind him were both gazing at me with their eyes wide open. Tetra-san, is it really true? I didn't see it myself, but it seemed like that's what really happened according to Ni. I can't imagine that child lying. The chief was puzzled when he heard Tetra-san's words and folded his arms. You two. How do you plan to defeat the necromancer? Using diversion tactics. Diversion, tactics. Yes, we'll act as bait for the zombies. During that time, Yusato Dono will slip through the wall of zombies alone. Without being aware of his existence, he will infiltrate the mansion. It will depend on if he can find the necromancer, but once he does, he'll defeat him. The plan is something like that. It was an unexpectedly simple plan. It was easy to understand what to do. Will you really be able to easily enter that mansion like that? There's no problem with that part. Within our group, we also have someone who excels in detection magic. So this is where Amako's magic will play a role. If we used her foresight, we could easily find a hole and slip past their detection. We'll be able to know the movements of the zombies inside the mansion as well. Then I'll appear right behind the necromancer and give a bang with my punch and immediately settle everything. What do you think? I think it's a plan with a good chance of success. After Arc-san spoke, the chief didn't say anything. After 30 or so seconds passed, he opened his mouth to break the silence. We are powerless. Even if we can defeat the zombies, nothing will change as long as we don't defeat the necromancer. The necromancer might just retaliate against us, causing a great number of people to be injured. Retaliate? Besides that, some of those zombies. They were our family and friends. It's painful for us to face them. But above all this, what I fear the most is that once I pass away, I'll be revived as a monster that will attack my grandchildren, son, wife, and friends that I've tried to protect. Chief. The person behind the chief showed a sorrowful expression once he heard the chief's depressing words. To be unable to comprehend after your death that your own body is attacking the people you once knew. It was a scary thought. It was likely that this person had seen the zombie of someone he once knew. And had to take care of it with his own hands. I've already had enough. I can't let that monster do whatever it wants. The deceased should rest in peace. Yusato Dono, Arc Dono, let me personally request this. Please let us cooperate. I warmly welcome it. However, if it's dangerous, please withdraw. The chief put his hands on the table and gave a deep bow. That's true. Seeing people you once knew being manipulated like puppets and having to fight against them was very demoralizing. As expected, the necromancer's power was in really poor taste. Anyhow, we obtained the cooperation of the villagers. There was one more thing that was on my mind. Arc-san, when will I infiltrate the mansion? Not yet. The zombies are more active in the daytime, so it would be best to start the plan at night. Also, it should be easier for you to sneak in when it's dark. Looks like I'll be going at night, hey. Even if it was unlikely for me to be spotted by the zombies, there was no guarantee. Moreover, a Western-style mansion like that is usually affiliated with the horror genre. The fact that I know a necromancer is dwelling within that mansion. Spooky things really are scary. In that case, we'll be attacking tonight? Yes. Once the chief saw Arc-san nod, he turned to address the person behind him. Gather all the young men in the village. Tell them that we'll subjugate that vile necromancer tonight. But don't pressure them. Only get the ones who have the resolve to fight. Naturally, you're no exception. Don't force yourself. Yes, but chief, you. I don't have much longer, I will be accompanying them and overseeing the battle. I understand. I will inform them. The villager nodded at the chief's words. He then gave a bow before running out. With this, we would have help from the villagers. I just had to make preparations until night time. I turned towards the window and looked outside. I couldn't see it, the forest blocked my view, but beyond the tree line was the mansion where the monster manipulating the dead dwelt. We would be blocked by zombies, all of which possess a tremendous amount of physical strength and endurance. Just you wait, necromancer. I'll leave the zombies to Arc-san and the villagers. Amako and I will use a cowardly and unfair method to reach the person controlling the dead and beat him up. Although I could feel fighting spirit welling up within me, I feigned calm and raked my fingers through my bangs. What a look on his face. It looks reliable. He really has become similar to Rose. As expected of Usato Dano. The chief and Arc-san voiced their thoughts, seeing something in my expression. The chief sounded afraid while Arc-san was enthusiastic. What do you mean? Reliable look. Similar to Rose? There's no way I could make such a dreadful face. Probably. The light from daytime had disappeared and night had fallen. We were completely enshrouded by the darkness inside the forest. The moon had concealed itself behind the clouds, with no visible light shining from it. Normally, I would feel a sense of melancholy from the fact that this unique source of light was being covered, but it was different tonight. This was an ideal scenario for us if we were planning to subjugate the necromancer. I, Amako, and Arc-san were near the entrance of the forest waiting for the other villagers. Once they arrived, I was honestly surprised. I didn't think so many of them would come. About 30 men were behind the village head, carrying farming tools or worn-out swords. All of them looked somewhat nervous as well. This is just proof that everyone thinks that this situation can't go on. But, we just didn't have the courage to stand up. The fact that we can display our resolve is thanks to your group. The village head sounded embarrassed, but his words were stiff. I've obtained the cooperation of the villagers, but if I were to fail to take down the necromancer, it's these villagers who would suffer under the necromancer's wrath. In that scenario, although it would be painful for my heart to do so, I would have no choice but to destroy and break all the limbs of every zombie, rendering them immobile. Arc-san's magic was limited, so I had no choice but to take the initiative. In addition, I'm a bit late to say this, but recovery magic is one of my strong points. Once this is all over, please send any injured people to me. I'll be able to heal them right away. Usato Dano. Thank you for your consideration. I couldn't tell them I was a healing magician just before the battle, as it may cause them unnecessary concern. Instead, I decided to tell them that I was good at recovery magic. The village head felt a sense of security, knowing that the wounded would receive proper treatment. After I finished speaking, Arc-san took over and began talking with the villagers. He was probably explaining tonight's plan to them. As a knight, he really had the expertise when it came to working in large groups like these. He was really reliable. Amako, whose head was completely covered, made her way towards me and asked a question. Usato, are you taking Blurin along? When we told the villagers about Blurin, they were afraid. I feel bad for him, but he'll be staying in the house. Leaving that aside, how's your magic performing? I'll be depending on you tonight. It's perfectly fine. Also, I can see well in the dark. You can rely on me for that too. Ha ha ha, how reliable. Although I was used to the dark due to my time in Dark Lingle, I wouldn't be able to move well in complete darkness. In that case, a beastkin like Amako will really help. It's our first time fighting together, but I have a feeling that it'll go well. That's true. One way or another, this is the first time. Was she nervous? Usually, she would go, "What's the matter, Usato? You're being so honest to the point that it's disgusting," or something like that. But she responded with empathy instead. My mouth stopped moving for a moment and I felt embarrassed. Maybe I should try to make a joke here to dispel this tension. Well, from what I've heard, the necromancer shouldn't give us that much trouble, but if the situation is different than what we expected and we are in a pinch, what would you do? I'll carry you on my back. Ha! This was the first time that I heard such a chilly voice coming from you. I wiggled my finger and told her to not misunderstand. Then I began to thoroughly explain to her the ultimate tactic that I thought of. You'll use your magic as I move and attack. It's simple, but I also think it's an invincible combination. You'll be able to focus on using your magic. If you can't see that far ahead with your magic when you're moving, then you can just get on my back and I'll move. You just have to tell me about the enemy's movements and instruct me what to do. With my reflexes and your foresight, we'll be able to read the opponent and then I'll deliver a strong blow to finish them. In other words, we'll be the strongest as long as we team up. Sorry. I was frightened of Amako, who was looking at me with those expressionless eyes behind her hood. Actually, I couldn't really see her face. Which is why her eyes stood out even more. She just silently turned her head. Or rather, I'm really curious as to how her ears move under that hood. Yusato-san. Someone suddenly called me. When I turned to see who it was, I could see Nisan running towards me. I could see a bit since the villagers were carrying torches, but it was still quite hard to see. She ran recklessly to reach me. She was trying to catch her breath, and when she looked at me, I was suddenly hugged. I would have never expected that I would be embraced like this all of a sudden. As I was bewildered and trying my best to collect myself, I looked at my surroundings for help. However, Arksan and the villagers didn't do anything. Actually, the 30 to 40-year-old looking men were wryly smiling at me. The men that were around 20 years old looked at me with jealousy. Meanwhile, Amako raised her eyebrows and looked at me speechlessly. This isn't supposed to be my role. This is something Kazuki or Senpai should be doing. The situation had exceeded my understanding, I couldn't even feel anything. Rather, why did she suddenly hug me? It's impossible that she fell in love with me, with something like the suspension bridge effect. With the current state of the village, I doubt she has time for such a feeling. Moreover, it's only been a day since we've met. It's hard to imagine that she harbors a deep affection towards me when such a short amount of time has passed. Even if it was love at first sight, that was just a momentary delusion. As I was someone who had to go on a journey, I couldn't reciprocate those feelings. For the time being, I held her shoulders and loosened her hands that were on my back. Although I felt a little reluctant, I didn't show it. You don't need to worry, I'll be fine. What's with that reaction? Her eyes were wide open in bafflement, but I continued with my words. I'll beat up that necromancer that's making everyone in the village suffer. I'll save this village, the villagers, and corpses that the necromancer is controlling. So you don't need to worry about anything and can just wait here. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful that you would lend us your strength to this extent. For some reason, Nisan was shaken by my words and bowed her head repeatedly. As a result, she retreated, placing some distance between us. I feel like if Senpai knew about the hug just now, something outrageous would happen. On the other hand, it feels a little regrettable for it to end just like that. In reality, I've experienced being punched and beaten up by a female. But I've never had such a gentle interaction with a girl such as a hug. If I think about this anymore, I might start crying from remembering the abuse I received from Rose. I headed over to where Arksan was and urged him to move on. Arksan. Let's depart soon. Let's see. Is everyone done with their preparations? In response to Arksan, the villagers shouted vigorously. Their morale was sufficient. In that case, all that was left was to take down that detestable necromancer. Along the way, we didn't meet any zombies. It was ominous. Were they condensed inside the mansion? Or perhaps they were scattered around randomly? I didn't know. In any case, we were able to reach the mansion without anyone getting hurt. The Western-style mansion had an uncanny atmosphere, along with zombies sporadically surrounding it. The zombies were probably spread out in such a way that they could see everything in the circumference of the mansion. Arksan, who carried a torch at the head of the group, had halted. Then he turned to face me and Amako. Let's separate here. We'll draw the zombies from the front while the two of you will try to infiltrate the mansion. I understand. Well, let's go, Amako. Yeah. Be careful, Yusato Dono. Everyone in the village, please don't overdo it. As the villagers sent us off, Amako and I walked on another path. The leaves on the bushes and trees were much thicker here, making it even darker than the previous path. It really was dark. Amako, lead the way. Yeah. Don't lose sight of me, okay? I got it. As I kept my eye on Amako in front of me, I remained cautious. I would be able to react immediately if we encountered any zombies. Yusato, stop. My feet stopped in place once I heard Amako's hushed voice and bent over. After a few seconds, a nearby bush rustled and I could hear a groan from a zombie. If it wasn't for Amako, I would have been spotted for sure. Seeing the future was really great. Yoo-woo-woo. I could hear loud shouts from men behind me. I could see that the villagers and Arksan near the mansion, They had torches and were shouting to inspire themselves. Once the zombie near us heard those shouts, it started making its way to where Arksan was. Looks like Arksan and the others have started. We'll quickly advance through this gap they made. The plan was going well so far. Amako and I had to do our best too. I braced myself and we started to move again. We circled around to the back of the mansion. After making sure there weren't any zombies around, we got closer to the window. Without making a sound, I placed my hands on the window to open it. There was no resistance at all. It looks like it isn't locked. We were up against a monster, but this was really careless. There's a possibility that this is a trap, but we didn't have the option to pull back. As long as we can enter and settle everything, it'll be our victory. I stepped into the mansion with Amako. The room we entered was strangely tidy. That made it all the more eerie. It feels like something might just pop up. I could hear a zombie close by, outside of the room. I held my breath and got closer to the door. I made eye contact with Amako and waited for her instructions. It's not directly on the other side. There's a hallway. A really wide one. If you walk down it and turn a corner. I found it. A wide hallway, a bit further around the corner. I honestly wanted to avoid it, but it might just make things more difficult later on. Alright, I'll quickly disable it and we'll continue to advance. I walked up to the window and tore off the curtains. I wore it over my shoulders and placed my hand on the doorknob. Even if they're zombies, it really pains my heart to do this, but I have no choice. Amako, tell me when it's coming. Leave it to me. We both nodded in understanding. Once Amako instructs me, I will move. Since I knew the other party was a zombie, there was no need to hesitate. I waited for Amako's signal to ambush. Yusato, now. At the same time Amako signaled me, I turned the doorknob. Once the zombie entered my line of sight, I struck its shoulders without holding back. In addition, I swung my leg in a sweep and smashed apart both of its knees. Lastly, I used the curtain I tore to gag it and cover its head. With this, it was completely powerless. The zombie squirmed, but its mouth was shut tight and its broken limbs were scattered below me. Backing away. Amako said this with a pale face, upon seeing what I had done in just an instant. All I did was cover its eyes, kick its knees, and pin it down. Since I could do it, it can't be helped, right? I didn't see it at all. The zombie's arm suddenly flew off and it was already on the ground in the next moment. I thought that you finally couldn't suppress your desire to take down these zombies anymore, Yusato. Just what kind of super creature do you think I am? Ha ha ha, you're just saying that from your imagination, right? Ha ha ha. Amako's mouth distorted into a frown and voiced her displeasure when she saw the zombie trying to get up. Any living human who discarded their compassion and didn't show any mercy could probably do this much. Half a san could probably do the same. While that may be true, the times when I'll punch for real is probably never. I tossed the zombie that was tied up into the room nearby and resumed our search. Ah, seriously. I dislike fighting. The inside of the mansion was much more spacious than I had imagined, and it was a little anticlimactic as there weren't that many zombies. We haven't encountered any zombies since the first one. But I could see that the building had been cleaned and maintained. It definitely looked like someone was living here. Did the person living here like to collect antiques? Along the hallway we were in were beautiful sets of armor. When I knocked on one with my fist, I was astonished. If these were all the same type of armor, it wouldn't sound like this. There were sets of armor lined up in this hallway with different designs. The weapons were also not the same. There were swords, morning stars, also. What's this? A halberd? A normal person wouldn't be able to use a weapon this big. It was taller than me and looked like an axe and a spear. The armor that wielded this halberd was over 2 meters in height. Whether it were the armors, weapons, or designs, there was nothing in common between them. It was like a museum. As my thoughts got sidetracked, Amako suddenly spoke as she looked at a set of armor. I don't think they're that old. I've seen various sets of armor when I was traveling. Meaning, they weren't an antique collector. They were just collecting these new pieces here for some reason. It was probably just the hobby of the owner of this mansion. Or what Arksan mentioned before. It could be related to that rumor. Although nothing has happened in these past few years, there was a strange incident where people went missing. There were rumors of strong individuals suddenly disappearing. Seeing this strange scene, it could be related. It might have been the necromancer who was behind it all. But in that case, there was one thing that didn't make sense. Why did Nisan and the villagers not tell us? Of course, that was assuming that the villagers were aware of the rumors. The disappearances happened near this village several years ago, but wouldn't some of the villagers think that the necromancer did it? Despite that, I haven't heard anyone mention it. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Wait. What's wrong? There's a room with light ahead of us. As we were walking down the hallway, Amako abruptly stopped and said this. A room with light. Was it finally time to confront the necromancer? I proceeded with caution and saw an opening where light was shining through. Is the necromancer inside? Not there. Amako responded in surprise. Were we expected? I decided to open the door just to confirm what Amako had said. The first thing I saw was the small light being emitted from a magic tool. Wah! There was an entire library inside with books everywhere and shelves that reached all the way to the ceiling. For a personal collection, there were just far too many books. Although I was shaken, I made my way towards the magic tool and picked up one of the books. It was a light brown and tattered book. Once I flipped it around, I found the title. Court of the Key Hero. I couldn't read the author's name due to the book's poor condition, but it looks like a book about a hero. It wasn't about Senpai and Kazuki, it was probably about the previous hero. Since I was curious, I opened the book. I did my best to not treat the book roughly and cautiously turned the pages. But it looked like all the pages were worn out and unreadable. Looks like I can't read it. But I guess it's to be expected. You normally can't read a book this old when it's written with ink. Thinking that, I was about to close the book. But something caught my interest and I stopped. In the center of one page, there was one sentence written while the rest of the page was empty. He hated people, yet he hath loved us. He was referring to the hero, right? In that case, a hero hating people, maybe it's referring to someone else. Maybe he loved the same race? I don't get it at all. In the first place, I didn't know if what's written here was even true. But I am curious about it, so I'll take it along. I felt a slight sting as what I was doing was no different from stealing, but I proceeded to place the book inside the breast pocket of my coat. Even though the other party was a necromancer, I still felt guilty. I nonchalantly picked up another book and scanned over it. However, hey? I can't read it. How strange. It was different from the previous book, there was nothing binding it and keeping the pages together. It was an extremely suspicious black book. In the first place, a language comprehension magic was cast on us when we were first summoned into this world. I've been able to read everything up till now, but I couldn't read the characters on this book. As an experiment, I tried taking a look at the other books. I could read them normally. In that case, it was just this book that was odd. Amako, can you read this? What's this? I handed the book over to Amako, who closed her eyes and concentrated on the book with her magic. Her eyes slightly opened after only a few seconds, but in the next moment, her eyes were wide open. She looked at me in complete disbelief. Was she able to discover something strange? It was apparent that her reaction wasn't normal. Amako then opened her mouth and, trembling, spoke. Unbelievable. Yusato, this is a book of magic arts. Magic arts? You're able to read it. It's a term I haven't heard before in this world. I can't read it. But the fact that I can't read it is why I know it's a book of magic arts. Amako, what's this book of magic arts? I've seen it before back at home, but it's similar. Yusato, not being able to read this is correct and how it should be. Not being able to read it was correct? What did that mean? Did that mean not just anyone can read and understand it? Yusato, this is bad. The necromancer might be a monster that is able to use this book. Is that bad news? It's not on the level of just bad news. I understood just from how flustered she was acting. Magic arts, you see, are something that an ordinary person would have to spend their entire life practicing. If they're lucky, they might be able to use one portion of what's in the book. That's how difficult it is. But phrasing it in another way, it's a technique that may not reward you even after spending a great amount of time and effort. Spending your entire life just to be able to use it was far too strict. Who would make something like this? At the very least, they weren't human. You can think of magic arts as something similar to reinforcement, but in this day and age, there isn't anyone using it anymore. After all, why spend so much time trying to remember something when there's a way of using magic that's several times more worthwhile? Well, that's true. It might have been my first time hearing about magic arts, but even I understood that part immediately. Magic arts was a technique that had far too many cons for humans to use. Dedicating your whole life to learning it was a difficult hurdle to overcome. However, the enemy we were facing wasn't a human. What's the lifespan of a necromancer? If I remember, several times that of humans. Of course. Even worse, we didn't know what kind of magic arts this book held. It was possible that there might be more books like this inside the library. I didn't know how strong magic arts were, but it was definitely something I couldn't underestimate. Let's hurry and find it. I have a bad feeling about this. Yet, the strange existence of magic arts. I wonder what influence it will have on us. Feeling uneasy, Amako and I both exited the library and resumed our search for the necromancer. A bit of time passed after Yusato Dano and Amako Dano had infiltrated the mansion. The villagers and I would gather the zombies in front of the mansion, and I would cast my fire magic at the center to defeat them. Fortunately, everything was proceeding smoothly and no one was hurt as we acted as a diversion. Strange. It was proceeding so smoothly that it made me uneasy. The zombies were moving exactly like we predicted. I felt a sense of insecurity overcome me, as something didn't seem right. I should give it a try. I enveloped my sword in flames and cut down the attacking zombies. Looking at my surroundings, the villagers with farming tools were pushing the zombies back while the ones with swords were swinging at their limbs. Most of the zombies couldn't move by now but zombies were still coming out. The village head sighed in relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then he called out to me. As expected, Arcdano. No, I wouldn't be able to do anything alone. It's thanks to everyone else that I can swing my sword to my heart's content. Thanks to the villagers, I didn't have to worry about my rear and could focus on fighting the zombies in front of me. As a result, even someone as unskillful as me could take care of the enemy and protect these villagers. I hope Usato Dano will be successful. If it's him, he will be fine. You have a lot of faith in him. Of course, we're comrades. We have fought on the same battlefield and on the same side. I knew he was someone who is tough and wouldn't yield, no matter who the opponent is. For someone like him, I didn't think he would lose to something like a necromancer in the slightest. However, I should go support them soon. If Usato Dano isn't able to find the necromancer, the two of them will really stand out inside the mansion at some point. I would need to save both of them. I decided to inform the village head of my intentions. After we defeat the zombies here, we'll be entering the mansion. I suspect there will be zombies inside as well. Hello. I was puzzled, as there was no response, so I turned around. At that instant, the village head swung his sword down at my wrist, knocking my sword away. Everyone? What are you? I was shocked at the sudden attack and retreated a few steps on reflex. But this time, the villagers that were fighting alongside me are now restraining me. What's the meaning of this? Betrayal. No, that's not it. This is... The village head didn't respond to me and his eyes looked empty. He was also restraining me with a tremendous amount of strength, something an aged person like him shouldn't have. The other villagers holding me in place were similar. They're being controlled. The villagers didn't set me up. The person who was controlling the villagers had set up a trap. In that case, the moment we entered the village, This isn't good, Usato Dano. I had to warn Usato Dano and Amako Dano who were still inside the mansion. Just as I was about to shout, the controlled villagers forced me on my knees. Just like I expected, this is interesting. The voice came from behind. I tried to turn my head and look behind me but I was held in place. My entire body froze once I heard the person's footsteps coming from behind me. I also noticed that the surrounding zombies slightly trembled and looked at the approaching figure like yes, it looked like they were servants awaiting for their master's orders. And it could also control living humans. I only knew one monster capable of doing so. So, that's it. You're the necromancer. And... Kukiku. How smart. I feel like I'll be able to have plenty of nice conversations with you. One of the villagers forcefully strangled my neck, as if it didn't want me to say any more. But the main event isn't you today. The person drew closer to me and sank their fangs into my neck. The next moment, my body lost its strength and my consciousness gradually faded. I'll probably be given a suggestion in a short moment. If she is who I think she is, I'll be her servant the next time I wake up. However, I couldn't resist anymore. Usato Dano. Amako Dano. I'm sorry. If only I noticed it sooner. The villagers restraining me had loosened their grip and I fell on the ground. In the moment that I still held a shred of conscious, I was able to see the girl's appearance, her eyes now red, like the color of blood in her gruesome smile. Author, up until now, it's been something like a prologue for Arc 3. From here on out, the real story begins. If you look back at her actions up until this point, they were really suspicious, weren't they? Magic arts were introduced but due to their high degree of difficulty, no characters that can use it will make an appearance this time around. Additionally, it's not very user-friendly compared to the normal way of using magic. After exiting the library, we decided to search through the other rooms again. Although it couldn't be called a thorough search, we were visiting each room with Amako's foresight. With this method, we could quickly check if anyone was in the room. Arksan and the villagers were also on my mind, so we couldn't waste time by checking through each room in detail. When we reached the third floor, we found ourselves in a spacious room. Amako paused and her body slightly shook. Did she find it? Or so I thought. But the necromancer was nowhere to be found. Usato, the room we were in. No, it's nothing. Was there something about that spacious room just now? I checked the room again, just in case. Nothing looked out of place, except for the fact that it was a really large room. Amako looked slightly worried, so I started to think carefully about our situation. It was possible that the necromancer had already run away. I don't know how they noticed us. They might have started to make their escape from the lighted room as soon as we infiltrated. But it was still too soon to assume that they had already escaped. This is... We were back on the first floor. Did this door lead to the basement? I looked to Amako for an answer. It's dark, I can't see anything. There's no source of light anywhere in the room. Is it storage for food or something? Well, we'll know once we open it. I twisted the doorknob and pulled to open the door. The moment it opened, a cloud of dust and a bizarre smell came from the other side. This smell was... The first thing that came to mind was it was similar to an animal or a beast like Blurin. However, there was also something moldy mixed in as well. Cough. What is this? Did they keep animals here or something? Amako, you alright? I'm fine, it does smell a bit though. Amako held her nose using her sleeve and her gaze fell on the other side of the door. It was indeed pitch black. I couldn't tell how big the room was either. For the time being, I guess I should take a step inside and take a look. The door wasn't fully open due to the dust earlier. I opened it all the way and took a peek inside. I couldn't see anything even when I squinted my eyes. However, it feels like there's something big here. I wasn't too sure how to express it. I just felt a presence here of some sort. I couldn't see anything but I was sure of it. Oh, right. Isn't Amako here? Aren't her eyes better than mine in the dark? Amako, look ahead. I mean normally. Not with your foresight. Amako nodded and looked at the darkness in front of me. I only felt something vague, but how about Amako? I'm guessing there's some sort of large antique here. That would explain this moldy smell. As I was immersing myself in my thoughts, Amako's body visibly shook and she began to fall. Hey! I grabbed her by the collar in a panic. Amako plopped onto the floor, her strength exhausted. Just what are you doing? It's not like you at all. As I was about to voice my thoughts, she suddenly hugged my arm. Is hugging people the popular thing to do today? My sarcastic thought came to a halt when I noticed Amako was quivering. Amako, what's... No, what did you see? It must have been very startling. Amako leaned her head against my arm in silence. It was enough to frighten her this much. I should confirm it myself, right? It might be something that could harm the villagers after all. If I went back into the room with books, I could take the light and use it to navigate past this door. Just as I got up, Amako squeezed my arm even harder, preventing me from moving. It seemed like she saw what I intended to do with her magic. Her eyes were desperately telling me to stop. Yusato. Don't. Go. I mean, I'll have to investigate it either way. Our eyes met. With whom? Or maybe with what? That's not a living thing. It's something much more dreadful. I thought I had seen many things in my life already, but this is my first time seeing something so repulsive. That's why, you shouldn't. Go. I got it. Seeing Amako pleading me with her eyes, I reluctantly agreed. I could probably quickly check the basement but there's no way I could leave her alone right now. I gently closed the door and faced Amako. It's fine now. Let's search somewhere else. This was a failure on my part. Even if I didn't know, I made her look at something gut-wrenching. Amako's personality is like an adult's but she is still only a 14-year-old girl. Certain things will scare her, appropriate for her age. I felt disgusted at my own carelessness and stood up. Amako finally calmed down as well. She looked apologetic once she separated from me and said, "Sorry, for saying something so selfish. I don't mind. I'm not such a narrow-minded human that would get angry over something like this. Even though you get mad over small things all the time. That's because you're always saying something cheeky." Amako pouted in dissatisfaction and I awkwardly smiled. Afterwards, we continued our search for the necromancer. There are almost no more rooms left to search. After we finish searching through most of them, let's meet up with Arksan. Just where is the necromancer? No, did the necromancer even live here in the first place? But I'm at least positive that someone is living here. I don't think the villagers are lying to us about a necromancer controlling the zombies. Seriously, there are just too many things I don't understand. As I continued walking, feeling defeated, I noticed it. Hey! What's wrong? Did the noises from outside disappear? Before I knew it, Arksan and the villagers couldn't be heard anymore. Even if I couldn't hear their voices, there should be some kind of noise as they were battling and acting as a diversion. It was strange. Did they already handle all the zombies or? I didn't want to think of this possibility, but perhaps they were the ones who were defeated. It looked like Amako's thoughts aligned with mine as her expression became rigid. Change of plans. We'll meet up with Arksan right now. Yet. We started jogging towards the front entrance. Searching for the necromancer was important, but the safety of the villagers takes priority. We arrived at the front door and I grabbed the knob, cracking the door open. But through the slight opening, a hand that looked like a withered branch came through and tried to grab me. I could see an entire horde of zombies on the other side trying to make their way in. Tisk. An ambush? I grabbed Amako by the collar and lifted her up, as her response would be too slow. At the same time, I delivered a kick to the abdomen of a zombie that had come through the door. Although I wasn't able to use a lot of strength in my kick, the zombie flew back and knocked several zombies down. Using this chance, I tucked Amako under my arm and ran. The groans of zombies echoed throughout the mansion as I ran. I don't know where they were hiding, but... Amako, this'll be a bit bumpy. Ha! We should get out of here first. I held Amako under my armpit, dodging zombies attacking from left and right, and made my way up the stairs. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies lurking upstairs. I kept going and arrived on the third floor. Without pausing, I headed for the spacious room. Upon seeing the door leading to the room, I immediately kicked it, smashing it open. It was an extremely expensive-looking door, but I had no choice under these circumstances. The room was no different than before and there was no sign of zombies either. We've been driven into a corner. Yusato. This was the third floor, there was no place to run. I could hear zombies slowly making their way up. Even if we turned around, we would just be trapped. Ha! What should we do? Should I try using my magic to find a spot with fewer zombies and break through? That's not necessary. Instead, there's a simpler way. Just from how these zombies have been positioned, I felt like the person controlling these zombies was purposefully leading me to the third floor with no escape routes. But there's no way I would feel timid from a height like this. Who do you think taught me? Shortly after I learned to use magic, I was thrown off a cliff by a savage brute. Kukiku, don't think you can corner me just because we're on the third floor. Wait a minute. When I abruptly opened the large window, Amako's voice quavered. Pfft, you're really a girl after all. Being scared of heights, how cute. If it was Inuyakami-senpai, she would have already fainted. However, we couldn't avoid this, give it up. Obviously, I couldn't hold her under my armpit and land like this. I placed one hand on Amako's back and the other one under her knees. I lifted her up, and moved a few steps back from the window. Don't worry. I will absolutely not let go of you. Even if you phrase it cool like that, I still don't want to. Let's go. Amako. Careful not to bite your tongue. Listen to me. I vigorously ran towards the open window and jumped off the third floor. Amako screamed soundlessly. There were no zombies below us and I was able to land safely. My legs felt a little numb, due to the fact that I was carrying an extra person. I think we were about 15 meters up. Phew. Escape. Success. I started applying healing magic on the spot to Amako, who was still in my arms. I also made sure to keep an eye on my surroundings for any potential threat. But there were no zombies anywhere outside the mansion. The zombies seem to all be inside the mansion right now. We should search for the others. Can you stand? Scary. Scary. You poor thing. She must have been really scared of those zombies. Yeah, no helping it. I set down Amako, who was still in shock, and the two of us walked on the path leading to the village. But as we did, I noticed a person's figure on the ground. They looked strangely familiar. Once I got closer, I was able to confirm it was someone we knew. Arksan. There was a bit of blood flowing down from his neck. There was no sign of movement from him. Is he asleep or dead? Are you okay? I used healing magic on him, but even after fully recovering his wounds, he didn't wake up. He's muttering and groaning, is he having a nightmare? I healed him already but I remember there were 2 small holes on his neck. It looked like something had drilled or pierced through his skin. It's possible that Arksan was like this because of that. Just what happened to him? And where are the villagers? It's possible that the villagers had run away. And then Arksan took on everything alone. Although I made an unpleasant face due to Amako's words, I couldn't deny them. Ran away, hey. The most likely scenario was Arksan telling the other villagers to run away while he fought by himself. The zombies don't pose much of a threat alone. In that case, a powerful enemy must have appeared and was outside of our expectations. However, this is... When my thoughts reached there, I heard a rustle from a bush. A zombie? Or so I thought, but what appeared was the villagers that I thought had already ran away. When Amako saw the villagers, she quickly hid behind me and pulled up her hood. In order to have a better grasp of the current situation, I called out to the village chief. Are you all right? Why yet? Leaving that aside, Arkdano is. I've cured his injuries but I'm still not sure why he's like this. What happened here? Once I said that, the villagers' expressions turned grim. Summing up what the village chief told me, the villagers were attacked from behind by another monster while fighting the zombies. That monster was exceedingly strong, their weapons apparently couldn't even damage it. Arksan wanted to prioritize the safety of the villagers. He told everyone to run away and fought against the monster alone. Is that really the truth? Arksan was a person entrusted with the duty of guarding the castle's entrance in Lingle. He was someone who took pride in being able to protect others. If someone like him fought seriously, he should have been able to protect these villagers. But just taking a look at my surroundings, there were no signs of battle at all. It's unnatural, especially if you take into consideration that Arksan was capable of using his flaming sword. There was also that wound on his neck. If he was bitten by that strong monster, then it would have been from behind. I find it hard to believe he would allow a monster to easily sneak up on him like that. You can leave the rest up to us. Please go ahead of us and return to the village first. I will carry Arksan. You Usato Dano you are. We still haven't found the necromancer yet. Also, the monster that attacked Arksan might still be around somewhere. It's possible that the monster might head towards the village. That's why you should all head back first. The villagers panicked. Are they afraid of the monster attacking their village? Or did they not expect me to do this? I don't know. Right now, I should find a place in the forest and hide Arksan so that no one knows where he is. I can entrust Amako to look after him. If the necromancer isn't here, I'll have to go through with my original plan of destroying the limbs of every zombie so they can't do anything to the villagers. I'm very reluctant to do so, but sometimes I'm just left with no choice. Well then, you should all hurry back to the village so your families know you're safe. There was no response. Thinking that it was strange, I turned around. However, my arms and legs were suddenly restrained by something. My body couldn't move? It was more accurate to say that. I couldn't move anything below my neck. When I looked down, there were bright violet patterns all over my body. I could see the patterns flowing to my arms and legs. It looked like they were binding me. What's this? Just when did these appear? Usato. What's wrong? Noticing something abnormal was happening, Amako drew closer to me. But for some reason, the nearby villagers started to attack her. Amako used her foresight to dodge the villagers' hands but she still looked astonished. These people aren't conscious. What? They're being controlled. I thought the necromancer could only control the dead. But weren't the villagers still alive? Phew phew phew. It was a laugh that didn't come from any of the villagers. The voice came from the mansion, the open window on the third floor. It was as if they were there since the beginning. They sat by the window and looked down at us in ridicule. At this moment, the clouds covering the moon had disappeared and the moonlight illuminated the entire mansion. In addition, I was able to vividly see the appearance of the figure sitting by the window. They had hair that was long enough to reach their shoulders. However, it wasn't the brown hair I was used to seeing on her. It was repainted to jet black. Her eye color had completely changed to a bright, bewitching red. Ni-san. Yes, Usato-san. She was wearing the same clothes and acted no different than before. Seeing her like that, I couldn't hide my confusion. Why are you? Can't you tell just by looking? Ni-san, who was still sitting, replied. She appeared from the mansion where the necromancer is supposed to be. Although I didn't want to admit it, she is the culprit behind this, or at least one of the people involved. Did you do this to Arksan? Phew phew phew, that's right. But it seems like you are calmer than I expected. I thought you would be more flustered. I actually want to panic more. But my body is being restricted and I can't move. This situation is bad. If these villagers aren't conscious, it means the girl in front of me might be controlling them. The villagers' eyes looked dreadfully hollow. I looked at Amako who was beside me and muttered. Amako, run away. But Usato. Don't make me repeat myself. Hurry up and get away from here. Arksan and I can't move. Look at this situation, you're the only one who can do something right now. I got it. It seems like she understood. Her hesitation disappeared and she started running towards the village. The villagers didn't move. I turned my attention to Ni-san, who was pleasantly smiling. I questioned her. Are you sure you don't want to chase after her? It'll be fine to catch her later. I'm also interested in the offspring of Beastkin but their senses are a little too sharp. I see, Ni-san. No, Ni didn't know about Amako's magic. I'm glad I decided to keep it a secret. If Ni had more interest in Amako, it would have been more dangerous. So, just what did you do to me? All I did was immobilize your body. It would be difficult to restrain you with just the zombies and villagers, you see. She sounded proud and something appeared from her hand. There was a pattern glowing on her palm, similar to the one binding me. This is a binding technique. It takes a very, very long time to build up this much binding strength. But the more time you invest, the stronger it will be. It was really difficult. I almost reached my limit before giving up because of how annoying it was. It took 6 hours. Well, I'm sure you can't understand what I'm saying. Ni blew on her hand to erase her technique and jumped off from the window. Black wings sprouted from her back and she gently descended to the ground. At this point, I was well aware that she wasn't normal. Nevertheless, this binding technique. I'm guessing it's some kind of magic art. Before arriving here, she hugged me. That was probably when she planted it on me. I thought it was strange that she hugged me there, but... I see, this is a magic art. Just like I heard, it seems like it's quite hard to learn. Why do you know about that? Well, there was a magic arts book in one of the rooms. There was light coming from that room too, so I figured it must be important. You're kidding, I forgot to turn it off. It's nothing. I guess I don't need to explain then. That's right, I'm a monster that uses magic arts. She's stubborn and evasive, isn't she? But... to think that you were a monster, hey. I thought she was just a normal village girl. I couldn't hide the fact that I was shocked that she's a monster. No, even seeing her up close like this right now. She looked just like a normal human being. Ni enjoyed how confused I looked and gave a lovely smile. She pointed at herself and said. There are monsters that look just like humans, you know? Although there aren't many of them. Then, you are the necromancer. You're half right. After all, there's no way a normal necromancer could control living humans, right? She has a point. But the book that Rose gave me to read didn't mention anything about a monster that could control living people. I'm half a necromancer, and half a different type of monster. Ha ha ha, what's with that? Don't tell me you're actually a vampire that bites people on the neck. Sorry. Seeing Ni's face stiffen, I ended up apologizing. I really didn't think she was actually a vampire. It's a rare monster, that's probably why the book didn't have any information on it. A half necromancer and half vampire. I see, if the vampires in this world were similar to the fictional ones in mine, then Ni can probably control people after biting them. She could give them superhuman strength as well through blood, or maybe she's using some kind of alteration magic. For the time being, it's clear that she has the power to control other people. Phew phew phew. You really are a strange human. Despite being restricted like this, it doesn't look like you're afraid of me at all. You don't need to compliment me so much, I'm not that great of a human. As for anything concerning fear, I have a lot of resistance against that. I lived under the same roof with a much more terrifying existence. But it seemed like there was something strange in my words as Ni let out a pft and started laughing. You're not that great of a human? That's not the case at all. I mean, you can defeat my servants with just your physical ability alone. That's already beyond extraordinary. In addition, you resisted my charm. You're really just too much. Charm. Attraction or captivation. It's one of my powers as a vampire. Most humans would be all over me and act dear, but... just what kind of mental resistance do you have? I'm fairly certain there's no way a human could normally endure it. You're saying it's all because of your power that caused my heart to beat faster when you hugged me? Actually, didn't you only hug me so you could plant this binding technique on me? I won't forgive you. Hey, why do you look angry all of a sudden? Shouldn't you have been mad earlier when you found out you were betrayed? Of course I would be, you played with my naive and simple feelings. At any rate, Ni had set up this play. She manipulated the zombies and acted from the very start. What do you intend to do with me? I'll have you talk with me. Talk? With you? She didn't want to suck my blood or treat me as a source of food. She just wanted to talk with me? No, there's no way she would go through the trouble of setting this all up if she only wanted to talk with me. She must have a different goal in mind. Ni drew closer with her hands behind her, until she was at arm's length. She smiled and then looked directly at me. I told you, right? I desire knowledge. Not the kind of knowledge you find on paper. I want people's memories and the life they experienced on their travels. But not anyone's memories will do. I want to know more about you. I want to know what kind of life you've lived so far, what kind of trials you've overcome, and all the details as to how you've come to obtain such abnormal power. There's no guarantee I'll tell you anything. You will talk. If I give you the command to talk, you will have to obey. Her lips parted from her smile and revealed her fangs. If I get bitten like Arksan, will I be controlled? In that case, were all these villagers bitten? Wait, since when have you begun to do this? I guess roughly 200 years ago? That seems to be around the time I started acting as a village girl. Then, Tetra-san. Tetra? Ah, I'm actually more like a foster parent to that child. All the villagers are being controlled by me, so all their memories and feelings are something I made up on my own whim. That's why when I said I had no parents, that was a lie. Tetra being my foster parent is also a complete lie, of course. I imprinted a memory on that child so she thinks I'm actually her daughter. I was dumbfounded at Ni bluntly speaking such careless words. 200 years, it would explain the set of armors in the mansion. During this time, no one realized what was going on. No, they did realize it, but their memory was wiped. It was also possible they were made into servants. She has repeated this process countless times. This is the truth behind the rumor that Arksan had told me. This was already beyond the level of madness. But I knew that my words wouldn't get through to her. I decided to stall for some time instead. I got it. I'll talk with you. Hey? I can just effortlessly control you, it's not a big deal. But I guess that's fine too. If it's just talking, I didn't mind. But not right now. Would it be too much to ask for you to wait until our journey is over? We have an important mission entrusted to us. I told you about it before, it concerns the future of this entire continent. That's why, wait until then. If you would like, you can make some sort of contract for me to sign with your magic arts. I'll come and meet you again. Of course, I'll come back with the intention of trampling you under my foot. I'll get the feared Great Demon King Rose and the Scary Bunch to pay you a visit. But it seemed she interpreted my words differently, as her reaction was much different than what I expected. Ni held her cheeks together and went Kia, in excitement. She was also blushing for some reason. It's the first time anyone has made such a bold confession to me. It's not a confession. Confessing while being restrained like this, am I supposed to be some kind of perverted masochist? Ni chuckled in response and proceeded to talk. But I won't allow it. I can't wait that long. I want to know what's inside your head as soon as possible. There's a crisis approaching this continent. I'm a monster, anything related to the Demon King doesn't affect me. No matter what. No matter what. This girl. I'll beat you up, little girl. Nothing at all. I smiled and pretended I didn't say anything unusual. Fortunately, she only thought she misheard what I said. In any case, it doesn't look like she any intention of releasing me. If you choose to tell me everything I want to know, you might be released sooner. Of course I'll know if you are lying right away. All I have to do is suck some of your blood. I'll obediently comply. How much do you want to know before releasing me? Yeah, until I lose interest, I guess. If I was a normal person, I would gladly accept this proposal. But I was a human summoned from another world. I must absolutely not talk about that. She treats the unknown like some sort of treasure. If I talked about another world to her, I might end up as her captive for life. I must avoid that at all costs. What are my other options? What's the matter? You'll be released faster if you tell me everything yourself. Seems like you can't answer. My coat was grabbed and I was pulled forward. Ni's curious gaze locked onto mine. She wasn't using her charm, but I couldn't look away from her. Phew, once I get the information you want to hide out of you, I'll return your sanity. Then we'll have a nice chat over some tea. A few seconds. A few minutes. I didn't know how long, but it felt like a lot of time passed as we kept staring at each other. All of a sudden, Ni gave an enchanting smile and grabbed my shoulders with her hands. It was similar to those stories I've read before, when a vampire is about to suck blood from a human. There's no way I'm going along with this. I mustered all my strength and gathered it in my right arm. I felt a surge of pain running through my arm like lightning. But I immediately used healing magic to heal it and continued to struggle. I continued this cycle of instantaneous destruction and restoration. I could see that the patterns around my arm were gradually growing dull. I felt like I would break through soon. I can do it. It's not like I could freely move yet, but I moved my arm to protect my neck. Her fangs sank into my hand. Other than the fact that I was bleeding, I was fine. It seemed like she could only control humans. She bit on the neck. Whiffy. I won't let you bite me that easily. I'm not tasty either. Ni withdrew her mouth from my hand and took a few steps back. I didn't think I could just use my brute strength to break through magic arts. But it looks like I can do it if I try. I started to do the same to my other limbs, until they could finally move. As expected, my trained and tempered body won't betray me. You just used your strength? No way. Ni looked at me in amazement as blood dripped from her mouth. Using this chance, I ran towards Arksan, who was lying on the ground. I should make my escape for now, I can't wait here to be rescued. I still felt the restriction from the bind, but it shouldn't pose too much of a problem for just running away. There's no way I'll let you get away. Capture him. While I was running to Arksan, Ni commanded the villagers. The villagers clung onto my body from every direction, but I kept advancing. Since my body didn't move as I liked right now, fighting back wasn't an option. This is something I'm used to. I would carry several injured soldiers all the time, since I'm part of the rescue squad. This is nothing. But it might be difficult if any more weight is added. While I complained inwardly, Arksan got up. Arksan. You've finally woken up. Help me out, bit. Ah, are you perhaps being controlled? As a reply, I got tackled. This is bad, this is bad. If Arksan is in Ni's hands, there's no way I could run away from here. No, even without that, I don't think there's much I can do in this situation. Kugayama. Okay. Even worse, the zombies from the mansion had started to assemble. It looks like this is really the end, there's no way I can handle that many zombies. It felt like all hope was lost, and just when I was about to give up. Guru. A ferocious growl from a beast resounded throughout the surroundings. Ni didn't understand what was going on, but I knew what this growl signaled. It looks like you've finally brought help. Arksan and I couldn't do anything right now, so there was only one other guy who had enough strength to do something. Amako understood that and called for him. I could hear him rapidly approaching. In that case, there was only one thing for me to do. Blurrin. Do it right here, including me. Guru. The beast that appeared with a powerful growl had blue fur, it was the blue grizzly, Blurrin. Riding on top of his back was Amako. Blurrin seemed to have heard my voice and continued running towards me without losing any speed. He then rammed right into the villagers. Due to Blurrin's strong ramming attack, the villagers, Arksan, and I were all blown away, but before I landed on the ground, Blurrin had already moved and cushioned my fall. Amako helped me up and I thanked the two of them. As expected of my partner. You too, Amako. Thank you. Gwaha. Naturally was what Blurrin seemed to convey while looking content. Leaving that aside, we should hurry and get away from here. But... Arksan, just as I was about to say that, I stopped. We couldn't save Arksan right now. Perhaps Amako knew that and tried her best to not mention it. We couldn't save you right now, but... we'll save you no matter what. I got onto Blurrin's back and proclaimed to Ni, who was overcome with surprise. I'll come retrieve my comrade tomorrow night. I'll leave Arksan in your hands until then, Ni. Ni glared at me after I spoke and Blurrin ran in the opposite direction of the mansion. A necromancer that is causing a village to decline. That's just what it looks like on the outside. It's just a facade created by a monster who wants to satisfy its lust for knowledge. A mix of a necromancer and vampire, it's a formidable opponent, one that we have no choice but to fight. Author, it's a magic art capable of sealing the body's movements. It's actually quite a powerful technique. But Ni only spent 6 hours of weaving magic power to bind Yusato. It's normally not something you can just break with physical strength alone. After escaping from Ni, we hid in a nearby forest. We needed some time to think of countermeasures against Ni. We couldn't exactly go to the village unprepared. Even if I have my healing punch, I don't like the idea of having to attack the villagers that did nothing wrong. I'll try my best to not hurt them. I was affected by Ni's binding technique as well. I couldn't move my body the way I wanted, it made me realize again just how absurdly powerful this bind is. I had overused my magic to forcefully break out of it. I wouldn't be able to save Arksan right now, I need to let my body properly rest before confronting Ni. It's morning, hey. Right as I woke up, the first thing I caught sight of was Blurrin's slovenly, drooling face. I felt like I was leaning on something soft too. When I looked back, I realized I was using Blurrin's back as a pillow. I was about to instinctively push Blurrin's face away, but upon remembering last night's events, I stopped. I used my hand to pet Blurrin on the head instead. Thanks. I was saved because of you. Gufya. Blurrin growled in delight. It seems like he likes my left hand's touch. Wait, my left hand? I can move it. Looking closely, the patterns on my body have completely disappeared. I guess they vanish after a period of time? I had imagined that since it was magic arts, it would have a permanent effect on me. Fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. I stood up and checked my body's condition. There was nothing unusual. In fact, I felt pretty good. I think my body feels sturdier than before. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that Ni's magic art would help me with my training. I couldn't help but think that it was a good thing that I was subjected to Ni's binding magic. But I'm not a masochist. That reminds me, where's Amako? She should have been in the forest with us, don't tell me she went to the village on her own? No, she was someone who had plenty of experience for long journeys. More than me by far, at the very least. With that in consideration, I should just wait for her. I decided to sit back down next to Blurrin. After 10 or so minutes of waiting, Amako appeared from a bush. There were some leaves stuck on her hair, but she didn't look injured. I sighed in relief and walked towards her. You're awake. How's your body? You don't need to worry about that. I'm full of energy. I wound up my arm as I replied to Amako. She looked relieved, just like I did. She then presented a wrapped-up bundle. Inside, there were a bunch of fruits, and they closely resembled apples. She handed one to me. I thought you might be a little hungry. Thank you. The fruit should be fine, since Amako was the one who brought them. She worked at a fruit store, but more importantly, she had an abundance of survival knowledge. Shortly after giving my gratitude, I accepted the fruit. I wiped the fruit with my coat and then took a bite. The fruit's sweet and sour taste spread all over my mouth. Yeah, it's good. When Amako heard me softly mutter that, she took a fruit and bit into it as well. It looks like you're fine after eating it. It should be safe for me to eat too. You. I can't believe you treated me as a food taster for poison so naturally. This is the result of me spoiling her with too much kindness. Even if I could cure it with healing magic, things that harm me will still be painful. While I complained in my mind, Amako placed a fruit by Blurin and sat down next to me. How do you plan on saving Arksan? The enemies aren't the zombies or the villagers being controlled. The problem is that monster's powers and her magic arts. A half necromancer and half vampire. It was an unexpected twist. She continued to act as a village girl for the past 200 years. Her words filled with tears. And her expression when she gave her thanks, they were all lies. That should be obvious to me now, since that's what she was aiming for from the start. But I still feel shocked. I still didn't know her personal strength and combat capabilities. The only things I knew at the moment were her ability to manipulate the dead as a necromancer, her vampire powers, which allow her to control the living as long as she bites them on the neck. She could also use her charm, just by locking eyes with someone. Lastly, she also had her magic arts. Honestly speaking, it took a lot of effort on my part to break out of that bind. Blurin would probably be okay, just barely. Nee might aim for you instead. I'll be careful. Yet. It seems like there's some kind condition that needs to be met for that magic art to activate. She didn't say it herself, but I suspect that she has to come into contact with the target herself first. Otherwise, she didn't need to go out of her way to hug me. I'm certain she marked me back then. If that's the case, I just needed to be cautious. In other words, don't let her touch me. At my perfect condition, I could definitely do it even if I were surrounded by zombies and villagers. But it was possible that she possessed other magic arts as well. Since she has been living for at least 200 years, she should have one more. I don't know what other magic art she has. But I won't be able to save Arksan if I get cold feet. Also, he's being controlled, right? He might be an enemy as well. Yet. Nee was definitely controlling Arksan. I had to take this seriously and use everything I have to confront him. Wait a moment. Arksan was already bitten and under Nee's control. Was making Arksan fight the only thing she could do? No, it wasn't that simple. Nee probably searched through his memories by now, which means this is bad. Our identities have been exposed. My identity as a human who was summoned from another world. Amako, a beastkin who could use a rare and special magic that could predict the future. I can't imagine what she would do now that she knows. I only know that there's no way she would give up on us now. Ha! If I only gave Nee the impression as a healer who had a lot of physical strength, she might have still underestimated me. However, she'll probably be using everything she has to capture us now. How can this possibly get any more troublesome? Well, whatever will be, will be. I took another fruit and bit it. All I can do now is rest and maintain my body's good condition. Oh yeah, I have a book that I got from the mansion. I used my right hand to pull out the worn-out book from my coat's pocket while holding onto the fruit with my other hand. Amako tilted her head to the side in question once she saw the book. What's that? Something about the previous hero. I think. I didn't thoroughly look through the book's contents, so I wasn't sure if this book was genuine. There's still plenty of time until night. Although I didn't want to think pessimistically, I might not be able to read this book ever again after today. I should read a bit of it. Without much thought, I started flipping through the pages. Before I start writing about him, there's something I need to say. He personally doesn't like it when someone writes about him. He would prefer not to have his own achievements documented. For him, his achievements are reminders of the many lives he's taken. As he was someone who survived through many battles and stood on a mountain of corpses, he felt a pain beyond our imagination when he was praised for his achievements. But I wish to pass this knowledge on to future generations. For the bystanders who misunderstood him and didn't see his true appearance, I humbly desire for them to sympathize with him as well. He was alone. Whether it was friends or people who understood him, there was no one. His hometown and family was nowhere to be found. He walked on his dark path alone, leaving many corpses in his trail, until his hands were completely dyed with blood. He was what the humans and subhumans would call a hero. But I want whoever is reading this to understand one thing. A hero doesn't exist anywhere. It's an image people just made up because it was convenient. No matter how much strength he possessed, he was still only human. As for what I'll be writing, it's a story about one human. It's a record of our sin, a form of atonement for the distant future. There seems to be some special circumstances. After reading that far, I took a breather. What in the world is this? There was too much darkness surrounding the hero. I started reading more out of boredom, and it was consistent with the narrative in the beginning. It was carefully describing the hero's emotions and what was happening. I don't know what kind of person wrote this, but they were definitely someone who was close to the previous hero. They fought against the Demon King before, but I think the demons are completely different than before. At the very least, that's what I read. It describes the Demon King army, in a much more vulgar way than I know them. They used the magic energy of the captured humans to fuel their magic, brainwashed them, and sold them like slaves. At any rate, all I knew was that the current Demon King army was only trying to take over Lingle. Although, they did give us a surprise attack. Yikes, it's written here that the Demon King devised a plan and caused one of the human countries to become a traitor. A country, not a village. Is the Demon King really the same person as the one written here? Their methods feel really different. The person called the hero found out about this scheme and defeated them all. But there was no joy or anything from the narrator. They were simply writing down what happened. It felt a bit like the history books I've read. Looks like he had a lot to deal with. Well, I'm living in the present now. Even if I know the situation back then, the only thing I can do is give my sympathy. Even so, it looks like the non-humans idolized the hero. It seems so. I don't know that much, but my hometown does hate humans. However, I've never heard them saying they hate the hero. After hearing Amako's words, I turned my attention back to the book. I don't know if this book talks about what the hero did for the non-humans. But if they idolized him, it must have been a pretty big deal. There was a small memo inserted between the pages. When I turned to that page, there was a drawing and characters that I couldn't read. The characters are a little blurred, but an expert could probably carefully examine this to find out what it says. A crocodile? A lizard? No, it has wings too. It looked like it was spitting flames from its mouth. The wings on its back looked sharp as well. It wasn't a really good drawing. But it gave me this weird and indescribable feeling. As for the memo that was inserted here, I'm guessing Nee put it here. Perhaps she figured out what the characters are. I opened the memo. With one breath, everything was disintegrated. When its claw swung down, the earth split. When its tail moved, a mountain would be leveled. That monster, which went down the path of evil, was known as the Wicked Dragon. When that thing went past a forest, it would corrode all the vegetation and greedily devour every single living thing. When it went past a country, all the water would be polluted and the people living there would be all killed without any reason. However, he was able to defeat that monster. The battle took place in Samariel. The Wicked Dragon suddenly made its appearance there one day, causing destruction and saturating its surroundings with poison. For all the events I've written involving him so far, he has been using his magic to deal with everything. He was blessed with an unparalleled magic, but that held no meaning against the Wicked Dragon's thick and powerful scales. The battle continued for 3 days and 3 nights. During that time, even I couldn't personally witness it. But I was able to see the moment when he delivered the final blow to the Wicked Dragon. He purposely plunged inside the dragon's mouth where there were no scales. He concentrated all his power into his short sword and pierced through its bowels and heart, ending its life. No, if I had to borrow his words, he sealed it. According to him, he couldn't kill that monster right now. Knowing that the Wicked Dragon's soul still existed, it felt strangely ominous to stare at its dead body. For someone like him who has ended the life of countless demons and monsters, it was very peculiar that he couldn't kill the Wicked Dragon. He was only able to seal it away, which I found difficult to accept. When I looked at the Wicked Dragon's corpse that was standing among the rubble, I harbored a certain fear. It wasn't that he couldn't kill it, but rather he didn't want to kill it. I had a foolish doubt like that. When I voiced my doubt, he said nothing. As for what his silence meant, I did not know. The Wicked Dragon. Well, that certainly does appear often in fantasy genres. But I'll pass on having one appear in front of me. If what's written in this book is the truth, then it's definitely not an enemy I could take on. It's possible that, even with Senpai and Kazuki, we might not win. Thinking of it like that, the previous hero was really extraordinary. The previous hero was a super cheat. Yeah, there are probably novels with settings like that out there. Why was Nee studying something like this? I didn't know her that well, but this was one of the things that I couldn't comprehend at all. Or maybe she was just reading this on a whim. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Yusato. What is it? Amako suddenly called me. I closed the open book and turned my attention to her, who looked a bit anxious. Do you remember that large room from the mansion yesterday night? Ah, yeah. What about it? It was the third-story room we jumped out of. At that time, I thought I had seen that room before. It looked like the one I saw in my dreams. That's... Amako was the only capable of seeing the future, and today I was uneasy about whether or not we could save Arc-san. Which is why I didn't think or notice anything peculiar about that room. I might have just been imagining it. The room wasn't so clean in my vision, as there was rubble everywhere. Also my dream was really vague too. So that's why she looked surprised for a second back then. We were searching for the necromancer back then, maybe she was being considerate and didn't want me to worry? She is really an awkward girl who pays attention to weird things. But if the place she saw was that large room, it means the person in the mansion is the one who gets on their knees in front of me. In other words, Nee is the one who will stab me. Probably. It's decided. I'm going to deliver a healing punch to that little girl the moment we meet and incapacitate her. Once I found my resolve, Amako hung her head down a little and spoke. I know you have healing magic, so I don't need to be worried, but... She can use magic arts, so if you happen to get cursed... Cursed? Hey. That didn't occur to me at all. I can understand why Amako would feel worried. I easily fell into Nee's trap yesterday, after all. But if I'm feeling afraid before doing anything, I won't be able to advance. I think it's important to take some time to think as well, but Arc-san is being held captive at the moment. No matter what, we'll have to save him either way. I smiled at Amako and tried to lift her spirits. There's no way I would lose to something like a curse, yet. I was able to break out of her bind with just my physical strength somehow. You don't need to worry. I'm aware that you're some kind of superhuman, an eccentric person who wouldn't be considered human in most cases and able to look calm on the surface under any circumstances. But you're still more or less human. I'm worried. Alright, maybe you should be worried about me for a bit longer. This little. She actually looked genuinely worried as she said that. I gave a big sigh and leaned against Blurin, who was still sleeping. You're too restricted to that vision of yours. But there's no way it would be wrong. It's because there's no way it would be wrong. What you saw will certainly occur in the future. However, you were only seeing that from your side. In the end, it was a subjective view. It's not like I'm denying what Amako is saying, it's a little different. When you saw blood drip down from me, you didn't directly see it, right? It's possible that it isn't my blood. It could be the blood of the person trying to stab me. That person was leaning on the wall and sitting before. Also, I was covering what was happening due to my height and body build. In short, there's lots of outcomes even when you've seen the future with your vision. Lots. First of all, there's no way I wouldn't be able to avoid an injured person stabbing me with their knife. Even if I were about to be stabbed, I'm confident I can immediately destroy the attack. I'll be able to see it coming, that's why I'll be able to easily dodge it. I didn't directly state I would be able to fracture the knife with my bare hands since I wasn't sure. But with my current motion perception, it shouldn't be a problem. I could heal my wounds and fatigue with healing magic and react to surprise punches from Rose. If I dedicate everything to my vision, I should be able to cope with anything. But even you could be stabbed, Yusato. Let's see. That's certainly possible. But you're saying could, not definitely. That means there's hope, don't you think? You're being unreasonable. The sulky Amako couldn't help but let out a little smile. I can honestly understand why Amako is worried. There's no way I would feel good if I'm the only one who could see what would happen in the future. In her words, it's not necessarily true that I always see the future I desire. And there's nothing I can do. That sense of helplessness is torture. When Amako was in Lingle, she spent every day like that. However, she isn't alone anymore. Believe in me. I'll believe in you. Is it really okay? Of course. I felt a little regret, since I said something really embarrassing. But I did my best to not show it and nodded to Amako. Even if they were my real feelings, saying it out loud was embarrassing. In that case, I'll believe in you, a little more, I guess. I felt satisfaction at Amako's reply. She abruptly stood up and looked at me with a serious expression. She proceeded to say. About saving Arc-san. That. Let's do it. That. Despite how you said it yourself, you don't remember. I felt like Amako's trust in me suddenly dropped. As she stared at me with cold eyes, I folded my arms and started to think. What could that be referring to? When we were rushing to save Arc-san, did we devise some kind of plan? Diversionary tactics? Wrong. With you, Sato. Amako's cheeks blushed red and she muttered incoherently. Me and you. Once my thoughts reached there, I finally understood what she was trying to say. In other words, Amako was saying we should do the combination that I spoke of. I see, that. At that time, I was only saying that as a joke but... that was a joke. Gone. Amako received a shocking disappointment. When I said it back then, it was certainly a joke. I thought about it carefully later on and I did think it might be our best option right now. However, it was essential to take into consideration what Amako wanted to do so I didn't say anything. No, it's different now. Last night I thought that might be a decent strategy. Of course, that's only if you're okay with it. I want to save Arc-san. Moreover, I believe in you. That's why I've decided to do it. I see. Then there's no problem. If we combine, we'll get Ni in no time at all. We'll have Blur in this time as well. I'll have him mow down a lot of things. We would carry it out at night. The only other thing was Ni knowing about our real identities. I'm worried. Yeah. Hey? Where did I put it? I rummaged through the mountain of books in the library and tilted my head to the side in confusion. When I realized that Yusato and Amako came to the library yesterday, I checked to make sure that nothing was missing. After going through everything, I realized that the diary I had only one copy of was missing. I temporarily fainted when I was working on the binding technique to use on Yusato yesterday and forgot to turn the lights off when I left. I knew I was too careless but I didn't think something this troublesome would happen. I lifted my face from the mountain of books and noticed my hair was disheveled. I decided to give up searching for the diary. It's one of the few documents left about the hero. Don't tell me they took it. Normally, humans would just think it's some dirty notebook. Ah, geez. I still wanted to read it some more. I folded my arms and sat down on the old, familiar chair. I began to think. I wonder why Yusato, or perhaps Amako, would take that diary. Out of curiosity? That guy? He didn't take the magic arts book that could have a lot of value if you sell it. He took the diary which may or may not have historical value. Or perhaps the book really caught his interest. The humans were in existence that admired the hero. He was a heroic figure who was able to take on the demon king that was currently waging war on Lingle. I've heard that there's a country that blindly worshipped the hero but I don't think it was Lingle. He doesn't seem like the type to admire the hero. In fact, I don't think he would have any interest at all. There was a possibility if it was Amako. She's a beastkin, there's no telling what she's thinking. In either case, it didn't change the fact that they took it with them. Fortunately, I had a source of information that could tell me why they would take the diary about the hero. I leaned against my chair and shifted my attention to him behind me. Hey, what do you think? Arc-san. I called out to Arc-san, who was standing idly with vacant eyes, by the library's door. He was under my control and would tell me anything I wanted. His birthplace, experiences, relationships with friends, anything was possible. In reality, I would prefer to talk to Arc-san while he was fully conscious. However, I observed him for the past 2 days and came to the conclusion that he was the type of man to never betray his friends. He was popular with humans but his type was really annoying for monsters like me. Why do you think Yusato is interested in the hero's records? I used my suggestion as I asked the question. He replied in a monotonous voice. There's a link between Yusato Dano and the hero. Ha! I sprung up from my chair and ended up knocking a pile of books nearby. A link with the hero? What's with that? That sounds like something very interesting. Don't tell me it's something disappointing like him receiving a similar nickname to the hero. I asked if he was sure, as my voice shivered in excitement. He nodded. Tell me in greater detail. Ah. Actually, not now. Tell me about Amako first. I'll hear about Amako before Yusato. That piece of information was strong enough to stimulate me, even after 200 years. I'll listen to what he has to say about the unusual beastkin first. Amako Dano is a beastkin and... I know that already. Leave that out. She came to Lingle in order to save her mother back in her country. Phew, her mother, hey. My mother, that's already a memory from a long time ago. Once the humans realized my mother was a necromancer, they killed her. My father who was a vampire ended up just the same. With that being said, I don't have a grudge against the humans. If I had to say it, the humans are the bad ones since they always take revenge. Leaving that aside, she traveled all the way to Lingle. I thought she was someone amazing, but I guess that's it. The magic she uses is perception magic, right? You can leave that out too. No, that was just the lie we used to deceive everyone. I thought I was doing pretty well. You didn't trust me to that extent. Although I was playing the deceiving game too. I didn't feel like they saw through me but don't tell me they were already on their guard from that point. Well then, what is Amako's magic? She can see the future. She uses her magic to foresee it. You're kidding. Even I didn't know how to react and remain silent. This magic was a very scarce type of magic among the beastkin. The ones that possess it are considered very precious in their own country. The Beastkin tribe right now should have a princess of prophecies, known to read the flow of time. A human connected with the hero, and the princess of prophecies? What's with this combination? This isn't normal. I looked at Ark and asked while trying to suppress my trembling. Your group? No. What is Yusato? Human. Yusato Dano is someone that was summoned from another world like the hero, a human. When Ark's words came out, I couldn't comprehend them for a moment. But after a few seconds, something surfaced from my mind. Hero summoning. The method of obtaining a hero. Using teleportation magic to call someone from another world with suitable qualities into this world. No, it wasn't magic, it was more like a ritual under these circumstances. And that was what carried out here. Aha! Another world. Another world, another world, another world. What a wonderful unknown. I finally knew the reason why Yusato was being stubborn and didn't want to talk. I didn't need to confirm it, this was the correct answer. If I knew about this, I would absolutely not let go of him. I would probably tie him up like some treasure. I have lived here for 300 years and there was another world beyond my imagination out there. At first, I was just doing this for some entertainment. I thought I found a human that could help me kill some time. But after our first meeting, I changed my mind. I was interested to know more about him. And now, I've changed my mind again. I feel a great sense of attachment to him. Tell me more about that. Yes. He was summoned along with 2 heroes in Lingle. He was put into the organization known as the Rescue Squad and received severe training. The blue grizzly monster with him isn't a familiar. He follows him around with a relationship of pure trust. During the recent battle against the Demon King, he was able to save many people. Finally, he was the one to defeat one of the Demon King army's generals. The more I hear, the more I want him. Just the fact that he was a person from another world was enough to pique my interest, but his activity in this world made me curious as well. The surprising thing was it hasn't even been a year since he arrived and he was able to accomplish all this. I'll definitely capture you. Ah, but using the zombies and villagers don't seem to work. Ark-san, does Yusato use some kind of special magic? Yusato Dano's weapon is simply just his physical ability. He only uses healing magic on his body. Among all the people I know, the only one that surpasses his physical ability is the person who taught him. Wah, how frightening. When I saw him smash apart a zombie's legs during his infiltration, I was honestly stunned. It didn't even take long for him to take care of the zombie. One zombie is usually enough to hold down a normal human in 1 second. I could spend a lot of time to create binding technique again, but it might end up like last time. What if I tried fighting him myself? No way, that's impossible. My magic arts weren't suited for combat and I definitely couldn't contest against that superhuman strength of his. That's right. I could just use that. There was one thing in this mansion that was from my father's collection. It was what got me interested in the hero's records. I couldn't suppress my excitement and quickly rushed down to the first floor, where the entrance to the basement was. I arrived at the door, which gave an eerie feeling, but I opened it without hesitation. I didn't think I would make use of it, but I have no choice. There's a monster out there I need to catch. As I talked to myself, I jumped all the way down. I looked up and there was a small crack near the ceiling, allowing a bit of sunlight to pass through. I laughed. If a zombie, a human, and a monster like me won't work, then... Aha! Its frame was large enough to reach the ceiling. Its mouth was torn apart. Its right eye was gouged out. Its wing was shredded to pieces. I calmly stood in front of the monster's corpse that had only 1 eye and 1 wing. Author, I would like to point out that I have changed a character's name in the story. Before, Celica Belgret. After, Amira Belgret. Shiru, I was confused too, since I had no idea who Celica was in the story. It looks like the author made this change in some of their earlier chapters, but not all of them. Also, see you in 2 days for another chapter. Night had arrived. Blurin and I were located at a place between the mansion and the village. We were making our preparations here. We would be confronting Ni, so we couldn't slack off in our preparations. We continued until it was almost time to head out. Blurin, there will be lots of enemies outside the mansion. Be careful. Gwaha. Your worry is unnecessary. How reliable. I'm just making an assumption, but there will probably be tons of zombies surrounding the mansion. I'm not sure if Ni will use the controlled villagers. But I should definitely consider the worst case scenario. Yusato, I had a look at the villagers. How was it? With impeccable timing, Amako had come back after I requested her to take a look at the village. Her report will heavily influence my choices. All the villagers are present. It looks like she doesn't want to get them involved. I see. It seems Ni only intends to use Arksan and the zombies. What's she thinking? Is it because she thinks it's enough? Or does she have something up her sleeve? Either way, it doesn't change the fact that I needed to save Arc-san. I'll be able to go all out without the villagers present. The horse seems to be fine and our belongings should still be at Tetra-san's house. Also, here. Amako presented me some cloth, ripped from curtains. I accepted it and then questioned her, to confirm her resolve. Are you really alright with this? You're going to receive a lot of shocks, in various ways. I want to save Arc-san as well. Moreover, I'm already used to how reckless your actions can be, Yusato. Her words were filled with determination, a big contrast from last night when she said scary. Right after I jumped off from the third floor. Without saying anything, I turned my back to her and squatted down. Amako drew closer, placed her hands on my head, and lightly jumped onto my back. I took a firm hold of her legs with my arms. Once I confirmed that Amako was balanced, I slowly stood up. I thought it would be more difficult to stay balanced but it's not that bad. Simply put, I would carry Amako on my back. This was our plan. Amako would use her foresight, I would move. If things go according to plan, we'll be able to prevent any enemy attacks, as long as we can see them coming. We would truly be an invincible combination. Alright, now let's tie this cloth around us. Using the cloth I received, I wrapped it around the both of us. I tied it in place on my hips, while making sure it wouldn't be tight enough to hinder my mobility. As I expected, she was light, just like a small animal. For me, it was almost equivalent to carrying nothing on my back. How are you doing back there? Is it uncomfortable for you anywhere? Yusato, do you really not have any other thoughts on this? Ha ha ha, it's still 3 years too early for you. She suddenly gave me a strong arm choke, and it didn't look like she had any intention of letting go. It's a bit painful not being able to breathe. Stop. My face turned pale and I tapped her arm with my hand. Once she felt satisfied, she relaxed her hold. You won't have a next time. Okay. As I tried to control my ragged breathing, Amako whispered this in my ear. Her words were concise but her voice contained a chill I haven't heard before. Hey. I replied to her in a frightened voice. What's going on? Before I knew it, Amako had grasped the power to decide my very fate. I've heard the stories of how terrifying a girl's anger could be, but I would have preferred to have not experienced it just before the battle. Blurrin. Are you ready? Gurua. His large, blue body visibly shook as he roared. It seems like the preparations are finished. Amako, focus on using your magic. I'll do my very best to defend you so no attacks can harm you. It's fine, you don't need to worry about that. Good. Blurrin and I started walking towards Ni's mansion. The plan is simple. Beat Ni up right away and release Arc-san and the zombies from her control. As for releasing the villagers, there was still something that didn't add up. But I could just be overthinking it. I didn't understand her thought process for one thing. Why would Ni act as a villager? Girl for 200 years and be a substitute for Tetra-san's daughter? However, that didn't really matter now, I'll have you return my comrade. Alright. Let's go. Kyuu. Amako clung tightly to my back as I broke into a run. Only a short amount of time passed since I started running but the mansion was already in view. We knew that she was inviting us into her mansion. The room on the third floor was lit, unlike yesterday. I could also see zombies surrounding the mansion. However, they didn't concern me. I wasn't their opponent this time, after all. Blurrin. I'm counting on you to lead them away. Gurua. Blurrin charged ahead of me and rammed his body into the zombies, creating a path. The scene before me reminded me of a traffic accident from my world, where Blurrin was the car. If the zombies weren't so sturdy, there's no doubt that a normal person would sustain a serious injury from Blurrin's unstoppable charge. The bones in the zombie's body bent due to Blurrin, but they still stood up again. We didn't have the time to take care of these zombies one by one. I left the rest to Blurrin, while Amako and I proceeded to enter the mansion. Don't think I'm going to be polite and knock on the door before I enter. I kicked open the front door that had been thoroughly repaired, knocking away several zombies that stood on the other side. 3 on the right, 1 on the left, 3 up the stairs. Okay, I'll punch them. Right as Amako gave me this information, my body immediately moved to repel the oncoming zombies trying to grab me. With several punches, they were all knocked away and crashed into the walls. If I know where their attacks are coming from, it's easy to deal with them. Let's keep this pace and go up. As I ran up the stairs, the 3 zombies that Amako mentioned appeared. I calmly grabbed the assaulting zombies by the wrist and threw them hard onto the ground, rendering them powerless. Head straight. Go up to the 3rd floor. There's no one there on the stairs. Go through the door. I see, no one there, hey? Following Amako's words, I quickly went up the stairs and arrived on the 3rd floor. Once I was in front of the door, I paused. Wait, what are you doing, Yusato? Don't mind me. I'm just going to give a greeting. Yes, just a little greeting. Without minding Amako's confusion, I clenched my fist. For controlling our comrade Arksan, and for getting in the way of our journey. There's no way I wouldn't be angry. Just like I promised, I have arrived. You shut in, vampire. Punctuating my bellowed taunt, my fist struck the wooden door. Holding nothing back, my punch tore open the door. The impact was strong enough to break the hinges and send the door flying away. Good of you to have made it wait, that's dangerous. Ni had been expecting us on the other side, but she shouted in fear and fell backward to avoid her own door. The door broke through a large window, creating a big hole. My mansion is. Hey. Don't you have any manners? Can't you properly open a door? Do you realize how difficult it is to repair everything? Like I care. I can't afford to waste time with you. Before you can scheme anything, we're going to fight right away. Without being concerned about Ni's change in expression, I jumped towards her to knock her out. Yusato, don't. Just as I was in range to chop Ni, I heard Amako's warning and paused. At the same time I stopped my movements, I noticed something coming towards me, and hurriedly jumped away from Ni. A sword had appeared in the spot where I was just a moment ago. Red hair gleamed in the shadows. The unpolished dark grey sword glinted. The attacker was also wearing a dignified armor piece, something not previously possessed. Arksan stood in front of Ni. Ni placed a hand on her chest and tried to catch her breath. That was close. Fu, how about that? The situation has been reversed. Ni got up from the ground, looking proud and elated. She spoke and gave us a provocative smile as she hid behind Arksan. If I could create an opening and just knock Ni out, that was what I had in mind. However, I didn't think Arksan would be able to react this fast. I guess you're not going to move, Arksan. Silence. Although he's being controlled by Ni, he's properly protecting what he's supposed to protect. As he is someone who had many years of active experience protecting the gates of Lingle, there's no way a surprise attack like this wouldn't have been foreseen by him. I'm really at a loss. I gave a sigh and lowered my fists, realizing that any further attacks against Ni would be futile. It seemed that Ni relaxed once she saw that, as she looked curiously at Amako who was on my back and tilted her head to the side. You too, that arrangement of yours. I see. That way, Amako can focus on using her foresight magic. You heard from Arksan, I'm guessing. Of course. I've also heard a great deal about you, Yusato. As expected, she found out. If things were going to turn out this troublesome, it would have been better to take her down on our first encounter. You've been summoned from another world, right? That's right. I'm not someone from this world. I really didn't want you to know, but now that it's come to this, I can't do much about it. I'll attack from the front. I'll knock out Arksan first and focus on my fight with Ni. For that, I need to. Amako, I feel bad for saying this since it hasn't been very long, but could you get down? I got it. If I were just facing the zombies, I could still have her on my back. But against Arksan, it would be a big handicap for me. Even I didn't know how powerful Arksan fire magic was, but since he was being controlled, he might go all out. If he were to fight seriously, the first thing that comes to my mind is Mina's explosion magic during her fight with Nak. If Arksan's fire magic had at least as much range as Mina's explosion magic, there's no doubt that if Amako were on my back, she would be caught in an attack. Amako got down from my back and Arksan took up a stance with his sword in silence. I think you know, but I have no intention of holding back, okay? Your heroic feats, strength, endurance. I've heard everything from Arksan. That's why he will be fighting you with everything he's got. Oh, I'll also lend a helping hand. Just a bit. Lend a helping hand. Did she do something to Arksan? Did that armor with really bad taste have anything to do with it? Looking at Arksan, the armor he was wearing covered his entire body, it was far too big and hollow on the inside as well. It looks like I won't know what he's hiding unless we fight. Do it. The moment she commanded him with her voice, Arksan immediately rushed out towards me. Judging by the sharpness of his blade and how it was enshrouded in flames, he could easily cut me in two. Arksan. I avoided his downward slash by taking a step back, and then I focused healing magic in my fist. There was no meaning to using my healing magic against the zombies, but the story changes if my opponent is a living person. I'll use my healing punch to immediately knock him out. But before I can, I had to knock away that sword from his hands first. When I faced Hafasan at the school grounds, I was able to deflect his staff with my fists. But if I made contact with Arksan's sword, I would be the one injured and bleeding. It might not seem like a big deal since I was just fighting against a different weapon, but that's not true at all. Furthermore, Arksan was an expert with the sword. If I charged in recklessly, there was a possibility of receiving a fatal wound. His flaming sword swung from below me, I leaned back as it almost grazed the tip of my nose. If I had been hit by that, it wouldn't have ended with just a simple burn. I doubt Ni has the intention to kill me, but she's probably okay with capturing me half dead. Even if I were half dead, I had confidence that I could fully revitalize myself. However, I'd rather not get sliced by a flaming sword. Anyhow, I should throw away my hesitation and just face Arksan without holding back. It'll be over if I can just knock him out. I'm sorry. I'm going to punch you. While being careful of the trail of flames his sword left behind with his swing, I used my right hand to grab his sword hand. I then used a healing punch with my other hand to strike his breastplate. I definitely felt the impact transfer to Arksan's body. With this, it's finished. But the moment I was about to say those words, strange patterns emerged from Arksan's breastplate. The patterns were similar to the ones that immobilized my body before. They flickered and traveled from his chest down to his feet. It felt like the attack that Arksan received was being redirected somewhere else. Don't tell me? I had already let my guard down and my mind was in turmoil. Arksan didn't miss this opening and aimed his left hand at my abdomen. The moment I could process what was happening, it was already too late. Shit. When I tried to coat my entire body in healing magic, Arksan already had a fireball in his palm. He released it, and the flames engulfed my entire body. The fireball had driven right in my stomach. It was definitely effective. I was blown away from the impact and crashed into a wall. I collided with the nearby suits of armor as well, and they landed on my back as they fell down. Yusato. The flustered Amako rushed towards me and helped me get up. My white coat had become dirty with black soot, but there were no holes anywhere. I didn't have any wounds either. If the force from his fireball wasn't all that powerful and I wouldn't be burned, then there was no need to use any healing magic. I didn't think you would be able to take my healing punch like that. Why are you basically not injured at all? My only reply to that question would simply be, I trained myself. To begin with, I'm someone who had withstood Rose's fists. An impact like this is nothing much. In any case, just what is that armor that Arksan is wearing? I'm certain that it's not a vampire or necromancer's power. But seeing those patterns again, they must be the second magic art. Correct. Ni, happy that I got it right, pointed at me and smiled brightly. The armor he's wearing is a special one made by me, it's been loaded with resistance charms. Its function is easy to explain. As long as it has charms inscribed on it, it will ward off a type of attack that I chose. The more, the better. But there is a fatal flaw to this design. The armor has a limit to how many charms it can hold, so it's not that effective. Seriously, this pitiful magic art isn't that useful, so I rarely have any chances to use it. Not that useful? Hey. It's probably the worst matchup for me. If it could absorb all my punches and kicks, there's nothing I can do. She probably knew that, as she covered her mouth and tried to suppress her laughter. Phew, if you want to stop Arksan, why don't you pick up one of those swords or axes scattered on the ground and attack him? If you have some kind of offensive magic, that's fine too. That's only if you don't mind killing Arksan, ha 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 ha. In other words, physical attacks with my body would be useless. But I'm not going to harm him with a weapon. Even if it's unreasonable, that's something I couldn't do. She clearly knew I couldn't use any kind of offensive magic and was taunting me. It means that everything was planned right from the beginning. Her smile also really made me feel irritated too. Ha! First my magic was ineffective, and now even my own body's physical abilities can't do anything. Even I can't do anything at this point. In that case, I recommend that you give up. Even if you were to defeat Arksan, I still have another card to play. No matter how you struggle in this situation, there's no way you can win against me. Give up, giving up. Ha! Don't mess with me, you damn little girl. I'll definitely not abandon Arksan, and I have no intention to give up. Don't think I've lost just because I can't punch with fists or kick with my legs. I forcefully tore off a pair of gauntlets from a fallen suit of armor near me, putting them on my hands. Iron gauntlets. I don't think these can withstand much, but I didn't have much choice. I should be able to deflect Ark's flaming sword with these now. I brushed my hair up with one metal-gloved hand, and glared at Ni, who stood behind Arksan. You only know me based on the information you've received. But there's no way you know what I've experienced since coming to this world and everything that she taught me. That's exactly why I'll capture you and forcefully make me tell you? That's only true if you can capture me. I'll also teach you one thing about me that you don't know. I hate to lose. Well then, I can dodge a sword, but this would be my first time trying to deflect one. If I let my guard down for even a moment, it will be fatal. I knocked my iron-covered fists together to confirm their condition. I took a deep breath. Then I raised my fists to confront Arksan. Author, Anti-Usato Armored Knight Arc vs Simple Monster with Superhuman Strength UST. Let the second round begin. It's a magic art with a lot of flaws this time around. It can only be applied on one target and Ni can't be too far either. Amako, get back. Amako worriedly tried to draw closer to me and I warned her away without taking my eyes off of Arksan. That large armor of his. It might look like nothing special but it was capable of stopping my physical blows. It's safe to assume that blunt attacks won't work. Although using an edged weapon is a viable option, it's far too dangerous when I intended to save him. In that case, I'll just simply fight. If I can't do anything in my current situation, I'll try to find a solution as I'm fighting. In order to do so, I would have to fend off his attacks. These gauntlets were something that I picked up during our fight. This is a step forward to victory. I placed my left fist at my waist and punched out with my right arm. I also took a small step forward with my right leg. I'll be able to react to any attack this way. Come at me anytime. In response, he raised his sword above his head and rushed out. I was able to clearly see the trajectory of his downward slash. I steadied my hand, ready to block his sword. Too slow. My eyes slightly widened upon hearing him mutter while still looking expressionless. But inside, I was completely shaken. Honestly, I'm really scared fighting against a sword this close. There's also the fact that this is a battle I couldn't lose, and it's putting a lot of pressure on me. However, no one else could save Arksan other than me right now. For his sake, for our sake. I definitely won't retreat. I have to do it. I crouched to avoid his next slash, coming from my right side. I then grabbed his ridiculously large armor, pulled him towards me, and planted a knee strike in his abdomen. But as expected, it had no effect. It appears that this armor was neutralizing any impact. I noticed that Arksan was gathering magic in his hand and quickly put some distance between us. That was a close one. I don't want to get blown away by his magic again. I might have been fine last time but if I took a direct hit in the face from Arksan's magic, even I wouldn't be completely unscathed. Before I was able to catch my breath, Arksan leapt at me with his sword again. It looks like you won't give me any breaks. He swung at me numerous times, leaving trails of flames. I dodged and used my gauntlets to block his attacks. I was concentrating only on protecting myself. Hot. Every time he swung his flaming sword, it was suffocating, it also felt like something was prickling my skin. However, I endured it. My gauntlets would clash against his sword and create sparks. When he lunged at me, I would twist my body to avoid it. I continued defending, stopping each and every slash. But my right gauntlet that blocked against his sword is getting hotter. Hot. It's turning bright red? Noticing that one portion of the gauntlet was turning red, I took it off in a hurry and threw it on the floor. If I had waited any longer, it would have burned me. I could handle a small burn but it's not a good idea to take damage when I can avoid it entirely. If I was just facing a normal sword, the story would be different. Phew phew phew. The thing known as fire is such a big problem. I used healing magic on my right hand, breathed in, and used my left gauntlet to deflect his next attack. During the middle of his attack, I saw his arm shake a little. His movement was also a bit awkward just now. Seeing that, I had a good guess of what was happening. Looks like you've reached your limit. It's something that every person had to deal with. In my case, my stamina is just a bit higher than the average person. My body is also able to withstand more physically demanding tasks than most. Moreover, Arksan has been attacking me this entire fight. I'm only defending, it's obvious that he would wear himself out first. Normally, in this scenario, my opponent would step back to catch their breath. But Ni is the one controlling Arksan right now. As long as she doesn't give a command to stop, he will continue to attack. Only if he wasn't being controlled. She probably hasn't realized that Arksan has exhausted his stamina. Even if Arksan was only attacking me recklessly, I couldn't easily deal with him. He had too much skill, but in a battle where he is exhausted, I could definitely win. I avoided his slash, which was a bit slower now. As I did, I took the chance to take a look at Ni. She was looking at me and in a really good mood, probably due to the fact that I'm fighting defensively. This confirms it. She didn't have much combat experience. She saw that I was easily blown away from Arksan's first attack. She was under the impression that I would be defeated without much trouble. In that case, I should defeat Arksan before his body breaks apart. Although I wanted to knock Ni out first, Arksan won't allow that. Wait. If you reverse this line of thought. If a direct attack from me won't work, then I just have to use another way. Then it's decided. I returned my attention to Arksan. I slipped past his sword. Then I moved closer to his breastplate and pushed him up. The impact of blows from me might be negated, but it shouldn't do anything to a push. It seemed my line of thought was correct. This is it. Prepare yourself, Ni. Me. She let out a confused voice and glared at me. I pushed and thrust Arksan, or more accurately, his armor into where Ni was standing. Of course, Arksan will be completely fine. However, I wonder how this person that's about to get squashed will be? Ah, you're still aiming for me. Arksan. Stop. But unlike what I expected, Arksan thrust his sword into the ground and prevented himself from falling. His armor loudly clattered as he forcefully stepped on his brake. He was able to stop. Hey. He must have been frantic since the position was really awkward. Tisk. What's with this person? There's something wrong with your head. There's plenty of other methods you could have used, just how many times are you going to target me? What? Saying there's something wrong with my head. Well, it's fine. I'll do it as many times as needed. I looked at Arksan who was trying to hold on with his sword. You. It's effective. It wasn't damage from me punching him. I'm guessing it's damage from the armor's weight. If my guess is right, then I have a good understanding of what this physical resistance on his armor really is. In other words, the magic arts you casted on this armor can only nullify attacks against it. Things are quite simple then. I'll throw Arksan at you again. I'll keep doing it until Arksan falls unconscious. Your comrades, right? You're going to throw him countless times. See, can you really do it? Nisan replied with a nervous voice. I didn't falter from her words and got in position to throw. I have no choice but to do it. One of the reasons is that I can't personally damage this armor, but the other is that I don't want Arksan to draw his blade against me and Amako. I don't want him to feel regret from hurting us. For that sake, I'll stop Arksan. Ni stiffened slightly at my words and Arksan's mouth moved a bit. But Amako was shaking her head. It would have been nice if things ended here. For you guys, that is. What do you mean? Before she could reply, Arksan moved. He was able to catch his breath a little, but his movements were still a bit sluggish. No matter what she's planning, I'll just throw him again. Wait. A large fireball suddenly appeared in Arksan's hand and was making its way towards me. While I was shocked he would use this much fire inside the mansion, I created a healing magic ball in panic. Then I threw it at the large fireball, causing an explosion as they offset each other. What they? When we were fighting earlier, he was doing his best to not use fireballs. But all of a sudden, he casts a large fireball at me. A smokescreen. While covering my nose from the smoke, I was on guard for Arksan. After a short moment, something sharp appeared and tried to pierce through my neck. I quickly tried to deflect it with my left gauntlet. But he predicted it and grabbed my wrist, trapping me. Arksan. His left hand yanked my arm toward and past him. My feet left the floor, his hand released my arm, and from there. Ooh! I was thrown off the third floor. I could see a horde of zombies below me, and Blurin, who was beating them up. I felt like this was a scene from a movie. I repositioned myself in the air and safely landed on my feet. Blurin noticed my presence and looked at me from the corner of his eye. But then I remembered the girl who was still on the third floor. Amako is. As I was about to raise my voice to call out to her, I saw Arksan's figure descend down from the third floor's window. If I fought Arksan here right now, I couldn't be sure that Amako would be safe. I mean, Ni is a little dense in some areas, so I know Amako would be fine, but it didn't change the fact that I'm worried. Should I ignore Arksan? No. If I let Blurin be Arksan's opponent, he could be killed. Blurin, I'm fine here. Go to Amako. Gwaha. I'm entrusting her to you. Blurin sensed how serious I was from the tone of my voice. He ran towards the mansion without hesitation and gave a loud growl. Amako should be fine if Blurin is with her. Amako wasn't a simple girl who would be caught by a zombie, either. I didn't need to worry. The problem is, I have no idea what you want to do. Phew. I spoke to Ni, who had appeared before I knew it and was sitting on the roof. Her hand glowed with a violet light as she looked down at me. You only fell from the third floor, there's no way you would be defeated. I just wanted to change the stage. One where Arksan can go all out. In the next moment, Arksan's sword surged with even more fire. Unlike when I was inside, the flaming sword was now radiating so much heat that I could feel it from all the way over here. Apparently, he personally doesn't like using this technique. After all, its power is excessive and would burn his opponent to death. Well, I don't think you'll get away with a simple burn if you get cut by his sword this time. Ni said scornfully. As for me, the blazing fire sheeting off of Arksan's sword reminded me of Mina in Luquis. His offensive power is certainly exceptional. I just find it funny that a healing magician like me is outside fighting against someone as powerful as Arksan. It's like I'm Nak fighting Mina. As his master, I have to overcome this trial of fire as well. I remembered how Nak swallowed all his fear and stood valiantly against Mina. My mouth couldn't help but form a smile. Fortunately, I've already grasped the method of how to beat Arksan with that armor on. If I can't punch or kick him, I just needed to change my tactics. Moreover, I have to say that making Arksan fight me outside was a bad move. When you were discussing with Arksan about a plan to capture me, he must have told you this, don't make me fight outside. It's best for me to fight in an enclosed space. Right. What about it? In the current situation, it's clearly Arksan who has the advantage. You're not able to inflict any damage to him with your physical attacks while he's able to freely use his destructive fire magic. Like I'm saying, it's something you can't fully understand just from hearing it. Don't make light of me, I'm someone who has personally trained under Rose. My strong point isn't my strength, it's my speed. I don't need to worry about colliding with anything in this open space, nor did I need to worry about Amako being injured. Arksan, I'll save you right now. Bring him down. At the same time Ni spoke, Arksan swung his blazing sword sideways, creating a fan of flames directed at me. I felt a strong heat radiating from his attack, but I gathered all my strength and ran towards it. When I was close to making contact, I jumped over it. There are no ceiling or walls here. After I landed, I immediately started to run. I tried to get closer to Arksan, but Ni, still sitting on the roof, commanded him to stop me. A wall of flames formed around him and knocked me back. I need to go faster. I rolled on the ground. I got back up and ran with even more speed this time. As I ran, countless fireballs were launched at me. But none of them were able to touch me. I'm sure Ni gave instructions to Arksan, which isn't a good move either. Slow. Way too slow. As expected, Arksan's isn't as skilled when he's being controlled. He definitely wouldn't use these predictable attacks over and over again like some kind of robot. If it was Mina, she would be trying to scatter her explosion magic everywhere, preventing from moving however I liked. That would be the most effective way to counter my speed. Alright. I changed direction, turning toward Arksan. Ni lost sight of me for a moment, while Arksan was looking in the wrong direction. Before he notices, I'll get closer to him and quickly knock him out. I instantly closed the distance between us and, just when I was about to grab him, his head swung around and he looked me straight in the eyes. Wah! I was noticed, no, he reacted instinctively. Is it the intuition he developed as a knight? Arksan swiftly swung his sword at me. Should I retreat? Should I advance? In my moment of indecision, I used my left gauntlet to block his blazing sword. Normally, this is something I would never think of. But the person who taught me was able to break a steel sword. If that person can do it, then I can definitely do it too. I firmly grabbed his sword as it slashed toward my stomach. I'm her disciple and subordinate. Compared to that, a steel sword like this isn't much. Hey ah! My left gauntlet started glowing a dull red as I squeezed his sword. Even with the suffocating heat, I didn't release his sword. Break K. Crack. The moment I heard something crack, the pressure on my gauntlet disappeared. Flames spread everywhere as the broken blade fell and stuck in the ground. It does hurt a little though. It's not over yet. Without pausing, I grabbed Arksan by his breastplate's collar and his arm. This is my way of dealing with his attack nullifying armor. In other words, using throws. It isn't judo or aikido, I'm simply using my strength to lift Arksan and... There. Gah. Throw him onto the ground. Arksan's armor creaked and a small fissure formed on the ground. It grieved my heart to hear him cry out in pain. After confirming that he had lost consciousness, I healed him. I gently put him back on the ground. It seemed like one throw was enough to knock him out. Phew. After releasing Arksan, I breathed out. This might be a good idea. Throwing and healing someone at the same time. My healing punch was something I used when I punched someone, so I'll call it the healing throw. I ended up creating a technique without much practical use. Anyhow, I was able to knock Arksan out. He's probably still under Ni's control, but that shouldn't be a problem once I defeat her. Alright then. I threw away my left gauntlet and used healing magic on my burned left hand. I then slowly walked towards Ni. However, her expression didn't change. Arksan should have been an important piece for her. It was like she expected it from the very start. I felt a chill from her smile. The only one left is you. Oh my, is that so? No matter how many zombies you have, they can't contend with me. You should give up this time. Can't be your opponent, you say? That's only true if they're just an ordinary zombie. Wait a moment. She was doing something with her hand this entire time and looking down. What is she up to? I couldn't see any patterns that would indicate it's a magic art. She's just using her magic on the ground, or more accurately, right below the mansion. Is she trying to revive a zombie? If it's just a normal zombie, I told her it wouldn't be my opponent. Or is she trying to revive a powerful monster as a zombie? Something like Blurin? But I couldn't see a corpse anywhere. What Amako saw before in the basement. The one place I didn't see in this mansion. The place where Amako had seen something that frightened her. When my thoughts reached that point, the mansion shuddered, creaking loudly. What the? Surprised from the sudden tremor, I turned my attention to where the sound was coming from. It felt like something large was trying to force its way out. What's happening? I spaced out and couldn't comprehend the situation in front of me. A blue lump suddenly jumped out from the entrance of the mansion. Yusato. Amako. And Blurin too, you were able to safely bring her here. I praised Blurin for rescuing Amako. After she got off his back, I decided to ask her about the current situation. Amako, just what is going on? I really don't want to think of this possibility, but what I saw before. That might wake up. What will wake up? Just tell me without beating around the bush. It's definitely not something good. As for what it is exactly, I didn't have the slightest clue. Amako's face turned pale and she shifted her attention back to the mansion. It's big, with sharp teeth. It has only one eye and I feel an overwhelming amount of hatred coming from it. It's probably... A large hand with sharp claws suddenly smashed through the mansion's floor and interrupted her words. Another hand popped out after a few moments. It was trying to destroy the floor above it and break out. It was a sight that left me completely speechless. Ha 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 ha. Despite her mansion breaking apart, Ni sprouted wings from her back and flew through the air, laughing enthusiastically. Aware of the strange creature, I turned to glare at Ni and demanded an answer. Ni. What are you trying to awaken? What am I trying to awaken? That's obvious, it's something that can defeat you. To think she would go this far. She's crazy. She would awaken something like this just to capture me. Kya, va. I heard something from the mansion, a small voice that gave me goosebumps. It widened the hole it created with its two arms. After a brief moment of silence it jumped out of the hole and a cloud of dust enveloped the first floor. I covered my eyes, protecting them from the dust that made its way over here. After it subsided, I was able to clearly make out what jumped out. You're kidding, right? Large forelimbs. One wing. An ominous black-colored eye. Countless scars etched all over its gigantic body. My nose was suddenly assaulted by the smell of a rotten corpse. I covered my nose as I stared at the unbelievable scene in front of me. In this unpleasant atmosphere, a howl that was loud enough to shake the heavens resounded. Our opponent was the wicked dragon. Author, by the way, Yusato is weak against sneak attacks. He is strong against frontal attacks. The revival of the evil dragon. A dragon that is said to have powers close to God, the wicked dragon. Its mighty roar can shake the heaven and trees and grass shake at the sound of it, and any living creatures trembles before it. Those who knows the existence of the wicked dragon are but a few from the previous generation. Because there are many who fear such a being, not many records were left behind, and even fewer are passed down verbally from the older generations. Though what remains are only depictions of such a fearless monster who was slain by the previous hero. However, that person knows it well. The one who has been sealed off for hundreds of years, and finally reawakened into the present day, the Demon King. As the roar of the wicked dragon resounded its surroundings, he who sits in his throne perceives the wicked dragon's presence much earlier than anyone else. Is something troubling you, Demon King Sama? The maid who is constantly standing beside him noticed the subtle abnormalities and asked. The Demon King placed his hands close to his forehead and his smile tightens, then turns to the maid in a delighted mood. Ah, it has been a while since I felt the nostalgic resurgence of an old dragon. The resurgence of a dragon? Is there such a thing as a dragon now? Isn't there one living right now? Wait, I'm wrong, there are currently two that are alive. Now this is going to be entertaining. I wonder if it's the workings of them. The Demon King mumbled to himself. The maid quietly listens to his story, even if it sounded dubious. Ever since the maid took on the important role as the Demon King's maid, she found out that the Demon King surprisingly loves to interact with others. And she is captivated by the words spoken from him. Only a few would want to take on such an awkward role, a role of the Demon King's maid. However, she voluntarily appointed to be one. Though, she cannot hide the confusion over the words of the Demon King who went beyond her expectations. Before I was sealed away, it should have been killed just like me. And body parts left unturned. Ha! Its power is currently unstable. I wonder who could have awakened it. There seems to be a mixture of impure magic imbued in it. Either way, one can only call it an incomplete state. As to whoever awakened it, it has greatly weakened it. The Demon King closed his eyes, and speaks as though he enjoys this moment. Whether one can really feel the presence of the dragon somewhere, the maid has only one word in mind, dragon. That is because there is practically no one who can confirm the existence of a dragon. Forgive me if what I am about to say is shallow. But I do not quite understand what Demon King Sama is saying. The wicked dragon. A being that is said to be born with pure power. Wicked dragon. It's a troublesome monster. One who doesn't listen nor thinks, and it only follows its instincts. It is a creature that has abandoned all intelligence despite being born with wisdom. One cannot imagine it. An existence that has never been heard until today, and such a creature has awakened, causing a somewhat unrealistic havoc. The only thing going through its mind is destruction and hatred. Someone tried to use it once, but in one night, 3 nations have been burnt to the ground. Since then, no one dared using it ever again. That is terrifying no matter how you put it. Destroying 3 nations is no ordinary matter. The maid herself knew about the invasion that was done by the Demon King before he was sealed, but it wasn't to the point of bringing down nations to the brink of extinction in one night. It is easy to use, because you only need to provide a place for it to destroy. However, if you go too far, it will immediately bite you back. The one called the Dragon God truly possesses the power of God, which even I have a hard time killing. The fact that he did not say that he can't do it, makes me realize that this person is someone out of this world's standards. Though he might claim that this wicked dragon would be a painful existence to him, would it not be harmful not only to humans, but also to the demons ourselves? Then, wouldn't it be dangerous if left unchecked? Do not worry. As I have said, it is drastically weakened. Even weaker than its heyday. The dragon will decay eventually without my interference. Though it has been weakened, it is still a considerable foe, the Demon King cried out with exaggerated movements. One can tell from his expression that he is not a speck worried about it, and places his hands on his chin. However, as you have said, if left unchecked, many will die. Having its body sealed and deteriorating for hundreds of years have simplified its thoughts. The impulse of destroying might further spurred, and the hatred from being sealed would worsen. The heroes of this generation, their children, their relatives. The 2 heroes who were summoned from the same world as it. No, precisely those who have a similar smell as it would be a target of its hatred. It's as though. A beast? That is right, a beast. No creature is as faithful to its instincts, fearlessness, arrogance, and meaningless in the world as it is. Conversely, no creature is as pure as it. Though I scorn the hero from the bottom of my heart, but I have confirmed that it should have died by the hands of the hero. Is it the hero who sealed it? So the hero couldn't beat it as well. Do not be stupid. There is no way the hero would not be able to defeat the wicked dragon. Listen, it's not that the hero couldn't defeat it, but he didn't. Ha! She could not comprehend. The maid was a little confused. In summary, the wicked dragon from the Demon King's story is annoying, even more so for humans. Nevertheless, why did the hero seal the wicked dragon even though he could defeat it? Seeing the maid with her head tilted slightly, he points to himself and continued. I'm the same as well. He left me and the dragon alive, though in different ways. He let Demon King Sama lived? The hero did. Indeed. That must have been why I was sealed alive. This might be disrespectful to the Demon King, but it seems that the hero is stronger than him. The hero punished the wicked dragon and the Demon King with fondness and compassion in the form of a seal. It might be normal to think so. If that is the case. The hero sounds like a very sweet person. She chose her words carefully. If given a more straightforward answer, it would be rude to the Demon King to say such words to the enemy. However, as if expecting her response, the Demon King bit his lips while smiling. Kukyuku, sweet. I see now, sweet. Demon King Sama. The maid was confused by the Demon King's shaking shoulders. He chuckled loudly, entrusting his back behind the seat, and happily asks the maid standing beside him. You, what is your name? My name is Seal. Now Seal. You shall be my exclusive maid starting today. Hey! A sudden declaration has been made. What's more, it was the Demon King, the top of all demons. The maid, stiffened by the sudden news that is too heavy even for herself, but the Demon King on the other hand was brimming with happiness. Being a Demon King, we're bound to have lots of free time. There's nothing to do, and nobody to talk to. In that respect, you have an interesting reaction. For me, the people here are too pure. It is as though Demon King Sama is saying that I'm not pure. That's what I'm saying. Though she couldn't accept it, but still she was honored, as she bowed deeply with some slight uncomfortableness. The Demon King knew that the maid was far more thoughtful and devastating than she could have ever imagined. Alright, should we run? Yap, let's do that. Q. Our decision was quickly made as we saw Ni awakened the wicked dragon as a zombie. Amako was riding behind Blurin, while I carried the unconscious Arksan behind my back. As if I'll be defeated by that monster. It's a waste of time to fight it, so escaping equals win. Ha 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 Ni. I know you've done your best to make that wicked dragon a zombie, but you've failed. You think that huge thing would be able to catch up to us, what idiocy. You shut in otaku. What? I've exacted my revenge on her for now. The moment we saved Arksan, my purpose has been fulfilled. Since the villagers are under her control, and precisely the case, they're considered safe as well. Which means, it's time to leave this village. When we went back to the village to pick up the horses, I noticed a strange wind around me. Dash. The wind's coming from behind. I was drawn by it. Having a bad feeling about this, I looked back, and we have a wicked dragon taking a huge breath. This dragon sure is inhaling a lot, which can only mean... Blurin, turn around. I shouted at Blurin to stop, and at the same time watch the wicked dragon's incoming attack. The throat of the wicked dragon, which has sucked the air around it, has swelled greatly, and purplish smoke came leaking out of its mouth and the wounds of the throat. If you want to vomit, then do it. While shaking off my tattered uniform and thinking of means to cover myself, the wicked dragon who stopped breathing air raised its head greatly. Dash. It exhaled a large purple mass into the sky with a soundless roar. In a hurry, Blurin and I rushed to the ground. The exhaled gas barely passed over our heads and approached into the forest behind, splashing and scattering a sludge-like substance with an intense odor. It's not surprising that a dragon would use a breathing move. I'm a little touched. Why am I being impressed for? That breath must be avoided at all cost. Then, once again carrying Arksan behind my back, I hurried on to the place where the breath landed, which can't be missed. The trees that have grown around here withered, or did they turn rotten? Oh, and this smell. Shit, it's poison. When I felt a slight dizziness and nausea, I immediately hold down my mouth and used healing magic. Turning beside me was Amako, whose face is turning pale blue. Blurin still looks fine, but he might be in danger if he gets closer to that sludge. Arksan, who has fainted, would be in more danger. Don't worry, Amako, I'll cure you now. Sorry. I lift Amako up from Blurin's back and cast healing magic together with Arksan on my shoulder. We need to get away from that wicked dragon. However, if we make a break and try to get around it, the wicked dragon would just spew more sludges towards us. Consequently, the sludge is scattered perfectly that it covers the entire perimeter, leaving no escape. So you don't intend for us to leave? The wicked dragon stops spitting, and suspiciously squints its eyes, as though looking down on me. What a sneering sight. I remember seeing those pair of eyes before. It was exactly the same kind of eyes that the snake had back in Lingle Forest. A predator that enjoys toying with their prey, it is their ultimate pleasure. Now, catch you, Sato. Fu, ha ha ha. This little girl doesn't know what's up. While feeling tired of her constant ramble of trying to capture me with that terrible smile of hers, I placed Arksan and Amako behind Blurin's back, who have been treated by my healing magic. Then, I placed my hands on Blurin's body, and applied healing magic. The poison gas. Go to a place away from this miasma and protect those two. Man, I really want you to help me, but I can't just leave those two alone. Sato. Don't worry about it, Amako. For now, I'll punch it and see how it goes. Can you not always start things off by punching people first? I never would have imagined that I would be kindly instructed at such times. Or rather, is there a criterion of whether I should punch or not? That's a bad sign. Yap. Blurin nods reluctantly to my words. The wicked dragon doesn't seem to want to wait. Based on the notebook, it's an opponent I can't beat. However, it's inevitable that I have to fight it in order to escape. If only Arksan was awake, he could have burned the sludge away, but that's currently impossible. So scary. Spitting out a weak cry, I lightly jumped from the spot. It is the same fear I've gotten when I was in that forest. That scary snake that killed the Grand Drizzly was my first time being conscious of death, and now it was even more apparent. Let's punch first. What I do is always the same, even if the enemy's different. Even if the opponent is a wicked dragon or a zombie. It might not have the same strength as described in the notebook. While holding on to this faint hope, I rushed to the wicked dragon, who approached me at the same time with a roar. The size of the dragon is about 15 meters, which is equivalent to the height of a 4th or 5th floor apartment building. When advancing forward, the sight from below looks like a troubling beast with slow reflexes, however it doesn't matter if it has been zombified. As I approached the eyes and nose of the dragon, it moved its bloated arm around my vicinity. It isn't just fat. I avoided the swing by proning on the ground. However, because of the tremendous wind pressure, no matter how much I can withstand, getting a direct hit is just too much. Rather, I think it might be better to consider this attack almost deadly to normal human beings. Uagigigigi. What a creepy voice. Its gut-wrenching sound resembles that of someone cutting off an insect's stomach. It sounds as though he was laughing. Which is odd considering it is being manipulated as a zombie. The next swing wasn't from the side, but a giant swing from above. Even with a swift retreat, avoiding the attack, it does not stop its huge claws from digging into the ground. The worst part is that it doesn't just end there. It began swinging its nails down at me like a kid whining for its toy. You think you're playing whack-a-mole or something? I continued rolling over and over again while also trying to slowly approach it. However, I wasn't getting anywhere close to it due to the strong wind that occurs when it swings down. This is bad. With that thought in mind, I got far away, and shouted at Ni who was flying in the sky. Oi! Do you feel like giving up now? Over my dead body? Anyways, are you sure you're controlling that thing? Isn't that obvious? I'm controlling a corpse without a soul, can't you tell? Also, my zombies will never go against my orders. I see. I see, got it. Which means, I can safely say that that thing is being driven by Ni's will. I can see clearly now. I threw a healing magic orb at Ni without hesitation. Eat my healing bullet. Gui. Wah, my eyes. There was a problem with my aim, but it hit surprisingly accurately. Unlike just now with Arksan, my enemy is a zombie. So if she stops moving, the zombie stops moving. A win-win situation. She screamed like a proper girl, and fell down on top of the roof of the mansion, like a mosquito falling down after using a repellent stick. Then, I stared at the wicked dragon that had abruptly stopped, and I hardened my fist as hard as I can. A motionless enemy is no different from a sandbag. No healing magic needed. I seriously punched it. Squeezing my right fist as if pulling onto a bow, I thrust straight into the dragon. Right before my eyes were the black scales, which also reminds me of the snake's scales from before, but slightly different. I've trained, and I have grown. So. Eat this. The punch with my entire weight placed on it, protruded the dragon's chest without any inconsistency. This might probably be the first time in this world that someone has pierced a dragon with a punch. Same as, hero. Kill. Author's note, the next story will be where the wicked dragon-san makes a huge misunderstanding. Regarding the third-person perspective in the first half. I felt that it was still too early to put the Demon King into a first-person view, so this time it was described in a third-person perspective. One more news, the previous 2 chapters were all 10k characters and more, but due to the update frequency and the wonderful reviews, I've updated the sentence volume to about 6,000 to 8,000 characters. The punch that I went all out pierced through the wicked dragon's chest. To be honest, I could not grasp how powerful my punch would be if I was seriously trying to hit someone. But if I were to put it on a scale, it would be like punching a zombie's shoulder and sending it flying without any mercy. One thing's for sure, this must never be used on a normal human being. However. Why oh you're tough. I was surprised by the lack of feedback from my punch. It's as if I was punching through a thick and firm rubber. Different from the magic armor that Ni casted, the punch felt as though the shock has stopped abruptly, and dissipates by escaping around the body. My punch wasn't effective when those words played around my head, a sentence from the notebook floated at the back of my head. The attack did not make sense before the wicked dragon's powerful scales. It's not as if I've forgotten about those words. However, that is before the living being has deteriorated after hundreds of years. For my punch to not penetrate its body, the wicked dragon's scale is indeed formidable. Since I was upset by this ordeal, I looked at Ni who hasn't recovered and gave her a good hearty punch. Wondering whether it's just me overthinking, I wanted to test it one more time, but before that could happen, the moonlight that was illuminating me was suddenly blocked by something. I could still hear the grunting and moaning from Ni. The zombie that she's controlling wouldn't have been able to move without her permission. As if to justify my reasoning, the punch that I was about to give was interrupted by something that is large enough to block the moonlight. Tisk. Our eyes met. The wicked dragon, with its face turned sideways and staring at me from above with its cruel eyes, we crossed gazes as I raised my face. Those dry and cracked eyes indicate someone with a will, and the sigh that leaks from the ends of its mouth releases an unpleasantly horrible odor and rotten smell. Then, the end of its mouth which has been greatly torn is cut into a distorted shape, giving the illusion as if mocking me. This is bad. I have no idea why, but that word came in mind. This living thing is way more dangerous than the snake. No, even the word living thing is too good of a word for it. No words can describe the thing that is in front of me. But, the phrase a snake staring at the frog is befitting of this situation. Because that is what I am right now, a frog being looked down upon by those fearless eyes, and my body being chained down as if being bound by a shackle. If I don't move, I will be eaten alive. Regardless of whether it has a will of its own, thus before Ni recovers, I would have been crushed by the wicked dragon in front of me. Togu. Butan. I pull out my fist and proceeded to punch myself in the forehead. Instantly, my consciousness returns, and the nervousness of my body and mind have returned to normal. Let's do this. Perhaps due to my rough treatment towards myself, fresh blood leaked from my forehead, staining all the way from my eyebrows to the chin. However, that's no problem with a little bit of healing magic. Wiping the blood using the back of my hand, I took a distance away from the wicked dragon who was looking at me without trembling. Well oh well, what a predicament I'm facing right now. Its poison is bad, the claws are terrible, and I'm sure its tail would hurt like hell. Even my crucial punch didn't seem to work, so saying that I could defeat this thing would be a dream come true. Guess I should just defeat Ni then. If what she says is correct, that I have this zombie under my control, then tackling the main source would end the battle. And different from the battle with Arksan, its attacks are intense, but the speed isn't much. So I'm sure if I were to attack Ni, it won't come to defend her. Thinking so, when trying to shift this battle to discipline Ni to a certain degree, the wicked dragon who was watching me unnaturally turned its head greatly towards a different direction. Buletin, Haichi, Niku, Minra, Ho, Bu, you. Meets. Everyone, destroy? What the hell is this thing trying to say? I don't know whether it's just a peculiar moan from a zombie, but it's looking diagonally behind me, which is facing the direction of the road leading to the Western-style building. Is it its instinct to return there? Or does that place have a connection with the hero? Is there such a phenomenon amongst zombies? But according to the notebook, the last place it died was at Samarier. It is completely opposite of where it's looking at right now, the village where Tetra-san lives. Well, whatever. Let's ignore it. It's not like I can do anything about it. From there, I started running lightly into the half-broken Western-style building. For the time being, I looked back from time to time to see whether the wicked dragon is doing anything. However, it did not respond to anything, which I might think that it's moving according to Noah's orders. With a sigh of relief in my heart, I jumped up to the second floor in one fell swoop. At that moment, Ge-8th. At the same time that eerier laughter was heard, the throat of the wicked dragon has greatly swollen. Oh no! Was it a trap? Thinking that it was trying to exhale the corroding sludges towards me, I tried to leave the building, but somehow the wicked dragon wasn't facing me. Not even batting an eye on me, its throat swells while breathing in more air. Raging whines swept around the wicked dragon, and as I couldn't understand what it was trying to do, I had no choice but to stand at the edge of the second floor in confusion. Then, I heard the voice of Amako who I thought had evacuated. When I looked at her general direction, I could tell that she was desperately trying to convey to me something alongside with Blurin and Arksan where the miasma was thinner. Dash, comma. Hey, I can't hear you, the wind is too strong. I have no idea what she wants to say with this noise. While I used my arms to protect the upper part of my eyes so that sand wouldn't get into it, I carefully watched the movement of her mouth. Sixlage. Poison. Fall. Poison is going to. Are you kidding me? As if I'll let you. The moment I understood her words, I kicked the wall and rushed into the face of the wicked dragon. Despite being exposed to the raging wind, I gripped my left fist and punched its chin just beneath its broken eye with clear hostility, different from the previous punch. The purple miasma that was about to leak out from its mouth has warped and shifted to the left due to my punch. You. I hurriedly used healing magic while being poisoned, and landed on the ground. However, the cure wasn't quick enough. Blood came coughing out from my mouth, which immediately after I wiped it away. Well, though I'm used to it, poison is still painful. I complained while healing the poisoned part and the injured part, and looked at the wicked dragon who was put into place. The wicked dragon held its lower jaw with its arm. As if that punch would defeat it. It shakes its head and got up immediately. I should get up as well. I couldn't leave this thing alone. I'll have to beat it no matter what happens. After healing myself, Amako who was away from Blurin, ran towards me with a different expression. I'm glad I got through. Yeah, thanks for that. I would have overlooked it if it weren't for you. But that fucker. Despite my presence it was aiming at the village where Tetra-san and the mayor are. I think it saw the village lit up in the dark. I don't know what its aim is, but it's definitely not an order from Ni. I can't imagine her trying to kill the villagers she's controlling. Rather, she is just a disappointment, showing a strong obsession with what she wants. This wicked dragon, I seem to look too sweet compared to him. Amako, I could finally understand what it was trying to say. The words it spoke while looking at the village. I didn't know at that time, but seeing the horrible nature of the dragon, I completely understood its meaning. Destruction, flesh and blood, everyone, destroy. Basically this dragon's a mass of destruction. All this while, it has been observing me whether I could be its plaything, but it has found a better plaything behind me. Since it couldn't hit me at all, it changed its motive. Ni seemed to have revived a ridiculous thing. Whether it's a blessing in disguise, she doesn't seem to be able to grasp the situation yet. Really, you just have to do something extra, didn't you? In this case, be it Ni who revived this thing, the hero is also the one to blame for not completely disintegrating this giant thing. Anyway, the option of running away is now gone. This doesn't mean my punch doesn't work perfectly. See Amako, its temporomandibular joint has come off, and it can't be closed. Though the outer shell is hard, but the bones inside isn't. Yusato, let's run away. Hey! Amako pulls the hem of my troop as I was clenching my fist and trying to go for a round 2 with the wicked dragon, as it was holding its chin and moaning. What do you mean by running away? If we leave that as is, it might cause even more trouble. Also, we can't get out of the sludge that shit had spit. The trees in the back aren't rotten yet, so maybe we can escape through there. Yusato, I too am genuinely worried about the people in the village, but not everything can be managed. That is not a normal being. No matter how great Yusato is, that thing is something you can't manage by yourself. It's true that the power of the dragon is unknown. I too think that it is foolish to fight someone like that. However, I don't have the intention of backing away either. Didn't you see Amako? That shit tried to drop a lump of poison into the village without hesitation. The poison is so deadly that even I can't move for a while. If a child or a woman inhales that, they'll lose their lives in mere minutes. In addition, the sludge is harmful enough to rot plants instantaneously. Right now, its only intention is to destroy the village, but what if it dropped into Lucuvis or Lingle Kingdom? Aside from Lingle Kingdom where the rescue squad is there, but Lucuvis has many children who are vulnerable to it. What if that poison sparging guy starts flying away and hits a nearby country? If that wicked dragon is the same as before, it would bring about an endless destruction. But, Yusato will die. I won't say some cheesy words that I wouldn't die. But right now, I couldn't find any words to reassure her in this situation. Instead, I placed my hand on Amako's head. This doesn't mean anything. However, this should allow her to understand that the fear I have for the wicked dragon has eased a little. You'll get involved if you stay. Her expression changed into a painful one and nodded before running back to where Blurin was. Well, my heart has become much lighter, should I go for it? When I turned to look at the dragon, I can see it stopping in an unnatural state. It was slightly trembling. Is it hindered by something? As I tilted my neck, I found a beetroot red-faced knee staring at me on the roof. She held her nose down and points at me with her index finger. I won't forgive you anymore. Why must you always aim at me again and again? Do you have a grudge against me or something? Grudge is the only thing I have against you though. Well, I understand what you are trying to say, but if you look at Ni, who has regained her calmness and looked at the wicked dragon, she appears to be restraining the dragon. So it is true that Ni is manipulating the dragon. I guess I was confused when she lost control of the zombie dragon, and the host of the body took control of the dragon instead. That means, if I manage to convince her, I might be able to do it. Hey Ni, this thing has a soul. It's a monster you can't handle. You should just return it to its original corpse before you can't command it anymore. Right now, it's a dangerous state. If she becomes upset and the wicked dragon's consciousness resurfaces, this Ni would not be able to control the dragon anymore. Do you think I will be deceived by such an obvious lie? It was trying to poison the village just now, and not me. If I hadn't stopped it, Tetra and the rest would have been poisoned to death right about now. That doesn't concern me the slightest. Even if that was the truth, I'm a monster living for 300 years, why would I worry about those measly humans? Did you think your words would inspire me? Sigh. I'm pissed through and through. What a troublesome kid. She really doesn't act her age. Are you done talking? Then, come at me. We didn't even have a proper conversation. As Ni orders, the dragon glares at me with its chin swaying off. Then, it tried to breathe in the air on the spot. Doesn't it realize that it can't release its jaw to breathe? Thinking that I should keep a distance from it, the dragon raises its head greatly and turns upwards. Don't tell me. The order Ni gave was an attack towards me. At least if the attack was directed towards me, then I would have no problems. However, judging by the way this shit is breathing in and opening its lower jaw, I knew exactly what it's trying to do. Ni. Get away from there right now. While wearing the healing magic around my entire body, I started running at the same time. At that exact moment, the purple miasma overflowed from its mouth, as if a volcano was about to erupt, wrapping around it. It doesn't matter who the enemy is. Currently, Ni is holding down the dragon, thus it's trying to break it off. It did not hesitate to spew miasma on her. However, upon entering the miasma, a tremendous impact was struck on my body. Wah! I saw its tail slithering around like a snake at the corner of my eyes. I'm gonna get hit? I wouldn't be able to catch it normally, and my vision is getting narrower. My visibility is getting poorer due to the miasma, and I was blown away without any means of blocking. Furthermore, the tail that turned into a whip continued to smack on the ground where I was rolling. It hurts. Shit, somehow I was able to put up a defense on time, but I couldn't concentrate well with the poison and injury on me. Combining with the spell from Ni and the attacks from the dragon, I have to escape from its area of attack soon. I tried getting up whilst using healing magic, but the dragon, approaching at a position where it can look down on me, cross its huge arms. Ku. Ka. The dragon that can't form sentences well to begin with, now with its jaws off, it was even more incomprehensible. What I do know is that it's mocking me. However, it didn't like it that it couldn't speak well, thus it held its swinging jaw with one of its arms, and the jaw was snapped back into place with a banging sound. I'll kill you. What the? you actually have a brain to talk. A writhing voice is emitted from the mouth of the wicked dragon. While returning the irony from its eerie voice, the dragon who has distorted the end of its mouth finally comes close to my face. I'll kill hero. Not one drop of blood remains. What? A hero? Who, me? Why are you looking at me when I'm not the hero? Don't tell me, he thinks I am actually one? Why you wrong? I'm not the hero. You, a hero, outsider. You're misunderstanding. Okay, I'm not a hero, but just a crew member, you know. Also, an outsider. I don't know if that's his basis of someone being a hero, but if that's the case then everyone in the rescue squad is a hero. I really can't hide the shock that this dragon is misunderstanding something so unreasonable. That's why, Gil. Then again, I'm in a bit of a pickle. While struggling to break this situation whilst also holding my foot, which is trying to crush me from a while ago. However, before I could do anything, the dragon grabbed me and lifted up its huge arms, as if trying to swing it. Aw fuck, I'm going to die. At that moment, I was hit with the same impact as when the leader attacks me with all her might. The purple miasma that the wicked dragon spat out covered the surroundings of the demolished mansion. Usato, who saw what the dragon was doing, called me to escape before jumping into the miasma as well. Usato should be fine since he has his healing magic, also he's strong as well. As I suppressed the urge to run away, I instead watched the situation, and a black figure jumped down from above the mansion which was surrounded by miasma. Cough, cough. Yuh. Oe. You. It was Ni. Seems like she has consumed a slight amount of the dragon's miasma, as she coughs whilst shedding tears. Right after, she turns back and looked at the miasma with a confused expression. Why did you do such a crazy move? Even dragging me in? I have no time to care for that woman. I immediately turned my conscience towards the miasma. I wonder what would happen to him now that he has entered the poisonous realm, which ordinary people would immediately die. Then, something shook slightly at the thinner part of the miasma, and something popped out. What came out was the huge arm of the dragon. However, on closer inspection, the arm was holding onto a body where the blood in his body has been frozen up and chilled. Usato. Usato has been grabbed by the dragon. Shaken by the sight of him being stuck, the next moment turned that into fear. The dragon swung him up like a rag doll and tossed him down at the Western-style building. Ah! Being flung into the roof of the building with great force, he pierced through the building and penetrated right from the third floor all the way down to the ground. No human would ever be able to bear such a force. If they did receive such impact, they'll fall apart. Did Usato die? Seeing such a reality in front of her, she could not accept it as she fell on her knees. No, I have not seen it yet. Usato can't be done in this place. I did not foresee his death. The scene hasn't come across yet. While spinning words to convince myself, I tried running to the building to search for him. However, Blurin, who was watching the situation as well, stopped me. Blurin. Ku. The eyes of Blurin showed neither anger nor sadness, but ones with trust. I don't have to be worried. Blurin nodded with a proud face and continued watching where Usato has fallen. Are you trying to say that Usato wouldn't be done by that? I've never heard of how Usato and Blurin met, just occasional talks about it. He mentioned that he had found Blurin when a snake monster killed Blurin's parents in front of him, and finally Usato stabbed the snake and Blurin followed him since then. Because they have passed through many hardships together, it may be understandable to Blurin. Thus, Usato is not a person who is easily stopped. You're right. I can't be shaken right now. Usato is fine, he won't be hurt by that degree. It was only a while since I met him, but I've seen his actions many times. He's insane, he changes personalities often, he likes doing wicked things to people, he's messed up. But most of all, he will never betray me. It's the same even right now. I have no choice but to believe in him. Believe in what he can do. Thank you, Blurin, I have calmed down. Right now, if we go near the mansion where the miasma is infested, we'll inhale the poison as well. If Usato is safe, we'll only hinder him. Thus, I shall protect Arksan and Blurin here while foreseeing the dragon's movement. Believing that he's safe, I sat down and looked at the dragon wrapped in miasma. Then, near the miasma, a confused Ni stares at the place where Usato was knocked down. You. Ogya, Gyahi. At the same time, I could hear an unpleasant voice coming out from the dragon, blowing away the surrounding miasma with its one attached wings. The dragon then looked at the building, and cried out what seemed to be a joyous noise as it wagged its arms. Even after that attack, are you still trying to attack Usato? At this rate, he would really die from it. Stop it. As I was about to stop them, Ni, who is now flying beside the dragon, screamed at the dragon to stop. The dragon hardens as if bounded by her voice. You are prohibited to attack any further without my permission. You. You've done it now. Look at the mess you've made. Now I have to go to the village to sleep tonight. Before that, should I have myself a new Sato treat? Let's chew him first. In front of the immovable dragon, she waved her hands and puts on a thoughtful face. Whether she was reading the dragon's thoughts or not, she tilts her neck suspiciously before shining the magical power she had on her hand. You're definitely not a normal zombie, but that's about it. As long as you're under my control, you're just a puppet. If I don't unlock your abilities, you're just a mere corpse. The dragon's body cramps up. Then, from the body of the dragon, the same purple magic as that of Ni returns to her. It looks as if the shackles that held the body are disappearing, and the so-called container is slowly being drained out from magic. If we go by that principle, is Ni absorbing her magic back from the dragon? In about 10 seconds, the magic coming out of the dragon went completely still. Ni, who was looking at the dragon returning to a corpse, breathes out a sigh. Phew, what gives? It's just a corpse after all. What sort of nonsense did Usato spout about it being a wicked dragon? Well then, time to catch him now. Watching her turn her back on the dragon, I looked at Blurin. If there's no dragon, and it's only Ni and the zombies, then we are more than enough to defeat them. It also looks like she needs time to turn the dragon back into a zombie, so she's not scary in the meantime. I can't help but feel like I'm becoming like Usato, but this is the optimal solution right now. While she isn't noticing, I carried my legs to the building. However, the eye of the dragon behind Ni comes into view. The jet black eyes that reflects the moonlight. The moment the eyes wriggle, the dragon lifted its arms and grabbed Ni with her back turned. Shackles, gone. Disturbing magic, has disappeared. Annoying hero, has been killed. It talked? Rather, didn't Ni return the zombie dragon back into a corpse? Why can't it move? I am thankful, necromancer. If you haven't revived me, it would have taken me another 300 years before my resurrection. Resurrection? But you're just a corpse. I've checked that you have no soul as well. Where are you hiding your soul? I don't care for such measly talk. It is a fact that I am living right now. With Ni on the dragon's hand, it stood upright, looked around and determined a certain direction. Ni, who was captured, has her face turned pale blue, as she saw something in the direction of the dragon. The direction is where the village is it. And that is where Ni used to live as a village girl. Being resurrected a second time, there is only one thing I will do. Which is destroy, kill everyone. Stop. Why? Those are my things, please don't do anything to them. Ni pleaded to the dragon, who was tilting its head. Didn't you use humans as bait? Didn't your father created that village as a food storage? It's a place where they're wasting their life while awaiting for your order to be eaten like a wasted animal. That's right. That village is mine. And it is my food source, so I want you to keep your hands away from them. Ni said to the dragon as if she had choked on something. However, the dragon snickered at her words, then put more strength into its arms. Ugh, goo. That doesn't matter, because I will destroy every village, and every country, and all the continental. Stop it. Don't lay your hands. Wasn't I who revived you? Kugayama. Who cares, you vampire? The dragon smiled unpleasantly, then threw Ni to the third floor as if throwing away trash. There, she crashed into the building and disappeared from sight. I don't know why she wanted to shelter the village, but I don't want to know either. I don't need to care because the root of this lies from her, but now that is hopeless as even she can't stop the dragon. What should I do? Even if I can see the future, the only ending I foresee is being killed by the dragon. When the dragon looked at us, with those murky jet black eyes, my body shivered, and I could not feel my body at all. The word killed repeated in my mind when suddenly the wall of the first floor where Usato was blown away exploded and something flew out. A blade-like object attached to a spear slammed into the lower jaw of the wicked dragon. Think of it as a returning gift. The dragon leaned greatly to the side. A white uniform flutters in the wind. A spear with an axe-like blade in his hand. He lifted the long spear lightly, and jumped down to the ground. Are you all right? I'm so glad he came. However, when I saw Usato's face, I exhaled a word that's different from joy. Scary. That is because, his face had turned bloody and his eyes looked dangerous from the aftermath. After being slammed into the hall by that dragon, I managed to keep my consciousness despite being exposed to some terribly shocking pain. Looking down, I can see my body buried in rubble, and when I looked up, I could see the moonlight. I have been hit by a wonderful blow. Thanks to that, my whole body hurts and I can't move. While continuing to use healing magic for the time being, I removed the rubble one by one that is hindering my movement. After being able to stand up, pain courses through my right shoulder, indicating that I could not freely move my shoulder. Ouch! Did my shoulder popped out due to the impact? I've been dislocated several times during training with Rose, but this is by far the most painful. Anyway, healing magic doesn't heal a dislocated shoulder. I placed my left hand on my right shoulder, bit my teeth strongly to endure the upcoming pain. Pushing my left hand with all my might, I immediately used healing magic as soon as my bones are refitted. Ugh! While turning my arms around, I checked for any major injuries other than my shoulder. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any noticeable injuries. There's only some blood bleeding from my head, but it's not too serious. Having experienced the same hits in Rose's training, the previous blow is still within a safe range. This is not a laughing matter. I can't laugh at all. My body's fine, but how do I defeat him? The poison is troublesome, and it's smart as well. I remind myself that frontal attacks wouldn't work on it. So I just need to find a weakness. Then, I remember something from the notebook that I took from Nee's study room. I heard that the hero jumped into its mouth and knocked its heart with his blade. In other words, attacks from inside should be effective. But the dragon is now a zombie. So the internal organs should not be moving. What's more, it's a corpse that has been neglected for hundreds of years. The organs may have been crumbled past the rot. Or maybe... Wait a minute. Why at that time, my punch? I need to confirm once more. I might be able to defeat the dragon the same way the hero did. Once I've decided, it's time to head out. As I was approaching the exit, I felt something under my feet. The armor, which barely retained its shape, had a long spear on its hand. This is a halberd which is more than 2 meters long. When I lifted it up, it has a considerable weight, which felt like it's made out of iron. I guess it's necessary to prepare this much for that monster? Fortunately, the weight is just right for me to swing around. What they? When I was swinging the halberd around, I could hear the sound of something falling from above the building. Don't tell me, as I went to the nearby room and looked out the window. There, I could see Amako in front. This is not the time to be fooling around. That bastard is trying to touch my friends this time. I backed away slightly from the window, held the halberd on my shoulder with both hands. I can't afford to go through the main entrance, I'll break through as is. Accumulating power, I rushed towards the window and the glass and walls shattered and smashed, then I set up my weapon again and jumped at once towards the dragon. Think of it as a returning gift. I did a full swing to the lower jaw of the dragon that was facing sideways. Some of its teeth were broken from the lower jaw, as it fell to the ground. Are you alright? I spoke after confirming Amako's safety, however for some reason she looks at my face and turns pale blue. Scary. How can you react that way when you see your precious friend? Despite some unreasonable reaction, I immediately faced the dragon who attempted to attack again. The dragon was staring at me in hatred, spilling miasma from its mouth. So you're still alive, hero? Ha! I didn't know you're so talkative. You shitty lizard. While avoiding the claws swung from the dragon, I swung the halberd with both hands against the side of the dragon. However, similar to my punches, it had no effect. Even the blade is useless, how bloody hard is this dragon? How about this? With the halberd on my left, I threw a healing bullet to the eyes of the dragon. With a small popping sound, the dragon whose view is crushed, growls loudly while swinging its arms blindly. However, it didn't hit me when I went behind him immediately. Eat this! I kicked the back of the dragon's leg, which loses its balance and rolls down. The ground shook violently as the dragon falls down. At that moment, when I saw the dragon's chest exposed and unprotected, I pierced the halberd onto the ground, and ran towards the dragon bare fists. If my idea is correct dash. Unlike my previous punch, this time I punched the chest with the bottom of my palm. Because I don't have much power, it didn't do much. However, my suspicion turned into conviction when I confirmed a pulsating feeling on my palm. So, its heart is moving. I don't know why, but it's true that it has one weakness. Then, I just have to enter its body and destroy its heart. Then I have to. When I try to get up and avoid the dragon's limbs and move towards its mouth, my leg suddenly loses strength and my body loses balance. I'm not completely healed yet. Perhaps because I've used too much healing magic and physical strength, the effects of my healing magic have tremendously slowed down. You bastard! You're trying to do the same thing again. Tisk. In addition, it realized what I was trying to do. Perhaps because it didn't want me to enter its body, it tapped its tongue and there, a denser miasma released from its mouth. I recovered the halberd that was pierced on the ground nearby, and left to where Amako was. Are you alright, Usato? Amako rushed towards me. I answered her words while putting healing magic on my knees. Honestly, I'm not doing okay. The poison and the previous injury were more serious than I thought. The pace of recovery is slowing down, and the abnormality on my leg hasn't completely recovered. What's more, it will not allow me to enter its body, which is filled with dense miasma. Or maybe I would run out of healing magic before then. Where's Nee? She was killed by the dragon. It seems like she couldn't stop the dragon either. I see. So she's useless as well. For the time being, I should tell Amako and Blurin about the dragon's weakness. I have to come up with another plan before it approaches us. After telling her about the weakness, she slightly frowns. We know that the heart is the weak point, but how do we attack? That's the issue now. Look at that. It's being cautious knowing that I'm aiming its heart. I can bend it over and go through its ass, but it's better to enter through the mouth. I should have decided earlier, but I really hate how sweet I am. No use regretting. I need to attack the heart somehow. Either 1 or 8, I still have to go into the poisonous mouth. I can tell that you're tired. But don't do something stupid that would take away your life. I can just rush into the poison. Ah, I'm sorry. After looking at Amako's face which slowly turns into sadness, I changed my way of thinking. Self-sacrificing shouldn't be the easy path. I have to live and travel with her. Also, if Rose knew I was about to give up my life, I won't know what she's going to do to me. Let's look for a different solution then. The opponent's about to moving, let's fight. Yusato Dano. I suddenly heard a voice from behind. Arksan was standing up with the support of Blurin. His eyes are clear, as if they were released from the brainwashing effects. You've woken up Arksan. Yes. And I can see the situation. I was conscious when I was manipulated. And I've heard your story earlier and understood the severity of the situation. After saying that, he took off the armor which was disturbing his movement, and looks at me with his strong-willed eyes. I have an idea. Let's go Blurin. Guru Aa. Blurin and I both challenged the wicked dragon. The dragon wondered at us, then raised its head and snarled at us, wanting to crush us. We split up and moved to the side of the dragon, and from the corner of my eyes, I saw Amako muttering something. I'm counting on you, Arksan. Attract the wicked dragon. The first words that Arksan spoke after he woke up. Blurin and I will disturb the dragon to buy some time. It'll be quite difficult to attract the attention of the dragon all by myself, but I should be able to do it if we're together. You don't have to force yourself to attack. Go. Blurin replied with a yeah I get it, growl. I'm glad to be able to rampage as much as I want, as I happily hopped from left to right to avoid the attacks of the dragon. Occasionally, I'll use my fist instead to constantly direct the attention of the dragon towards me. What's important right now is that we shouldn't take damage, as the main event isn't right now. You annoying grats. The larger you are, the easier to dodge. Blurin. While shouting at him, I squat down to dodge its right claw. Right after, Blurin who was at the right side, dealt a fierce bite on the side of the dragon, shaking its huge body greatly. When it tried looking at Blurin, I hit its arm with my punch, making it turn to me once more. Nice one Blurin. It really is nice to have two people. No, in this case, it's one person and an animal. Though it's my second fight with him, the time I've spent with him made up the difference. I know him, and he knows me. No one is more reliable than him. Whenever the dragon looks at either of us, the one that has lost its attention would attack. Since it has left with only one eye, it could not respond to attacks from blind spots. This counts as a sort of combo. With this, it is possible to overwhelm the dragon even if it isn't easy. Well, I still can't get into its mouth, which is oozing out miasma, so there's no decisive shot. Don't think that you can defeat me with such puny tactics. No matter if it's you or the hero, I will kill all of you. You're so weak. You sure talk a lot for a wicked dragon. Did you increase your vocabulary after sleeping for hundreds of years? While lightly speaking to it, I avoided the sludge that it spitted out with a backflip. If it's regarding provocation, I can do this all day. After all, my vocabulary for abusive language has increased abnormally since joining the rescue squad. What's more, this thing is easier to handle because there's no resistance. Your attacks deal no damage to me. Even the hero could not penetrate my body. So what makes you think your attacks who are far inferior than that of the hero could do anything to me? Ha, you sure can talk hey. You afraid to be played around like a fiddle, are you really that scared hey? Phew. I ain't afraid of a puny bastard such as you. When I look at this dragon, it reminds me of that snake that I fought back in Lingle Forest. In the end, the one that killed the snake was Rose. If she hadn't come, I would have surely died by then. That experience made me realize death and found my buddy Blurin. However, thinking about it right now, I am ashamed of my past. She had to help me in the end. But right now, when I'm fighting with Blurin, it feels that the battle with this dragon is similar to that of the snake. The difference this time is that I have two friends that I can rely on. Also, it said that the hero couldn't even penetrate it. I am certain that you are strong in your heyday. Even if you are deteriorating now, you're still strong enough, so I'm sure you have powers that even we can't imagine, right? However, while talking back to it, Blurin was sliding in front of me, and I used him as a footing to jump and hit the throat of the wicked dragon with a flying kick. The miasma spat out like a fountain, and it was in so much pain that it had its hands on the ground, looking astonished as I landed in front of it. GGRR, GA. For me who knows the real hero, you're just a degraded version of a lizard. If it was her, she would have burnt the poison from the inside with her overflowing thunder. If it was him, he would have skillfully manipulated his divine light bullet and captured the dragon. Because I know the two of them, this dragon which is as worn out as me, seems more and more humorous. GGQBAR stay ard. The dragon who has its throat crushed with miasma dripping down thrusts at me. As expected, I'm not durable enough to plunge into the mouth full of sludge and an extremely dense miasma. If I were to get bitten, I wouldn't even last 10 seconds before the poison kills me. However. You sure about that? Only focusing on me. Qoo. With eyes bleeding, and the only opponent it can look at is me, Blurin approached from beside and hits its side with its claws. The impact greatly flew it right past me, and it rolled on the ground and fell. I'm not the only opponent here, okay? Don't ignore Blurin just cause he's a monster, my buddy is a daredevil who will headbutt anyone for whatever reason. Except for Rose. Even after dealing so much, it had little effect on the dragon. Its endurance might be abnormal, but above all things, it's a zombie. However, you now have a weakness precisely because you're a zombie. I muttered to myself so that it can't hear me. Yusato. When I was holding my fist again to try to punch the dragon, Amako raised her voice and called my name. They're finally here. Blurin, pay attention to that big thing. I asked Blurin to take care of the dragon, then immediately descend to Amako and Arksan. When she called me, she had finished preparing everything, and now it's my turn. After a short break, I arrived at the two of them, and Arksan, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, presented a halberd. Yusato Dono, I'll leave the rest to you. All right. The halberd's blade has been imbued with Arksan's magic, glowed bright red around it. This is the strategy to defeat the wicked dragon, as planned by Arksan. It can only be said as a brute force method. Sever the scales of the dragon by slashing it with flames. Indeed, flames will be effective against zombies. However, it is extremely difficult to burn its skin with fire that is thick. And it's even worse to sever its body when my full blow punch didn't even work on it. Also, Arksan who can use fire, can't recover even after healing him with healing magic. It's not much, but right now he can't do it. Thus, in response to his words. Yes, that is why Yusato Dono will do it, and not me. Arksan will put all his magic into the halberd, and create a blade of fire. Then, I will approach its chest, smash it with brute strength, and crush its heart. The steel blade has absorbed so much heat that it's glowing red. This strategy might be dodgy, but it is worth trying as there's little to no chance that we can beat the dragon. Once it is released from my hands, the blade will quickly lose its heat. If you return the blade to me, I cannot burn it as my magic is almost depleted. So. I only have one chance. That is right. I looked at the dragon while watching the halberd still wrapped in Arksan's magic. I don't know if it has noticed or not, but I'm sure it's turning its attention to Blurin. In order to aim at the heart of the dragon, I must hit a blow at top speed directly in front of it. If the power isn't enough, the scale will not penetrate, and if the fire is damaged along the way, it will become just a regular halberd. If I hesitate, this operation will fail. Don't be scared now, me. Let's go. Yes. At the same time as Arksan releases his hands, I kicked the ground and ran towards the dragon. While checking the blade, which is glowing intensely, I aimed at the chest of the dragon while advancing in a straight line. If I continue dash. If I rush while such words come to mind, the dragon who is distracted by Blurin, turns its eyes to me, and it spill a large amount of sludge, covering its body and surrounding itself with miasma. You kidding? I involuntarily stopped and bit my teeth, embracing the miasma. Right now, it's okay to use healing magic, however, once I enter the miasma, what awaits me is a ruthless attack from the dragon. Damn it, so that's what you're doing. It knew what we're trying to do. That's why it didn't stop Arksan who is heating the halberd, and quietly dealt with me and Blurin. It was also taking measures against us. It knew we couldn't defeat it in a normal way, so it's been playing around without killing us. I have no choice but to go. I only have one shot at this. If I stop right now, that chance will be gone. I attempted to jump into the miasma with the intention of getting hit, however, something small suddenly came from behind me. Amako. Amako who flew to me vigorously clung onto my neck and waist. She was shouting something, and I was confused as to what she was trying to say. I will be Yusato's eyes. Continue running. Tisk, alright, hold tight then. Recognizing her intentions, I deployed healing magic to wrap the both of us, and proceeded to jump into the miasma. Going straight through an unclear field of view, I could not see anything in front, not even my feet. I'm now not afraid of the attacks. After all, there's a girl behind me with the strongest eyes. Squat. I bent down, and something huge passed over my head. Jump backwards, then go round to the left. At the same time as I backstep, I made a large detour to the left and cut through the miasma. I did not overlook a single word of Amako, and responded to the action. This is really the strongest combo. Even when thinking about these useless thoughts, I was a little moved. Go out of the miasma. It's right in front. All right. I held the halberd with both hands and rushed forward. Then, after escaping the miasma, the figure of the wicked dragon that is lighted up by the moonlight waved its huge tail. When my legs were about to put on the brakes, Amako squeezed my head, implying to me that I don't have to worry. It's okay, he's here. At the same time, Blurin jumps out from the side and uses his entire body to prevent the tail from blowing towards us. A sudden flashback of Blurin being hit by the snake on that day appeared on my head as I involuntarily nodded at him. That's right, we have Blurin. It is not just a combo with Amako but Arksan and Blurin as well. That's why, it is everyone's power that defeats this shitty dragon. Raising my voice, I ran straight towards the dragon. The dragon tried swinging its big arms in a hurry with a terrified expression, as if it didn't think we'll come over. Unfortunately, we were quicker. I approached 3 meters before it, swung the halberd, which was held to the right, with all my power. The moment it collides with the scales, the glowing blade scorches its skin. It's effective. I continued pushing the halberd, leaving it to momentum to pierce through. Then, I could hear the sound of something breaking. The sound of the blade broke from the point of the handle, and it flew away. I gazed at the scale that shook off the blade. It was only a couple of seconds, but it felt like a really long time. It's no good. However, as I was about to give up, the scale of the dragon suddenly ignites, and at the same time, a horizontal slash is cut into the chest of the dragon. Wow! Pure white ash overflowed like smoke from the wounds of the chest. While listening to the dragon crying in agony, I saw an object that was emitting an unusual shine behind the ashes. Is that its heart? The heart makes a slow beat while buried in ashes. No wait, can we even call it a heart, when it's separated from the body? Since there's no other internal organs inside, it seems as if this part is forcibly kept alive. Also, there's another weird thing. It was a sword that was stuck into the heart that's still moving, even when it's cut off. A silver blade, with a golden guard, and a pitch-black handle. A blade that was familiar to me back in Japan, was stuck into the heart of the dragon. Why, a sword. Yusato. What are you waiting for? That's right, this is not the time to be thinking. After returning back from Amako's words, I thrust my arm into the wound of the dragon and grabbed the sword that had pierced the heart. The feeling from the sword is nothing but an imitation sword, and I tried pulling it out as much as I could. Then, the dragon screamed in a frenzy, and immediately stopped moving. Why you re-kidding? I haven't even destroyed anything, not even killing anybody. You bastard, am I going to be deviated by a hero again? The body of the dragon that has stopped moving is disappearing into ashes. It's as if the wedges that kept it in this world are slowly disappearing. Been used. Finally, the entire body turned into ashes. All that remained was the ashes piling up like mountains. And in front of that mountain of ash, I sat there in relief. We were able to defeat it. You did, Yusato. Amako, who got off of my back, happily gripped her fist tightly. Looking around, both Blurin and Arksan are safe. No one was dead trying to kill this thing. We did it. Looking at the sword in my hand, the feeling that grew inside me wasn't the joy of defeating the dragon, but suspicion of the predecessor hero. What is the first hero thinking, stabbing that thing with this? The sword that was drawn out from the heart of the dragon has a length of about 40 centimeters, and the blade dazzling in silver, with the handle being black. Is this a Wakaizushi? Well, not like I care about it, but the worrisome thing is that as soon as I pulled it out, the wicked dragon disappeared into ashes, as if being released. That just doesn't make any sense. From what I've read from the notebook, the hero was said to have thrown the blade into the heart of the wicked dragon, defeating it in the process. However, given the situation of the dragon and the sword that was pierced, the hero cannot be considered to have just defeated it. Either way, the dragon has been killed. No, it's different. Amako strongly denies the words that I muttered unconsciously. That is not someone who has been killed. That is what I felt. So, it might be correct to say that Yusato has released it. Thanks. Instead of killing him, I let it go. Delighted with Amako's words, I stroked her head with a smile. Amako then turns her eyes diagonally downward, shyly muttering something. However, the loose expression immediately turned serious. Yusato. I know. Don't worry, I did not forget. This isn't the end. There's still one more person, and she's the main cause of this incident. Amako, please guide me to her. I looked up at the half-broken Western-style building, and whipped my tired body, forcing it to stand up to do one last job for the day. Father said that the living human beings were food to us. Mother said that the dead were toys to play with. I was born and raised by my father, who was a great vampire, and my mother who was a necromancer. I, who have two races with a long lifespan, pleased father and mother. The way of the vampire, and the necromancer. What it means to be a demon, and why humans will always be our enemies. These and various other things were ingrained in me since I was young. My parents were really kind to me as well. Even as of right now, the distant memories were nothing of sadness, but filled with happy and nostalgic memories with them. However, the two were killed by humans. It was during the time when I could count with both my hands, when I was 10 years old. The humans deemed us as harmful beings, made sure that my parents will never return from the grounds using magic. Thinking back, it was the obvious decision for them to do. Father and mother went too far with their actions. They ruined the food chain of the human being, and toyed with the lives of humans. What was left for the young Ni, were the abundant book collections which mother has kept, and the only small village that father has ruled, the mansion which I am living in right now. At that time, I did not know what to do. Should I exact their revenge? However, the two humans who killed my parents have breathed their last, so there was no way for me to do that, which led me mourning for days, without finding any meaning in life. However, I, who is feared as a vampire at night, roamed around the empty mansion by myself. That's why I had no choice. I was lonely. The hunger for human compassion struck my impulse. Thus, I who was young and lonely could not take it any longer, mingled into the village that my father has ruled. The first thing that came to mind was that humans as living beings, are far too weak. If the children get hurt, they start crying immediately, and when the adults were attacked by monsters, they would easily lose to them, resulting in great injuries. Strangely however, I was surprised that the loneliness I felt previously weren't there when I mingled with the human beings. At first, I was the younger sister of a family with an elder sister. Then, I lived alone as a young girl. The third time, I was the elder sister of a young girl who had lost her parents. Fourth time, I was an owl, overlooking the village. Fifth time, I was the daughter of another family. The sixth time, I became a mother of a girl who has no identity of her own. The seventh time, I was the daughter of a mother who had lost her husband and her daughter. After playing and bending their memories here and there, 300 plus years have gone by in an instant. During that time period, I've learned 3 new magics, and have almost read all of the books my mother kept. But, I have started to grow tired of the small village that I've mingled with. Right around 200 years ago, I could feel the limits of listening and changing the memories of humans. I could not get any stimulation out of it. All of them had a normal life, and most, if not all of them did not have an interesting life which could excite me. That is why I will not let this prey escape. Another worlder who is also a healer, a girl who has a mysterious foresight magic, the Princess of Time. Thus, I will use whatever means to get them. Yes, that was my intention. Cough, oh well, I guess I'll end up like father and mother. My body is in shambles, and I couldn't move. I could force myself to move, but only my right arm. That is the might of the wicked dragon, just one hit and I've gotten injured to such extent. I can't believe that Usato could continuously get hit by that monster and still be alive. Even though he was smashed and hit, he is still punching that dragon without any break, which makes me think that he's not a normal human being. So, he has defeated the wicked dragon. And just now, the evil presence that I felt has disappeared. Knowing that he has defeated the dragon, I could finally rest my body on the cracked wall in relief. It's funny to think that your own trump card was beaten, but it was absolutely necessary. The fool who has revived the wicked dragon on her own, and now she is the one being cornered by that very own dragon in her current situation. I am sure that he will come here at this moment. To defeat the harmful monster, which is me. Fu. After all, I am no different from father and mother who have used humans as their playthings and tools. Using the living and dead humans as I pleased, capturing visitors who came to the village, erasing their memories once I was bored with them. I might not have done things that might have made them resent me, but even if the method was different, I have not changed the actions I've done, and I am still following the footsteps of my parents. I might not be needed anymore. Or rather, I feel like disappearing. Being overly cocky and reviving the wicked dragon, just to be played like a fiddle, and in the end Usato and his friends had to clean my mess. There were no miscalculations in the development before I revived the wicked dragon. It's just that, I did not calculate the fact that the wicked dragon would cause such havoc even after it died. It was insulting. A lifeless body, taxidermized for hundreds of years. Thus, hearing for the first time that a dead body would still remain its soul wasn't what I'd expected. In the first place, souls can only reside in a living body. In other words, the vessel called the body moves with the soul, and the soul is contained in that vessel. Which evil being binded the wicked dragon's soul into it? It was natural to come to such a conclusion. Normally it would be impossible to trap a soul after death. But, there was one who could. A legend who is known throughout the continent, the one and only hero who is said to have sealed the Demon King with his powers. If the book has recorded the exaggerated actions of the hero, then the containment of a soul might have been easy for him. However, what's left to prove such a thing is gone. Either way, it has nothing to do with me. Since there was no point in figuring out the reason behind a human being who had died a few hundred years ago. If we look at the results, because of my shallow thinking, it was I who unknowingly destroyed the village. That is all that matters. I am not needed. With those words let out, I remembered the distant memories that were left in this mansion. My parents were killed, I cried because I was left alone. I wonder what would happen to the village, if the young girl Ni has disappeared. I am surprised at how stupid I was for thinking about it, as I showed a self-deprecating smile. What is there to leave if my existence wasn't supposed to be there from the beginning? As I muttered earlier, they don't need me anymore. Since I don't have to use that village anymore, and I don't have to bother with the zombies. I'm going to die here anyways. Footsteps of someone walking up could be heard. I swallowed my saliva as the sound echoes from below, and dreaded at the fact that I cannot escape because I could not move my body. I closed my eyes slowly as I accepted my fate. I climbed the Western-style mansion. Behind me were Arksan and Usato, closely following me from behind. As for Blurin, he is waiting outside if anything happens. Arksan, I think it's better if me and Blurin. Usato asked Arksan again. Slightly intrigued, I peeked from my shoulders, and saw Arksan ascending the stairs with his sword in its sheath that had fallen in the hall earlier, bitterly smiling. It is all right. Though my magic power is running dry, my body is unharmed. As for Usato Dono, you've been fighting all this time, right? I am. All right. I still have some magic left as well. I frowned my eyebrows as I heard the lies coming from Usato. He has been fighting with Arksan who was being controlled, then fighting such a powerful wicked dragon afterwards. What's more, he was poisoned and smashed during the fight with the dragon. Based on my judgment, Usato has not only exhausted his muscles, but also his mental strength. Moreover, I have a score to settle. I have to meet with that brat who was the reason why all of these happened in the first place. Before we entered the mansion, Usato was talking about what he's going to do with Ni whilst using emergency healing magic on us. Though I was silently listening to him, I did not know what he was thinking. But, I will understand as soon as we ascend these stairs. And there, we will see Ni who was done in by the wicked dragon. And then, it's coming. The scene from my prediction is approaching. The scratched walls, shattered chandeliers, broken windows. Ni who was laying down against the wall, under Usato's shadow. I'm sure Usato understands as well. I know that he's not stupid, and he's noticed the foreshadowing which I've spoke to him. The scenario that I saw is now coming together. Right now, he is heading for Ni. We're here. Usato muttered as he looked at the top of the stairs. I once again strengthened my mind as I climbed the stairs, and saw Ni there, in front of the living room on the third floor. The floor we were in as Usato jumped out from the window just now. Then, you've come. Leaning on the cracked wall, the beaten-up Ni put up a smile as she looked at us. You looked quite beaten up. Let me return that statement back at you. Usato, who was fed up with this, continued forward to where Ni was leaning. He thought of approaching her cautiously, but sighed when he saw Ni laughing ironically. She was hit by the dragon, and was in a state where she was seriously injured. It might be that her defense isn't that high, but her forehead was soaked in her own blood, her left hand and both her feet looked as though it was painfully kept alive, and she wasn't in a state where she could freely move. Sai, you're really staring at me with those deadpan eyes. Usato on the other hand was quite impressive as well. His robe was covered in soot, blood marks could be seen on his forehead and cheeks, and the wounds which would have been recovered by his healing magic, would still show his complexion on his face. Still, you don't seem to look angry at all. Huh? Bloody hell, of course I'm angry at you. Usato, who was jokingly laughing just a second ago, has instantly turned into his sadistic and sharp tongue. Though we can't see what he looks like right now, judging from Ni's frightened expression, she was shedding slight tears from her eyes, and trembling from her immovable body. Because of you, my important journey was almost ruined to dust. You tried to manipulate Arksan into doing something irreparable, and above all else. Then, with his arms crossed, he left her trembling even further. The stupid dragon that you revive has almost caused a mountain of people to be killed. If Usato couldn't defeat the dragon, many would have been devoured by it. Ni, who nonchalantly revived the wicked dragon, couldn't be forgiven. You didn't think that that would happen, right? But, because of that shallow thinking, you have caused this much mess. Ni's mouth was sealed shut. Usato, who looked at such a sight, once again sigh. Why did you shield the village from the wicked dragon then? Weren't you only using the villagers to do your biddings? That is correct. Then why haven't you used them to good use? You could have used the villagers as meat shield to capture me. Didn't you hear about me through Arc-san? Because I have joined the rescue squad for the sole purpose of saving people's lives, if you just controlled the villagers and made them as hostages, you would have had the upper hand. He's right. There was no need to use the wicked dragon whatsoever. His healing punch would have done nothing to save the villagers if held hostage. I came to the conclusion that the dragon wasn't needed. But it is still a miss from my part. HMMPH. Yusato gave a doubtful look. Regardless, Ni smiled selfishly and spun her words. It wouldn't have happened. If I'd properly controlled it, then all these wouldn't have. Hey, and look at what happened. Either way, even if you hadn't controlled the zombies, I would have defeated you before you could even give an order. You're really, a monster dash. Don't change the subject. You're like that since just now? What do you want me to say? Ni shouted as she did not know what Yusato wanted from her. Yusato then stared at her with a threatening look, causing her to stop moving once more. You've regretted ever committing such an act, right? That is. Well, yes. But, I worked for what I wanted. Even if I regret my actions, I can't reflect on it. You're wrong. The regret I'm saying isn't about that. You've regretted having revived the wicked dragon, but not because you couldn't catch me. As if hitting the mark, he glared at her as she shimmered. What you regretted was putting the villagers in danger. I have zero remorse over them. If you truly treat them as tools, then you wouldn't have pleaded with the wicked dragon to not wreak havoc at that village. I know this because I've fought with it. That dragon is incredibly scary, right? So, to face that dragon and tell it to not destroy the village, isn't that what you call being worried about them? Worried? Why you wrong, over there is. Ni was agitated as she looked elsewhere but at Yusato's eyes. Yusato, who sighed at the situation, muttered this isn't going anywhere under his breath. Thinking of what he was worried about, he opened his mouth to the frightened Ni. You knew about it. You knew about the horrors the moment you released that horrid creature. That the villagers will be trampled, bitten, poisoned, and rotten by the dragon. Its poison could destroy the body from the inside, melts the lungs, and eventually unable to breathe. Its arms and tail is so strong that it creates crater in the ground, so powerful that it can even crush a large adult. And the worst thing, is that it has a cunning and brutal personality. All living creatures in its eyes are things that it can kill, regardless of whether it's an old man, woman, or child. Stop it. Did she imagine the scene? Ni, whose expression changed into a sad one, snarls like a child as she blocks Yusato's words. Even Yusato didn't feel good about it either, as he brushed his hair roughly. He knew that Ni did not try to fight with the villagers in mind. She wouldn't want anything happening to the villagers, and now seeing her scared expression seemed to be somewhat saddening. However. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. With that one word, everything matched into place. The prediction I saw 3 days ago, and the words he spoke has now overlapped. Looking around immediately, I could see Arc-san being supported by his sword, and the full moon, which can be seen through a hole in the half-destroyed rubble. If you regret doing it, why didn't you realize it sooner? What you wanted was already in your hands. But you tried to let go of it, regardless of what you're doing, regardless of your will. Despite being frustrated, he spins his words. She continued calling his name to try and stop it but, he continued talking without turning around. Yusato knew what was going to happen, and it would become a reality. But, why would he deliberately try to? Confused and unable to move, Yusato comes close to Ni's eyes. It's not like I'm going to kill you. What's with that surprised look on your face? He shrugged his shoulders, after being shown that he was out of his mind, crouched down, looked at Ni. Because the request to defeat the necromancer was from you. At this point, the request doesn't make sense anymore. But, don't ever do these senseless things anymore. So, go and live as Ni, as the daughter of that village. I'll check on you from time to time, okay? As he squared Ni up with his eyes. Did the future of Yusato change? The future is changing, and it was a prediction which shouldn't have changed, but there are exceptions to everything, even to this. Foo. For me to be, the village daughter. While staring on the ground, she mutters something on her mouth. However, while having a short relief, looking from Yusato's back, the mouth hidden by her bangs was severely distorted like a crescent moon. Yusato. Ni was holding a sharp-like object on her right hand. At the same time, Yusato's left hand moves at an unstoppable speed. The future has changed. Panicked by what happened at the mysterious speculation, what I saw was drops of blood coming at his feet. Arc-san and I hurriedly ran to where we could see them. However, what jumped into my eyes was different from what I'd expected. You. What did you do? Phew. What? I did. Looking at Yusato's hand, he was grabbing Ni's right wrist. What looked like a knife was her claws, stretched to about 20 centimeters, and their ramifications were directed to her throat, not to Yusato. The dripping blood came down from Yusato's hand was through a nail that stuck slightly into her throat. Yusato Dono, what is? This brat was trying to stab herself on the neck. He showed her nails, which slightly hurt Ni's throat. So Ni was trying to commit suicide? I did not understand what led to such a conclusion, but in the first place, the prediction did not say whether Yusato would be stabbed. I was prepared to be killed in the same as father and mother would. How much of a fool do you think I was? Asking me to spend my time as a village girl? If you think I could go back now, then you're sorrowfully mistaken. Sigh. Yusato's sighs became a troublesome one. But Ni fearlessly smiled, despite being stopped by him. That's why I knew that you're determined to stop me. Eh? What? The blood reveals information, the contract, the price. I'll be dead unless you grabbed my hand. However, because you grabbed my hand which was already covered in my blood, one condition was met. Hey, Hugh. Yusato was confused as he looked at Ni's hand. He couldn't understand what was going on. Demon and human, the worshipper and the one being worshipped, with the testimony of each other's blood, allow the old contract to be bonded. Wait a minute, what is with that disturbing spell? At that moment, a large white light emitted from Yusato's hand that was holding Ni's hand. The familiar like it was the contract which I've seen before being activated using blood. However, the contract she is about to make will not hurt Yusato. But it can be troublesome. Yusato. Get away from. When I rushed to the side to try to pull Ni away, my body suddenly stopped moving. Looking at the floor, her bind magic was activated through the carpet on the floor. When did she? Why is she this obsessed? How about Arksan? As we saw Arksan, he was holding his head down, trying to resist something. You're trying to control Arksan again. Hehe, be a little more obedient, won't you? Aira, you sure? I'll die if you punch me? And if I die, the dangerous magic still remains, right? Tisk. While coughing blood, she laughed at Yusato whose fists were trembling with a painful expression. Regret for the things I have done. For the rest of my life. H-ha. What is with that disturbing line? You little, let go of me. Oh ouch. Your claws are hitting me. Yusato tried shaking her hand out, but she opened her mouth wide, laughing, not letting him escape. At that moment, the light emitted from the hand grew even more, illuminating the entire hall, illuminating the dark sky. The long nights of turmoil caused by the half-vampire, half-necromancer, Ni, is finally coming to an end. My body was already at its limit, and before I realized, I was already knocked unconscious. When I opened my eyes, I found myself laying on the bed of the village that we were staying in just yesterday. While I was resting, Arksan seemed to have ignited and burned the Western-style building, leaving only the black-burned framework of the once beautiful mansion. A large collection of burnt waste, and a large amount of ashes, and the ashes of the dragon remained. Finally, after resting for almost an entire day, my fatigue and magic has recovered, and we went and visited the village chief before leaving. Even so, you don't have to call out everyone in the village to send me off. We must never be ungrateful to our benefactor of this village. Thanks to the disappearance of the necromancer, there are now no zombies wandering around the village. We can finally live a peaceful life. Looking behind the village chief, the other villagers are there to send us off. And of those people, a large bag is handed to Arksan, who is currently loading the luggage behind him. To receive so much food from you. In fact, we felt that it wasn't enough. I would feel bad if we received even more than that. While refusing the kindness of the villagers who are approaching with vegetables in both hands, I noticed a woman approaching here, smiling. Tetra-san. It seems that you have fully recovered. Yeah, thanks to you. Next to the old woman where Frank was helping her, the appearance of the village girl isn't there. Frowning on that scene, I decided to ask something I've been meaning to ask for a while. If you don't mind me asking. Are you the only one who is living in such a huge house? Ha ha ha, there is nothing to be mindful of. I have been living there by myself for the past 20 years. Because my husband and daughter were killed by monsters. Since then, I have been staying there all by myself. All on her own. Hey. So she has really forgotten. But, I can feel that she's actually speaking on her own. She isn't speaking as though she was being controlled like a puppet. Since I got to know what I wanted to know, I thought that I should just give up on questioning Tetra-san dash, but I stopped midway when I saw a hint of sadness from her face. Then again, it's kinda weird. Even though I've been living on my own, I feel like my home has suddenly become wider since yesterday. I wonder if I'm becoming crazy. No, you are still as energetic as ever, Tetra-san. Having an emotion that she can't speak about, I finally turn back and prepare to leave. Shit, I guess it's still impossible. It's not easy to wipe out someone's memory. Now that I have a glimpse of evidence in front of me, the feelings kept in my chest want to let out. Then, Amako pulls the hem of my uniform, as though she heard the conversation between us. Don't worry. I'm not enough of a crybaby to soak in such sentiment. No, it's not about Usato crying, it's about time we're leaving. Would you please return my sentiment? Looks like she didn't care for me. I can feel the burning emotions that have risen in my chest starting to sink. That's what she chose at the end, so I have no say on this. It's her own job to deal with it. That's tough. Well, you're right. In addition. For some reason, Amako looks at me. What is with that rebellious eye? Usato's still Usato. Aren't you too kind for your enemy? Rather than that, remember that my sole purpose is to help people? So I'm just helping them when they ask for help. But, look at what happened in the end. I agree with that, but it doesn't seem like I like it. Well, I don't really care anymore. We have to finish with our preparations. I checked the luggage, put the food we got from the villagers on the back of Blurin. If we have this much, we don't have to make a pit stop until we reach Samarier. Arc San. I'm done preparing here. I'm almost done over here. Looking at Arc-san, who fixed our luggage securely on the horse, I once again turned around to the villagers. Though it was a short time, I wish the best to everyone. Yes, if possible, please visit us again. By then, we'll have more hospitality than before. Until then, we pray for your safe journey. Again, hey. Yeah, guess I'll come back someday. While not feeling satisfied, I wave the villagers goodbye. The villager is getting farther away. And inside the village, there is no village girl named Ni. Nobody questioned it, and from the outset, she behaved as though she never existed. Surely, they don't even know the end of the story. The fact that they were being manipulated. The identity of the necromancer. Why the zombies wandered around the village. A girl who suddenly disappeared from the village without a trace. Hoot. After the village wasn't in sight, a little black owl fell on my shoulder. The small palm-sized black owl shrieks with a hoot with its small wings folded into its small body. I continued walking without questioning that the owl was flying at noon, and muttered. Is this okay with you? Hoot. Ni, you erase those people's memories. Are you really sure you're okay with that? Hoot. Oi. I grab the owl that jumped on my shoulder without hesitation, and swing it upside down. When I look at the owl closely, which looks visibly upset, blatantly stares away from my peripheral. This bastard. Shaking the owl vigorously, the owl suddenly makes a girlish scream. Stop it. Stop shaking me while I'm upside down. You little, if you can talk then fucking talk. You know how weird I look talking to birds. But I'm an owl. And ordinary owls don't talk. Hoot hoot dash. Shut the hell up. Ordinary owls don't always hoot. So stop replying like that. I don't know the details of owls, but I know for a fact that it doesn't make such an artificial noise. As you might have guessed, the owl who is struggling to escape from my hand is the girl who disappeared in that village, Ni, the monster that should have been defeated as a necromancer. She tries to flutter her wings to hit my hands, so I sigh and let go of my hand, by throwing it forward. The freed owl flutters its small wings and stays behind Blurin, then transforms with a bang into a girl with black hair and red eyes. Sigh, so you're really following us? Of course. That's because our contract has been made. She leans her neck forward, showing her right palm in a cute manner. In the center of the palm, a pattern-like magic circle is engraved like a tattoo. And, my left hand has the same pattern as hers. Right now, nothing is drawn on the left palm, but if I put magic on it, a purple glow will appear. Why did you do something like this? Didn't I say that I'll wear it for a lifetime, right? Then you wouldn't need to burn your house where you lived, right? That night, after she signed the contract, it wasn't even a curse, no magic, just a simple familiar contract. However, the familiar contract she used was not commonly used in this world, but was largely modified. The significantly modified contract has been used hundreds of years ago, where it's possible to forcibly forge a contract if both blood was paid without anyone's consent. One of the troubles with this contract is that it is more tied to a master-slave than the current simplified familiar contract, and it cannot be easily resolved. Ni is certainly a monster. It's no wonder she can sign a familiar contract. But I didn't think that after she made herself my familiar, she wouldn't go into a rage. Moreover, while I was unconscious, she erased the memories of the villagers and burned the Western-style building she once lived. I was even more surprised that she prepared to follow us. Phew, it doesn't make sense to leave a house that I won't live in anymore. What's more, I've bought something important with me. Then, when she opens the bag on the back of Blurin, I can see several black spine books. I was thinking whose bag was that, so it was yours? At first glance, it looks like a magic book. Since there's nothing precious anymore, she doesn't care if she burns the building. Sigh, well whatever. Then, why an owl? Isn't it familiar like? What's more, it's cute right? If you're a vampire, then it should have been a bat. I hate it. I'm not some animal who sucks on blood. I want to be a cute creature when I transform. Does she not have a good impression on bats? Either way, the owl looks pretty, but the inside is ruining everything in many ways. It's hard to say that Rose and Kukuru have similarities in taking black creatures as their friend. When I turn my gaze to Ni, she struggles to hum while stroking Blurin. Whether it's because they're both monsters, or because of her instinct, but she doesn't have any ill intention on Blurin. Once again, please take care of me, master. Pfft. Ni said with a full smile on her face. Amako, who was walking next to me, did a high kick. Kaie? As Ni falls down from the back of Blurin with a miserable voice. What are you doing? Don't get in the way. Bat. Who are you calling bat? I'm a monster, not a beast. Let's find out once and for all, who's on top. Ni jumps up and tries to return an attack, but Amako, who predicted that, avoided by flipping backwards, and landing on her feet. Ni dive head first and performs a dynamic head slide. PSSSSSHHH. After a few seconds of silence, she stands up, wipes her eyes, and begins wrestling with Amako while weeping. Looks like I'm watching a cat fight, but it's actually a fight between a vampire and a fox. Well, let's leave them be. Some say that the more they fight, the better the friendship becomes. A weird person has followed us. Ha ha ha, it will become more lively. Arksan is on the other team then. Because he was manipulated. Since we're on our way. And since she really wants to go, we can't just leave her alone. Moreover, I feel that she's already been punished. Punished. Even after being suffered by the wicked dragon, and if the act of erasing the villagers' memories with her own hands is her punishment, she might not have been punished nearly as enough. You're right, her power could help us on our next trip. That's what I thought. I nod and agree with Arksan's words. Restraining spell, resistance spell, and magic that is generally not good for attacking, but she seems to be helpful in neutralizing her opponents and protecting herself from attacks. No, wait a minute. If she uses the restraining spell on me, I may be able to use that for training. I didn't even think about it. It's an idea that ordinary people like me would never think of trying to use. A technique of restraining yourself. Are you complimenting me? Don't, you'll make me blush. While grinning at his words, Ni, who has turned back into an owl, jumped over to my shoulder. I don't need to ask who won because she's gotten away here all dusty and dirty. Right. Suddenly, I recall the things I kept in my pocket, and take them out. Amako looks from behind and takes a surprising voice. It's the thing that's inside the wicked dragon's body. Yeah, it's a sword in my world. A sword in a leather sheath that the villagers overlooked. Ni sees the sword in my hand, and feels some strange power from it. When she hears that it's inside the body of the wicked dragon, she turns her eyes with interest. It was written in the diary. Yusato, it's better to take good care of it. Why? It's a weapon used by the hero. Perhaps it'll be useful later. This thing, useful? I don't use knives, so there are endless opportunities to use them. But if I give it to Amako, the weight of the sword may become a burden to her, also Arksan already has a broken sword. Can't be helped, guess I should hang it on my waist for the time being. I can use it to peel off vegetables and fruits. Breathing out a huge sigh, I hold my sword between the waist belts, and Ni, who was on my shoulder, looks at me. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. She quit her lonely and manipulative life and decided to depart and travel to the outside world. It doesn't matter what kind of means or reason there was. When I think about it, I remember the conversation I had with her early morning as a village girl Ni. I guess she wasn't just seeking knowledge, she was finally able to step forward. The girl who controls life and death is no longer in that mansion. No daughter was protecting the village. Right here, right now. Something like a clown familiar. Sometimes a little annoying, and noisy at times. Author's note. The reason for using an owl as a familiar was simply because it looked cute and didn't feel uncomfortable even on a shoulder. As a supplement. The third chapter as a whole is a story of the appearance of the wicked dragon and the story of the character who supplements the lacking part of Yusato and Ni until they became friends. Ni is a standing character or like a convenient character who can handle support and is the brain of the team. However, she's a dimwit character because there are places where she's important and there are places where she's naive and her mood shifts. Chapter 4 is going to be a story focusing on Curse, but before that, I will update a little story for 2 to 3 chapters. Author's note. This will be a two-parter chapter, explaining the events that happened during chapter 79. After hearing that the wicked dragon has awakened much later, Seal and the Demon King, who was chatting with no emotion whatsoever, noticed the Demon King's anomalous clogging, showing an expression that can be both startling and embarrassing. Wow, so even he can make such a face. This is quite rude to think about as his temporary maid. Is there something wrong? The wicked dragon is dead. Hey! Bad words of choice. It is weird of me to say to someone that has once died, to be dead. It might be more accurate to say that it has finally returned to what it was meant to be. And what would that be? He went back into the magic. Just like what a monster should. Apparently, the dragon has now disappeared. The Demon King was saying that it would eventually decay, but why was he so surprised about it, as he kept his lips down and snuck a few laughs, sitting on his chair deeply, thinking about Seal's question. It didn't die of a natural death. There should have been some extra magic to ramp up for at least a month or so. But to return as a magical element, due to his body decaying? No, it won't just die by rotting for a few hundred years. Or perhaps, one possible answer is that someone has defeated it. Didn't the hero defeat the dragon? I heard that he has tremendous power, as far as the story portrays. Lingle Kingdom's hero, the two humans who caused great damage to the Demon King's army. If you've heard of their feats, it should be possible for one of them to defeat the weak wicked dragon. I thought so and closed my eyes while slowly shaking my head. The heroes. Yes, it is relatively close to where the wicked dragon has resurrected, but it's different. Those with the qualities of a hero will emit a certain characteristic and waves of magic. Wait a minute, Seal thought as she felt uncomfortable with the Demon King's remarks. The moment the Demon King has awakened, he has been in the castle the entire time. If so, why does he know the waves and magic of the two heroes? It's nothing that great. It's a little tiring, but if you concentrate, it's easy to locate magic over a long distance. That's bullshit. Then, would it not be easy for the Demon King to find the whereabouts of the heroes? Certainly not. Long-range magic detection is like finding a single star out of a starry night sky. It's much difficult to find if it's buried in many places. Moreover, I'm only detecting it by force, and the heroes have just learned their magic recently when we invaded the Lingle Kingdom. What's more, it is incredibly tiresome. The Demon King mutters that it is useless because of how impractical it is. From Seal's point of view, you can only marvel at the power of the Demon King, who can perform magic detection. But, there is an exception. That is when a magic with a strong personality, like say the wicked dragon emits. The magic of a dragon is relatively easy to detect because of its strong presence. Is that why you could grasp the number of surviving dragons? Certainly, a dragon living for a long time must have a pure and terrible presence of magic, rather than a human with mixed blood. Back to the story. It is a fact that the wicked dragon was defeated by someone and by a human. A human, you say? There were 5 magic reactions around the wicked dragon. A half-necromancer and vampire demon, a beast with clairvoyance, a human with flame magic and a human with healing magic. What's with that team that's been scrambled up randomly? There's only one who could use fire magic. The half-demon, and the beast with clairvoyance, then a healing magic user. This would give anyone a headache if they heard that these are the ones concentrated around the wicked dragon. Did these circus clowns defeat the wicked dragon? Like, laugh till you die. Or something. Your jokes are interesting. Just listening to you has made my stomach all twisted. I'm looking forward to our next chat. Showing a not in the least happy emotion even if she was told that, as no expression was wasted. Returning such a serious gaze, Seal's cheeks are reddened as she agonizes in shame. It doesn't matter how they've defeated the dragon anymore. What's interesting is the people of the race who defeated the dragon. At least before I was sealed, humans were themselves the top of the race. Such a stupid creature claiming to be one, and they're still the same, that is what I thought. But apparently, some people are as weird as he was. The Demon King mutters as he puts his hand on his forehead, slowly rises and looks up. There is only a black ceiling in front of his gaze, but he may have been seeing something else. But, this is only the beginning. At that moment, Seal witnessed a face colored by the struggles of the Demon King. A magnificent smile that makes you feel innocent, but gives you the impression of power to get your spines cold. The roar of the wicked dragon will spread across the continent, and that will cause a variety of major changes. A terrible curse of contraindication. The dragon who lives in this world and his blood relatives, and our demons. Things are about to get interesting from here on out. Seal, it's war, the struggle that was repeated a long time ago shall begin again in this era. Seal can't answer anything to the Demon King's words but silently listens. The voice of the Demon King, who smiled quietly without giving her an eye, made a brimming light in the dark hall. Lingle Kingdom. A city where commerce is thriving is being threatened by the Demon King's army. Also, it is the country where the rescue squad resides, which my teacher Yusato-san lives. Getting on a merchant's carriage, it was my first time visiting this country, as I nervously got down from the carriage, and stopped at the front entrance. Thank you for sending me this far. I don't mind it. I too enjoyed myself after a long trip. I thanked the merchant for bringing me here from Lukvis, and I decided to step into the city of Lingle. It didn't take long to get here. I handed out my leave of absence directly to Gladys, the director of the school, and quit school altogether. Then, wrote a letter to thank and remind my parents who tentatively raised me up till now, and finally called out to Mina to have a talk. What was surprising was that Gladys approved my notice of withdrawal, as if knowing it was going to happen. Then, she apologized to me for not being able to do anything. I was surprised by the sudden apology, but she is the director of the school who accepted me, knowing about the power struggles of the aristocrats as well. She was relieved that it has ended, but not everything has worked out, and she arranged for me to go with a merchant, destined for Lingle Kingdom. It was indeed a happy story, as she was looking out for me. And, the talk with Mina. That is. I think that it wasn't meaningless to me. In the end, we fought. But it's not like we got along well to begin with, so there's nothing to quarrel about. Trader Aizen, these two illustrations are from Lane Vol. .4. Maybe it's just skipped in the WN. Speaking of my only remorse, I wished to hang out with Kyo-san for a little while more. Because they were the first people to talk to me when I came to this country. When I left Lukvis, they showed no embarrassment and cried their hearts out. Ooh. The scenery of a vibrant city spreads out in my field of view, and unlike countries with high percentages of children such as Lukvis, there were more adults here. It's a relaxing place, free from nobles and commoner scrutinies. When I felt the air of the city on my skin, I took a deep breath to suppress my feelings of uplifting. No, I'm not here to enjoy the scenery. I take out the letter that I put in my bag and remember the reason why I came here. Okay. The introduction letter given by Usato-san. The first thing is to give this letter to the leader of the rescue squad. To do that, I must first know the location of the rescue squad. I approached a nearby shop for the time being and talked to a younger guy who sells fruits, asking them whether they knew about the place. Excuse me. What is it, sir? It looks like you came from the outside. I'm from Lukvis, a neighboring country, sorry but can I ask for directions? Ha, you don't have to be afraid. And, where do you want to know? When I was being nervous, a generous reaction came back from the young man. Being embarrassed by his words, I asked him where I wanted to go. Do you know where the rescue squad is? The rescue squad? Are you not feeling well? Oh no, that's not it. Then, do you want to find someone to cure you? Isn't it better to find a clinic than the rescue squad? Apparently, he has mistaken me for a traveler who came for healing magic. In such a case, it is important to clearly assert your opinion. Though I'm not very good at it, but let's be brave this time. I'm different from before. I want to join the rescue squad, thus I want to know its location. That's why I want to know where it is instead of a clinic and, wait, what's the matter? The moment I said it unexpectedly in a loud voice, the young man, who had a smile in front of me, froze, together with everyone who heard us. Looking at the strange surroundings and going I was confused. The young man grabs me by the shoulders. At the same time, the people around me gathered in a hurry. Sir, you should just give up. You're still young. There's no point going for a hunt gunless. If you're looking for a place to work, I'll hire you. So please don't go into despair. Young boy, you're a courageous person. That's why you don't have to go down to the depths of hell. The young man I was talking to, a nearby old man who was sitting silently, the shopkeeper lady, the knight who was passing by, and the people around me stopped and talked to me at an extraordinary level. Everyone, I know they are saying it out of pure kindness, but Usato-san. What kind of rescue squad are you recommending me? It's that, isn't it? It's like asking a warrior to stop heading to their demise, right? I know that you admire the rescue squad. They are like heroes to us, helping the people who live in this kingdom. But, they live in a different world from us. They would ask you to run while carrying a demon beast on your back, running up while screaming strange words, and finally Rose-sama, the leader of the rescue squad punching a bright child being punched to oblivion. These are some familiar actions which I've experienced before. And did they just mention Usato-san just now? I guess that person carrying a demon beast is Usato running with Blurin. Is that about Usato-san? I see, so you knew about it. Usato-sama is a particularly strange person. He's a terrific person that even words couldn't describe. Seriously, what an absurd young boy. The young man showed a distant eye. Really, what did he do? I was worried, but I feel like if I were to ask more, the common sense that's barely left in me will be so fragile that I'll collapse. Who introduced you to them? Who pranked such an innocent child as you to recommend the rescue squad? I can forgive if you're just being endlessly courageous, but if you're making fun of the rescue squad. The rest were nodding in agreement with the young man who was angry. So, the rescue squad is a great place after all. But, don't be misled. The one who introduced me is none other than Yusato-san himself. And, I am a healer as well, that's why. I was so stunned that I was lost for words. Because I was the one who gave up on being a healer myself. Back in Lukvis, there were only cold gaze of disdain and disappointment. If I were to take such a gaze here thinking about it, I got scared of the reaction I was about to get from the people here. However, the response returned was something surprising to me. An introduction from Yusato-sama. I see, I'm sorry for the huge misunderstanding. Yes. I was surprised, but the reaction was completely different from Lukvis. Instead of being despised, or being looked down at, rather, they were showing emotions close to joy. Looking around, it seems that the people in this city who knew that I was introduced by Yusato-san had relaxed their desperate expressions from before. I didn't believe in Yusato-san's words when he said that the perception of healers is not shunned upon in this kingdom. However, when I saw the people in front of me, they say otherwise, as they seem to accept healing magicians like me. Looking at Yusato-sama, I suppose others won't know about him. Even I was still trapped in common sense. No, I just didn't explain more. I think it's okay to be stuck in common sense. Even if I haven't come here, I can see how much the rescue squad, including Yusato-san, are doing things out of the ordinary. Looking around, bewildered by the young man's words, the people in the city were all relieved, desperately looking forward and stroking their chests. We don't have to worry if you are introduced by Yusato-sama. It's a-okay if Yusato-sama approves. It's normal to think that. No. Eventually, people like him. The misunderstandings were surprisingly solved. Yusato-san, how much did you really do in this country? I feel like I'm winning their trust in another direction. So, you wanna join the rescue squad? Yeah, yes. That's right. Suddenly, I was puzzled by the reactions around me when a voice talks to me. When I turned, a woman who looked to be the same age as Yusato-san curiously approached me. She nodded at me, who answered immediately, and turned to the young man in front of me. Sorry. I'll be sending this child to the rescue squad. Ooh. If it isn't Olga-san's younger sister. He'll be safe if you take him there. Sir, do your best. Based on their reaction, is the woman next to him somehow related to the rescue squad? As long as she guides me, it doesn't matter who though. Let's go. Why yes. With that, I can finally go to the rescue squad. I thought so, as the people who saw me off were waving to me. Hello. My name is Yururu, 18 years old. What is your name? Soon after we started walking, Yururu-san started introducing herself. Nak, AGA. No, my name is Nak. I'm 12 years old. The name Agareth is a noble name, but I immediately restate. Now that I've abandoned my noble name, I'm just Nak. Even though she was a little more vocal, she introduced herself, and with a smile, and walked as she gently stroked my head. Famu, Nak-kun 12 years old, that's great. Wait. She's completely treating me like a child. Sorry. Kukuru-chan hasn't allowed me to stroke her recently, so. Kukuru-chan. It's nothing, just talking to myself. Yururu-san waves her hand as to fool me. You said that you were introduced by Yusato-kun, right? Yes. So you heard about it as well? Well, obviously. While strolling in the city, I heard someone saying I want to join the rescue squad. Of course, everyone would be interested. Did I really make such a loud voice? I was a little embarrassed and my cheeks got hot. Looking at me, Yururu-san smiled and continued talking to me. Isn't Yusato-kun an interesting child? Yes. He is an incredible person. Also, he is my benefactor. Your benefactor? What did he do? He trained me. Well, he chased, kicked, abused, and said a lot of mean things to me. But overall, I'm grateful. Wait a minute, Oni-san doesn't get how all of that is being grateful. Oh no, I've accidentally said the contents of my training, and Yusato-san will be transmitted as a person who does terrible things. It seems to me that Yusato-kun's training policy is similar to that of someone's. As she mutters to herself. I have to change the subject. What is Yururu-san's relationship with Yusato-san? It's different from how the other citizens called him. My relationship? A dependable sister of sort? Maybe that's too much. I'm a friend of his. Is that so? But it's been less than half a year since I got to know him. Really, he grew so quickly that even I couldn't fathom. I guess when the Demon King's army attacked, he had to quickly become strong. The Demon Army, an army controlled by the Demon King trying to invade Lingal Kingdom. In a battle before, Usato-san ran along the battlefield with his master, the rescue squad's leader, and healed many injuries. After only 3 days of training, Usato-san and his squad members fought in a place where they were present for no more than 3 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm about to enter such a place. Ururu-san, objectively speaking, would I be worthy of a person to join the rescue squad? Worrying about it, I asked Ururu-san a miserable question. Ururu-san, who was walking next to me, answered with an awkward smile after groaning and pondering. I don't know. Is that so? Should I rejoice that I wasn't told I couldn't join? But, if Usato-kun recommended you, it'll be because he decided you had the potential. Potential? Because he knows the rigor of his training more than anyone else. He has the same healing magic as the leader, and he has the strength to survive such harsh training. Him sending you here means he has judged that you had the heart to withstand the training from his leader. I can withstand the training. My heart. I don't know much about Nak-kun. However, if Usato-kun had advised you to join the rescue squad, then I think it's okay. Though you have to decide for yourself whether it's the right decision. Yes, it's none other than Usato-san who pushed me. He wrote the letter of introduction for me, and I've been worrying about it for a long time. I can't return anymore since I'm already here. It's good to be worried now. Because this is the only time you can afford to be worried. Well then, we're almost there, Nak-kun. Did she just casually shrug some scary things off just now? Basically, she's telling me to be prepared for what's about to come. I followed Ururu-san, who is walking while humming. As we went along the road, the cityscape overflowing with buildings gradually decreased, in return lush trees grow. In front of it was a road leading into the woods, an agate made of trees that separated the city from this place. A short letter is carved on the gate made of tree. Rescue, Squad, was written. Ururu-san happily nodded as I muttered, walked in front of the gate and widened her arms as if to welcome me as I pass. Welcome to the rescue squad, Nak-kun. I really wanted to show you around, but this is where I stop. I'm looking forward to seeing you as a friend of the rescue squad next time. A friend? Wait, don't tell me. Well, I'll see you later. Before I could respond, Ururu-san went back to the city. I was stunned by her sudden disappearance, but I remembered the previous conversation and laughed unexpectedly. Ha, ha ha ha, I guess there are many people with a strong personality as the rescue squad. Even at first glance, Usato-san seems to be normal, but when it comes to training, his behavior was radical, as if he was a different person altogether. Wait a minute. Didn't Ururu-san said, I'll see you later? Did she say that to me? Rather, it's like I'll be the one looking for her later. Oi! Looking at the city, suddenly someone approached me from behind with a collar. As if I was like a cat being frightened, I looked behind me and peeked at who was shouting. There! Kid, are you lost? That's bad yet. A child like you shouldn't be common to a place like this. There were 2 men with terrible-looking faces. Both of them have an extraordinarily good physique, and their atmosphere and appearances were not decent. While the man who has his collar being grabbed, he intends to smile, he warps his mouth no further and speaks out, but he does not have much power. Hi. A person with a scary face is talking to me? I'm so scared right now. I'm as scared as when Usato-san got angry at me. Your face is fucking scaring him. What is there to be fearful? Then, your fucking face ain't so different from me. I'm good cause I'm aware of it, idiot. And he's aware of it. I remembered the letter that I held in my hand whilst my shoulders were shaking. I decided to show it to the strong people in front of me. Like Ururu-san said, if this is the rescue squad, then these people are the members. Also, their atmosphere does give off a bit like Usato-san. This. Huh? A letter? Did you purposely bring it here? After receiving the letter, the man's face distorted into a terrible look. Though he showed a suspicious face, after seeing the name written in the letter, his eyes opened wide. What's wrong, Alex? It's from Usato. Addressed to the leader. Ooh, so that little shit's doing fine. Well, since you're here to send a letter, you're off the hook. The hand is removed from the collar that has been grabbed, and he is lowered to the ground. The man called Alex squats down at me, who has landed on the ground. I saw Ururu send you here. So you wanna join our squad? Yes. 8. Take this and go directly to the leader. Alex, who returned the letter to me, asked me to follow him and waited for me without saying a word. The other man, called Mill, urges me by poking my back slightly. The road leading to the back of the forest is Usato-san's master, the leader of the rescue squad. I was tightening my mind and swallowed my saliva. It has a dormitory feel to it. The place guided by Alex-san and Mill-san looked like a refugee dormitory. The 2 of them said, wait here, we'll call the leader, and walked away from the dormitory and away from the road where I came, so I alone waited in front of the dormitory entrance. It looks a bit like Kyo-san's place. Looking at the slightly old building, it looks similar to the dormitory where Kyo-san lived in Lukyavis. Even though it hasn't been long, I was immersed in a nostalgic feeling, as someone approaches from the direction where Alex-san and Mil-san walked. Did they return? As I turned, I saw not a big man, but a long-haired woman approaching here while dragging something. I froze. This is similar to how Usato-san really trained me. I was watching the woman despite the vague chills, but when I saw she came out of the trees to a place where the sun hits, I startled. A beautiful green hair, with the same white uniform as Usato-san and, a white hair and brownish skin girl was being held by the collar with her right arm. The woman was dragging a girl who seems to be a demon who looks to be unconscious. Her bangs that hide her right sharp eyes seemingly shooting right at you. What surprised me the most was that, as Usato-san said, she had a carnivorous atmosphere. This person. No doubt. She somehow resembles Usato-san, that I can definitely say so. Oh so you're the candidate. It's the leader of the rescue squad, Rose-san. The boss and master of Usato-san, the person who is organizing the rescue squad that I will be entering from here on out. She calls me and throws the girl who she's dragging with one hand on the grass nearby. Where am I? I can't remember. The girl who seems to have risen holds her head as if she noticed she was dropped. Go rest. Why yes. I shall do my best to rest myself. The moment the word rest pops out, the face of the young girl immediately brightens, as she sits down on the grass. I wonder what it means to do your best in resting? No, that's not the time to be thinking about it. For now, let me give the letter that I was holding to the woman in front of me. My name is Nak. I am a healing magician. I was sent here by Usato-san. However, she did not respond to the letter I showed. Did I make a mistake? When I tried to raise my face, I was hit by a tremendous shock on my forehead and was blown away. Oh. When I landed while holding down on my forehead, I saw Rose-san with her fingers open and smiling happily. Is that a flick? Are you kidding me? But it was so powerful that I thought my head would blow away. Interesting. Your foundation seems to be ready. Did Usato train you into that state? If that's the case, what's inside of this is your introduction letter. Her smile was terrifying, as she was holding a letter with the hand that was free, the letter that was taken from my hand. Then, the girl resting nearby, stood up and crammed into Rose-san. What happened to Usato? Did he come back? Shut up, go back. Whoa. She flicked the girl's forehead, and it exploded. Obviously, she got a blow that was more powerful than what I had, and she blew back behind and slipped into the ground. At this moment, I came to understand that careless remarks equals unreasonable. The leader who ignored the girl who flew away, approached me, as I couldn't move because of fear, and looked at me the same way as Alex-san looked at me. Just a warning, I'm not as kind as him. If you cry or shout, or beg for your life, or fall down, I won't use any words of mercy. I won't forgive you for thinking it's easy or compromising the squad. So, if you don't mind all those, you're gonna be a member of the rescue squad, starting today. Those aren't lies or exaggerations. As she says, she shows no mercy. Seeing her eyes, I was reluctant to understand it. But, what about it? I knew all about it after being trained by Usato-san. I'm ready now. Thank you for taking care of me. It's here on out. Not as a noble, not as a student who was oppressed in Lukyavis, but as Nak, a member of the rescue squad. From now on I can finally start my own life. Name, Ni. Race, Demon, Vampire Necromancer. Magic, Restraining Magic Resistance Magic. Magic. A monster of mixed vampire and necromancer blood. A lonely girl who was born out of standards with the benefits of each race, however, she lost her parents at the age of 10. She hates being lonely, and thus lived at a village where her vampiric father created the village as livestock. She lived there for about 300 years, changing into different people and personalities in the process. In the meantime, she used travelers who come to her village and catch them to listen to the knowledge of the outside world, but she doesn't kill them. However, after a short period of time, she returned to her former location. Since she loved to accumulate knowledge, she has perfected in learning 3 additional magics in the span of 200 years. Having released the wicked dragon and jeopardizing her most important place, she realized that she should not stay there any longer, and decided to move away from it. Name, Tetra. Lineage, unknown. A woman living with Ni in a village house. She met Ni when she was less than 10 years old. When she was abandoned by her parents, she wandered through the forest. It was then Ni who picked her up and nurtured her as a parent. When she grew up, she'd gotten married, had children, and led a happy life. That was supposed to be the case, but 2 years ago, her husband and child were killed by a monster. After having her memories wiped out, she had returned to her lonely lifestyle. Although she was living a tragedy-stricken life, she was never alone. Even after Usato's departure, she lives in the unexpanded house, being helped by those around her, living her never-changing days. She might have noticed it herself. But, she did not say a word, because she knew there was once someone who had taken care of her, a kind person who filled her wounds.